morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us for our feedback session for the African American Achievement Plan. We really want to try to finalize and get as much feedback as we can to the plan before we take it to the board. Each particular goal area will be reintroduced by a group of department people from our departments. For goal 1, it will be Mr. Myers' group. For goal 2 will be my groups for goals 2 and 3. And then for goal 4, it would be Mr. Bass and his team. And we will go through each item seeking feedback from the team. We have several people who are on virtually, as well as we have Mr. Brown, who's here representing the NAACP. And I think some other members are on teams as well. Thank you again for coming, and we really want this to be a very productive time where we get feedback so we can finalize the plan. With that, I'd like to introduce our Superintendent of Schools, Dr. David K. Moore.
Good morning. Good morning. So today is a time for collaboration. It's a time for feedback. It is the creation of a plan that we will implement over the course of a year. And as we begin to dive into this dialogue, let me be completely upfront. I don't know how else to do it. I am willing to have the conversation. I am willing to come to the table as many times as need be to get it right. And we are here again today as a result of that desire. We were here for 8 hours as a result of that desire. This is an opportunity to have a conversation and dialogue on the front end, not on the back end, not after the fact. So if you want to roll up your sleeves and get involved in this work, let's do the work. I'm not here to talk about the work. I'm not here to do anything other than be in the work. And my heart hurts because I know that I'm in the work and doing the work and being criticized for the ones I'm doing the work for. So I encourage each and every single person to say whatever you think you need to say so we can solve it in this room. We can do the work that needs to be done. I know what drives me. I know how hard I'm going to work. I know where at the core I believe. And to hear things after the fact and to be accused of things that absolutely violate who I am as a person is absolutely shameful. Shameful. Let's do the work. Let's do the work right now. Let's have whatever conversation you want to have. Say whatever needs to be said to benefit children in this system. I'm not going to shy away from it. We're affording these opportunities to have that dialogue, to have that conversation. Let's have it. Let's dig in and make the best plan possible. Because that's all I want. That's the work I want to do. And I'm willing to do it. So with that, who's? All right, put my mask back on.
Dr. Myers is, Mr. Myers is going to lead us with goal 1 with his team. So we asked for interactive feedback. We have Mrs. Libby Dyers on the computer that will be documenting and making the changes as we move forward so everyone can see the changes as we move forward. So like Dr. Moore says, we encourage you to give feedback so we can get the plan, finalize the plan today. Thank you.
Ms. Dampier, can you assist me to make sure I don't misspeak as we get going here? My understanding is that the draft that we're going to work from is the color printed draft that is in the folder that has the dot on it. Is that correct?
Yes, that is. And if you look on the screen, page 16 is where you're going to start.
Correct. And so that is also then what is on the screen, matching up from there on page 16. And then there was also, at least in my folder, this black and white copy was on the left side, which is the former version of the plan from what we started and amended from. So we're going to work from here, but if those following along, there is another version which was emailed to us as well.
Yes.
So that those that want to switch back and forth to see the changes that had been made can see those, and we can then propose new changes, and Ms. Dyer will annotate those as necessary.
Yes, that is correct. Everyone has copies of what you have. Thank you.
Right.
Excuse me. Hello, this is Claudia Wall. Can you please clarify what page you're starting with?
Page 16.
Can we start with page 14, please? Goal 1 starts on page 14.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you.
All right, so we'll start on page 14. 14 is a new table from the previous page with changes that were made with various recommendations from various members. And welcome any feedback at this time to that page and that table.
Are we going to show the pages on the screen, or do we just need to look at our own individual copies? This is Dr. Warrior. Can you hear me?
Yes, Dr. Warrior, we see it on our screen, and we're trying to make sure that you can see it on your screen as well.
Thank you.
Can anyone on the Teams, can they? Okay, we're getting some feedback that it's there. So that is the current version of page 14, and we welcome any feedback from the group at this time. Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. Is it just me, or I can't? It's not large enough for me to read what's on the screen. Is there something I need to adjust?
There it is. So we do have 5 years. We were kind of busy doing that last week. So at the later presentation, we'll show an updated progress report. It does have 5 years. It's just a matter of the timing and only so many people and so forth. So we do have 5 years, and it will be put into this. So you're welcome. And I apologize. I missed the first part of what you said. I'm not understanding. Yeah, so what's missing from this is basically that 15-16 school year, that 5th year. I don't have all the subject areas in front of me. I have ELA. They're relatively similar. Although relative is a, yeah. So like, I'll say like for white students, 15-60 was 61%, 16-17 was 62. For black students, it was 27% in 15-16, and 16-17 is 29%. State went from 52 in 15-16 to 53. District went from 50 to 51. So it's within 1 or 2%. Does that answer your question? Okay.
Excuse me. Hi, this is Claudia Wall. I'm actually would like to request not only 2016-17 show up on the table, but also 2015-16 to capture the process the district took with the FSA implementation, the Florida standards. And also my second my question is, why is 2021 in the table already?
So I can speak to that. That's what we were just speaking of on the 15-16. We do have that. It was late last week. We just weren't able to transfer it to this document to email to you. So we certainly have the 15-16 data. We have it in the progress report that we'll show later this morning, so you'll see that. I think the 2021 is just a typo. I think that should say 19-20.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'm meaning 5 years of data to end in 2019. So that would be 2014-15, correct? As well, is what I meant.
No, 15, 16 would be year 1, 16, 17 would be year 2, 17, 18 is year 3, 18, 19 is year 4, and 19, 20 will be year 5.
Okay. Thank you.
Also, 14, 15, a lot. Oh, yeah, 14, 15, just so you know, too, is just the state achievement data. That was a baseline data. That was year 1 of FSA, so they only had proficiency achievement data. They did not have learning gains.
Hi, this is Claudia Wall again. The ELA goal at the bottom of the page, when you identify 10 percentage points on the decrease, what I'm seeing in review of data going back to 2014-15 is if the subgroup, for example, white students, is showing a negative trend line, and let's say the Hispanic and Black students are status quo and not improving and not decreasing, you're essentially improving on the achievement gap, but not necessarily so, because the bar of achievement in one subgroup is on the decline. So I don't know if we're keeping that in mind with that goal. Like for example, with third grade reading.
Yeah, I mean, certainly what you're speaking to is what we would call the regression to the mean, that we focused on the lower group at the expense of the upper group, and we end up accomplishing our goal not because we have, really met the needs of every child, but we've just focused on the lower and brought them up almost at the expense of the higher performing group, and that's certainly not our intent. It's certainly not our goal. When we're looking at 15, 16, 18, 19, just grades 3 through 10 ELA, it is showing is an increase from 61% in 15, 16 to 64% in 18, 19. So we're not seeing a negative trend with the white students. But even if we did, I mean, certainly we're not accomplishing our goal. Our goal is to be best by every student. And so our goal is, regardless of what race, ethnicity you are, to give you the best instruction possible. And so obviously our goal is to increase all aspects of it. For this particular plan, it is speaking specifically to how we are addressing the African American students and their achievement. And so these action steps are specifically designed to bring up African American students at a higher pace than what we are providing for our white students. So you're absolutely right that is something that we need to be mindful of. In this particular goal, we do want to decrease that achievement gap so all kids are achieving at the same level.
Yes, I guess my question also is directed at the table, and when you're not evaluating, I guess, by grade, for example, if you've got elementary grades that, and I can go back to third grade reading where white students, it's on a significant decline. The overall table here will show a positive trend. However, there's probably more areas in reading, and not just third grade, where this is happening. And then there's other grades that are pulling the trend, the overall trend, in a positive direction. So
you're absolutely right, and that's something that when we do tease apart the data, we do uncover those truths. Right now, on this particular goal, we are trying to capture the overall achievement of African American students versus white students as a district. And as a district, this table shows grades 3 through 10, the overall performance. I don't see any data here where I would be happy with. I wouldn't be happy with it unless it was 100%. And so anything less than 100%, we're going to start tearing it apart and deciding why and who and where and all these other aspects of how can we do better and best by all kids, including all grade levels. So you're absolutely right. If we do look at various grade levels, we're going to see different achievement gaps, and that's why we accompany this with a pretty in-depth set of data that's broken out by school, by grade level. We also do a lot of problem solving that we don't have, set reports. We don't operate off of spreadsheets typically. We have a couple of data. Unify is our data display. We also have a lot of reports in Power BI. So as we problem solve, as we engage in that hypothesis generating, we're going to check the data. If, when we work specifically with elementary schools, we're going to look at elementary, both grade level data as well as the overall elementary level. And then even with that, we're going to look at, tease it apart by school and by Title I versus non-Title I, ELL versus non-ELL, all those different aspects of it, we're going to tease that apart. But this goal, what you're looking at, is the overall ELA achievement for our district.
Excuse me, this is Dr. Warrior. And that is, and so for whom is this document intended? I said, for whom is this document intended? I understand your explanation of how you plan to tease it apart, but who do you expect to use this document that would find this kind of overall district view grades 3 through 10 for ELA useful? Who's the audience for this particular document?
This
I
is
wouldn't say,
yeah.
Sorry.
This is the African American Achievement Plan that would be approved by the board, that the entire community would have the opportunity to view. Clearly, there are, a number of other data sources, but when you get into a document that we're trying to talk really about the action steps, and we could add in 3,000 pages of data, but I don't think the public wants to download a 3,000-page of data plan. I think they would like to see the action steps that's approved by the board so we can get to work. I mean, the data is there on EdStats. You could run and sort and run, sort and run, sort until we have an entire booklet of data. But this document is to be presented to the school board to be approved so we can get to work on these action steps. So I get it that we could go on and on about the 2 pages that are just sort of overarching, sort of telling the picture there on page 14 and 15 about ELA and math, but you can only tell so much information on 1 page. And that's what we're doing here to set up goal 1, is to tell the overarching story that there is clearly a need for an improvement in African American student achievement in both ELA and math, and that's what those 2 pages are meant to display.
And maybe to piggyback on it, Dr. Warrior, this is just meant to be that general outcome measure. This is that one measure, that pulse of whether or not African American achievement or African American students are achieving at the same level as their counterparts. And so it's not going to tell the complete story, but it is that general outcome measure that we are trying to strive for.
I certainly understand that we don't want 10,000 more pages of data. But I can't understand, this is for the board. I would think the board would have, or for the equity committee itself, if the district is going to provide reports, I assume. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, we provide reports whenever they're needed to tell the entire story, so.
Mr. Myers, one of my concerns is if we're the group that's going to fine tune this, we have to know the particulars. It kind of reminds me of, I tell you I'm going to build you a house, but I don't have a real blueprint. I have a theory, I have a feeling for what I want to do, but if the board doesn't have a foundation, or, the 10,000 pages, I understand. But for us to approve this, we have to have in our spirit a knowledge and understanding that this is going to do what we want it to do. And when you have a fluctuating white scores, it tends to make the black scores or the Hispanic scores look better. So if we have a broad understanding of what we're talking about, and it's backed up with data for us, not for the general public, so that we can make sound, prudent decisions on moving this process forward. That's my concern.
No, I agree, and I mean, I've only been in these meetings for a few months, but it seems as though we've reviewed this data and we've provided that over and over and over again. This is just a 1-pager for this particular plan, so I know that we could.
Yeah, that's part of the problem, I think, is that we keep spending hour after hour looking at the same page and not going anywhere. If it is the intent of the district to keep this page the same, although we've given you feedback for months, that we don't think, I mean, even if you broke this, I'm getting an echo. Are you hearing an echo? If you know, if we've given you feedback for months, that we believe that even for this to be minimally um, informative to the board, that it needs to be broken out by grade level and not some score that stands for grades 3 through 10.
So
And I
Dr.
don't know how, if the board, I mean, you know, maybe we don't have the right people here, because our feedback to you is,
Dr. Ward,
I
we
mean,
will in
without
the
going into 10,000 pages. That wouldn't take 10,000 pages to do. And so if we're just going to keep coming back time after time, then just let's just say this is, you know, the way it's going to be. This really isn't a collaborative interaction.
So Dr. Ward, I will say in the appendix, you will have some of that data broken out a little bit more so. Just like in the previous, just like last year's achievement, this plan, it had this very similar table at this exact place. And then afterwards, we had all those appendices A through whatever that did provide some of that more detailed data. So we're not going to provide those appendices for all the action steps. What we are going to do, though, is provide in this one, so since this is ELA, we're going to provide a bit more backup for ELA.
Hi, this is Claudia Wall. Page 3 identifies the fact that this plan that was produced on July 8th states additional data to support the plan is available in appendices, misspelled. Why wasn't the data presented with this version? Because we're running out of time. If the agenda's coming out Tuesday, tomorrow, with the anticipation that this document is going to be included tomorrow for the community and board members to have a chance to review it, why wasn't it included in here?
So I think the intent of this morning is to go over the action steps. The data has been provided multiple times to both the Equity Committee, the African American Achievement Plan. We had the end of year report, progress report that had a lot of data in it. We have provided the Equity Committee with volumes of data as well. So it's not like this plan is kind of being presented absent of any data. I think really what the intent of this was not to be a data review. I think the intent of today was to review the action steps to make sure that those action steps are in line and actually going to meet the needs of our students.
However, it says on page 3, additional data to support this plan, which contains goals and action steps.
Correct.
So I don't want to have to refer back to previous versions of, or try and find the data that I think should connect to this version of the plan. I don't understand why you did not include the entire document from beginning to end, however many pages, 100, to review now, because the board has to approve it on the 21st.
That question, because I think what you're asking is for us to give you the data right now. We don't have it. So I don't think that I'm going to be able to give you an answer that satisfies that question. I can say that the intent of this morning was to review the actual work that we're going to be doing, which is the action steps. That's what we want to get some feedback from you. We want to look at what we are going to do in the fall and spring. We want to look at the work that we are doing for kids to make sure they're best by kids. I apologize that you didn't get a finalized version of that had everything in it. This is, again, it's a draft. We're working on it. It is what it is. I can't give you the data right this second. But what we can do is look at the action steps, get some feedback on that, make sure the actual work that we're doing in the next school year actually is appropriate.
Visit our website at www.indianriverschools.org. Thank you for holding.
on hold.
Someone will be with you shortly.
Can we mute?
The school district currently serves approximately
Give us just 1 second,
17,000
sorry.
students kindergarten through 12th grade. The district consists of 28 schools, including 13 elementary schools, 4 middle.
Alrighty. So,
Natalie Sanders.
Is now joining.
Ms. Sanders. Okay, so we've annotated the request for the change to the data table. As Dr. McMahon said, we can continue to provide data sources, but also keeping with everyone's, in the interest of time, we would like to go through the action steps and continue to get feedback about those, seeing as how we're halfway through the allotted time for Goal 1. Would like to address action step 1.1 on page 16, which is to provide professional development to administrators, instructional staff, and teachers related to culturally responsive instructional practices and strategies for working with African American male and female students. This was slightly modified from the initial state. The evidence of completion was modified to change from PD rosters and PD materials used to the implementation steps by schools, and we adjusted the titles of some of the folks that would be working on this goal. Are there any feedback from the group about this action step and proposed changes?
I do have a general comment that actually is directed to the entire Goal 1 through Goal 4 responsible staff department category. From the invite that we received on July 10th, where item C said updated with new staff names, I'm questioning the reason for the structure of that particular category to utilize person-specific names in a fluid document when there's all these changes going on, things that you can't control. I mean, it could be possible that one of these staff members or a number of these staff members, for whatever reason, are no longer with us, or there's some sort of a shift. So you're constantly having to go back to this key document to make the change to the individual names. Why can we not identify the positions that are required to cover a particular action step? Why do the individual names need to be included?
Because they're going to be held accountable for the implementation of that particular area. And prior, we just put titles or whatever it was, and the needle didn't move. Children did not receive the services they would. This is a condition for employment in this district. Those names will remain in the plan, and those individuals will implement those steps as defined. Having us to refer back to this document is an absolute wonderful thing. It means it's live. It means it's living. It means it's fluid. And there may be changes or shifts in assignment. And if we don't change those names, that means this isn't a live and fluid document. So we want to ensure that we're moving the needle. We want to ensure that we've defined as an organization, who's responsible for doing what work to get this work done. And this has been great conversation and dialogue. The level of ownership at school sites as a result of this one shift of ensuring each and every single administrator knows their roles and responsibilities ensures that when we get to the action and the implementation, we will see positive improvement.
All right, so hearing no requests for changes to the action step, evidence completion, or timeline on 1.1, open up the floor 1.2, which is to conduct multi-level analysis of root cause for barriers to academic achievement for African American students. So for this, I would phone a friend to our Staff in the audience, Dr. Jacobs, would you assist me with this one, since this is y'all's action step? I know that you and Dr. Long went through that bear analysis last time.
Sure. We
Speak on your
conducted
behalf.
an initial root cause analysis with our principals about a month ago related to the achievement gap and some of the major areas. And keep in mind, when we are doing this work, part of it is to really start the conversation and have people feel comfortable about discussing issues of equity, systemic racism, as well as the barriers that we are encountering. So some of the initial barriers that we discussed with the principals is really they saw that there was a lack of level of comfort in having conversations. When we talked about culturally responsive practices, we said, you know, why is there this lack of implementation district-wide of culturally responsive practices? They said a lack of knowledge. Well, why do we have a lack of knowledge? Well, there's a lack of comfort. Also, they talked about the ability to really have those safe spaces in which to have the conversation, safe spaces in which to practice. So it's not about just PD. So we talked a bit about why, if we have these professional development sessions, do we not see that then translate over into the classroom? Part of the discussion in that arena was because people need to have the opportunity to actually take that PD to practice in safe spaces, get feedback from other individuals. Mindsets was another area. I know that we reviewed over a lot of the different areas previously. Also, there were a lot of discussions about implicit bias and cross-cultural misunderstandings and misinterpretations of behavior when we go into the social-emotional realm. So some of those were some of the big ones. Now, keep in mind that this was a first step. One of the barriers that we saw as far as this root cause analysis is that because we were out of our physical schools due to COVID, we didn't have the rich data that we were hoping that we would have as far as from our impact reviews and being able to see these practices, whether they're actually occurring in the classroom setting. So I am hopeful as we return back to school that we'll have additional data to be able to conduct these root cause analysis, so we're not just looking at some of our general outcome measures or some of our disaggregated data, but we're really looking at live practice in the classroom to help us further delve into the root causes.
Thank you, Dr.
This is,
Jacobs.
this is Dr. Warrior. Is there, when it says evidence of completion, the results of the root cause analysis, is there a document?
Yes, ma'am. That was shared at our last meeting. The last meeting
Yes.
that Dr. Long, Deborah Long presented the results of the root cause analysis at our last meeting.
Okay,
It's
so-
actually a survey. It's this, Dr. Warrior. It's a survey
a survey.
that was done one afternoon.
It wasn't,
I-
I'm sorry, it was not a survey. The root cause analysis, we actually sat with the principals on a Teams meeting. We presented data related to the achievement gap. We then had conversations as we go through root cause analysis of why are we seeing the achievement gap. When we get to initial surface level causes, we then talk about why those surface level causes are present. Now, as I stated, part of what we want to be able to do in a more thorough root cause analysis is that classroom walkthrough data that is integrated into this plan, because that will help us have more evidence of what we are seeing, what we're not seeing, and verifying hypothesis that we have.
Again, I understand your explanation. Thank you very much. Where can we find that if we don't have you sitting in the room, if the evidence of completion is what you've described? Where do we?
So the
find-
evidence of completion has been uploaded with the, will be uploaded with the documentation for the African American Achievement Plan, just as we do for the other action steps. The evidence of completion was presented through a presentation at the last equity meeting by Dr. Deborah Long. And if there's any additional questions about evidence of completion of it, certainly we can respond to that.
Well, may I request that we have, that your results include methodology?
Methodology, sure, we'd be happy to share that methodology. And again, this is an initial conversation. We did not have the level of data that we wanted. So in the future, we will be doing more complete with the classroom walkthrough data.
Hi, this is Claudia. Can I understand the timeline that led to the preparation of this root cause analysis document, whereby the invite was sent out and not all schools were represented? As I've reviewed, the invite went out, and I think the following day is when the Teams meeting occurred, correct?
No, that's not the case. I'd have to look back at the invite, but it did not happen the following day. And what we did is we did select administrators, and we wanted to ensure that we had a representative sample of administrators that could provide perspective related to African American students and African American experience.
Okay. So the invite was sent out on June 11th. It was a Teams meeting invite. And then the PowerPoint was provided the day before the meeting?
May I add in here, my name is Robin Bethel. I'm the Director of Student Services, but coming out of the side of the school into this position, having participated in the root cause analysis meeting, but prior to that, knowing that as a school person, school level person, we conducted our own root cause analysis conversation to be able to speak to and speak in the meeting. Then beyond the meeting, we then revisited the topic to address what may be specific or particular to our school at the time. So it wasn't a conversation that just rested in one particular cell of a meeting. It actually expanded much broader than that. And it, for us, encompasses much of the work that we do, not just the singular area that we are looking. Because as we look at the root cause analysis and you dig in and you see disparities in whether it be academics or discipline or what have you, you begin to look at how things may be linked and work to try to problem solve from there.
Again, I say that for those of us who are using this plan, because you talk about it as going forth to the board, but I don't really know any other document that's available, say, to the Equity Committee, other than this document will be, to monitor and comply with. It should be a useful report to someone other than the board. And if the people who are part of making up the board are saying, look, we're struggling with this, that's a problem. I hear all of your explanations, but somewhere there needs to be documentation, evidence of documentation, that this is the methodology that we use to lay that out. And for us to ask for that is not unreasonable. And I hear you feeling very frustrated with us because we continue to ask you and you say, you know, we've done all these things. That's not going to be enough to, you know, moving forward.
So my question is, Dr. Royer, you just want it included in the plan, the root cause analysis, and such as the school response and such?
All I can say is that, you know, certainly as it's being a party that will at some point be looking at this and saying, do we agree that there's been compliance in these areas? We don't have the backup and documentation in any other place. If it's not in this plan, then where do you plan to give it to us in some way rather than just sending the Equity Committee a number of data tables?
So Dr. Royer, a lot of this evidence is being pushed out onto the website, and if you recall, at our last Equity Summit, one of the feedbacks was the organization of those documents. So we are going to kind of revamp, but we can't put all of the evidence of every one of these action steps into this plan. The other thing is that this is for the upcoming school year. So we're not going to, this action step is marked as partially complete. In other words, we've done some of the work, we're not complete. That initial conversation was just that. The documentation was provided to the Equity Committee, and then moving forward into this coming school year, all of those evidences will be loaded to the website for public preview. So all of the data that for each of these action steps, whatever that evidence of completion, we will be putting that up onto the website.
Brian, just as a side note, methodology. As a person on the outside, this team root cause analysis that was done, from my perspective, knowing this district for all of my life, and prior to Dr. Moore, who's bringing transparency per se, it is troublesome to me that if you did that type of root cause analysis, do you not conceive that your conversations were skewed because of some of the African Americans in the process being in fear of their jobs?
I think, when you look at the actual results, it speaks to a lot of both black and white administrators, because the results of it were people just don't have a safe space to have that conversation. So you're absolutely right. It could be on the African American administrator side that they had fear of their job, fear of what they might say. I think what also resulted is that the white administrators also said, I'm kind of afraid to have this dialogue because I don't want to offend. So you're absolutely right. And I think that's why we're saying this is just an initial. We need a safe space for administrators to be able to talk through some of these issues on both sides so that it is completely safe.
Backing that up, with root cause analysis, you normally ask the question why 5 times.
Yes.
Within that process, you have me, an African-American administrator, in the room. Based on the previous history of this district, I'm reluctant to really speak, even in that moment. So when Dr. Warrior and Mrs. Wall is asking for, okay, where's the document that says these are the questions that were asked?
I have that.
This is a methodology on how we're doing this, so it's consistent. So that is troublesome to me, because I've seen where people answer the questions just for the sake of their employment. So I look at it, and it's problematic to me.
So, and I can respond to that. I will say it was actually a very powerful conversation that occurred that day. We intentionally did not have upper level leadership as part of that team's call so that people could feel very open in speaking. Part of starting these conversations is establishing rapport and trust with our administrators that the information that we are gleaning from the conversations is going to be used in ways that are productive and are best for our students. We had administrators during the meeting, and Ms. Bethel and Dr. Long can verify this. We had African-American administrators reaching out to white administrators saying, I can be your safe space for conversations. If you ever need to run things by me, I'd be happy to serve in that capacity. There were very honest conversations about the implicit bias that occurs within this district and the mindsets that are occurring within this district and that have been there for long periods of time. So did we get to the end point of where we want to be as far as root cause analysis? Absolutely not. From my background as a psychologist, part of this is being able to establish that trust to have those meaningful conversations about data that does not look good, about realities that are not good. And so that is where we're headed, and we certainly, it was done in a way to ensure that we are creating that rapport that needs to happen to really have the work done that needs to be done.
We will provide.
My question is a lot more basic than that, though. I'm not, I hear all that. I'm asking you, where is the methodology that says to me?
I can provide that to you.
May I finish, please? That says, as was asked, on a certain date, these are the steps we've been through. We surveyed X number. I mean, the methodology. I'm not, that's my question. So that can be reviewed, because anytime that I'm going to monitor a report, or I think that other people who are using a report to monitor, you can't evaluate the effectiveness of the report. You don't have some idea about the methodology, at least the solid methodology used to do that. And that's all I'm asking for, not.
I'd be happy to provide that.
So we will provide the methodology, and I think what Mr. Brown says is very truthful and honest, is that from a historical perspective, these aren't conversations that have taken place at a level to improve or shift or modify the organization as a whole to bring about change. So it is having the conversation and continuing to grow the conversation so everyone in the room and everyone in the county sees change as being the consistent and being the new normal. And historically, that has not been the reality. And I think there is a lack of trust based on a historical perspective. That is the truth. And that is part of this conversation and this dialogue, is to fight through years and years of what is and has been and always will be unacceptable, to move to a collective mindset on how we're shifting and modifying this organization. So if it is providing the methodology or evidence of implementation for each thing we've done, then that is what we will do. And each action step, whether it was fully implemented or partially implemented or did not yield the intended outcome, all of which are true, so be it. We'll provide that documentation in a spirit of collecting or creating a relationship where we're talking through what now needs to be done based on what we have learned. But we'll be able to provide that documentation throughout.
Yes, sir, I appreciate that. And following up on the heel of that, because like I said, my question is I think somewhat qualitatively different than what Tony is asking, but I think both parts need to be addressed. In the 2019-2020 plan, we had some of the same very action steps that are now being carried forward into the 2020-21 program. And I realize that with a truncated year, all of that won't be available. But one of the things we've been asked to do is say, if we're going to evaluate the interventions or the action steps, are there any from last year's plan that we can evaluate so they can be addressed in this plan, so that plans build upon each other? They're not disconnected plans every year with us continuing to have the same action steps, because very frankly, we could look back probably to 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, other plans that have had these same steps, and we continue to get no evaluation of how they connected or how they made anything better or not. And that's what I think continues to concern me about this plan. What about the data from the last year's plan that the board approved?
So as you speak, I couldn't agree more with everything that you just said in terms of using what we have learned even in a truncated year to shift and modify where we need be. I think the one thing that is significantly different and will continue to move forward to establish that shift or that change is that I'm just not trying to get this plan approved. I'm just not trying to put a check in the box. I have the majority of senior and cabinet staff here today to listen, to reflect, and shift and modify. This is a truthful attempt to create a plan that will, in fact, lead to change, and do it in a way in which builds trust for us collectively as a community around what is a priority in previous years or in previous administrations that wasn't really a priority. It was put to the wayside. So we will be able to provide that documentation, and as we create and modify this plan, I think some of the areas you see shifts or changes in action steps, and you're right, in other areas, because we don't have that documentation or we don't have that data to shift or change practice, I think, these are conversations that haven't happened in previous years, and these are conversations that will continue to grow what this plan will be.
I appreciate that as a framing statement. Thank you. And I will certainly try to hear that as we move forward. And I hope that I hope that was intended for all of us here, not, your message to all of us, not just to myself or anyone, to frame the conversation, because I feel that that's a helpful frame, and yet I don't think that's kind of how we're moving currently. We're not, we're getting into discussions of, we say one thing, your staff says, no, but we did this and we'll provide it to you at another time. And yet we're coming together to discuss the only plan that I know, only documented plan that I know that we will have that exists anywhere at this point. And it becomes very difficult to say, to hear yet again, after the meeting we had for 11 hours scheduled a couple of weeks ago on the 24th, that we're looking at, and as I said, I was very surprised to see so much of this document appeared the same for review after all the input of that day. And that's where one of the big disconnects comes for me with this.
And let me just echo those comments from my standpoint. And when you say 11 hours and you add up the salary that the taxpayers of this community pay to come back a week and a half later and it not reflect that conversation and dialogue is disappointing. And then to be here again today to capture that. And that's why I started the morning saying what I said. How do we have the conversation going forward that accurately captures that dialogue during the confines of that day? And I agree, there should be some action steps that should stay the same because they were never acted upon. And I would hope through that 11-hour dialogue and conversation, we built consensus. And at the end of that day, I left with my spirit filled, only to have it deflated as we look at what the feedback was. So we are here to reconvene. The providing of documentation is relatively a straightforward process that we can provide to ensure that it is comprehensive in what was done and what was done that didn't yield the impact. And it's absolutely okay to say. So I want to move us or pivot us quickly to a place of collaboration, because this isn't two different sides of a argument or a debate. This is a group of like-minded people who know what the priority is of this district, and us working collaboratively to define the action that will take place. And if there's anyone on my staff who feels differently, they won't be a member of my staff when they're the sheep in the the wolf in the sheep's clothing, or whatever it is revealed. And that's just a commitment I make to myself because I know the value and importance of this work. So, it is very, very unique in the sense that there is, from a historical perspective, a lack of trust, and this is just lip service, and this is just trying to get it done so we can get it done, and that's not at all. This drives the work, and from an internal organizational standpoint, in terms of how I run and lead the system as a whole, I don't think there's an administrator that thinks, oh, Dr. Moore is just saying this. I think they clearly understand it is a priority for me. It is at the root of me what is important as a member of the community. In terms of the conversations around data that we have and how we link it to instruction, even in the midst of COVID-19, I don't think there's an administrator who would say, yeah, he just likes to talk about data. I don't think, in the midst of COVID-19, we're still talking to principals and administrators about being ready instructionally on day one to meet the needs of all children. So from an internal organizational standpoint and how we've been designed and aligned to meet the needs of all children, we're going to do what needs to be done. And it is not in disconnect or in confrontation at all. It is quite the opposite. It is the creation of a plan that is aligned, and we're going to hear Chris's voice again. No, that is aligned to us as a whole and ensures that we continue to drive this priority forward for the next 15, 20 years. And that's the amount of time that it's going to take. And it isn't just a year process or 2-year process. This is about building a culture of equity across a community that hasn't had its intention or thought process around equity. And it will take a number of years to shift and modify. And we are still in the infancy stages of doing this work. The infancy stages of doing this work in comparison to a number of other counties and communities across the nation. And quite honestly, I'm proud to bring this work to the forefront. And it is heartbreaking to give the presence that we're at ends or we're in confrontation with one another in the creation of this plan. Because with my hands on the heads of my 2 children and all the love for my wife, this is job priority number 1. So I am not in confrontation. No one in this organization will sell this work short. No one. This is us coming together to problem solve around what is a creation of the plan that aligns the energy and the movement of this system. And what fuels that energy and that movement is an unwavering belief of all of us collectively around this work. So we will provide, and that's really kind of what I want to hear, what moves us to a place where, is it a perfect plan? Reserve perfect for Jesus. We're not going to get there. But is it a plan that I can have a level of comfort that we are moving forward in this work? Absolutely. Is there additional documentation that we could provide to have a higher level of comfort as a community that finally, this is just not lip service? Absolutely. Let us provide it. And that data will say, hey, they've done this, but they fell short here. And here's how they shifted or modified their practice. And we can provide that. And I have a better understanding as to why you need that. And it makes absolute perfect sense. So continuing to problem solve, to drive this work forward, to create a plan. So as we listen through areas, some of which have been clearly defined through email coming into this meeting, we have a better sense as to what we can provide to move us to a place of implementation.
So my question, Dr. Warrior, is and other panelists, the 2 things that I have noted that you want to make sure are listed so that we're looking at the actionable steps are the data and the methodology, correct?
That's correct. And I have a sort of a basic question also and I don't know, is that, because my screen's a little, is that Dr. Lord or is that Mrs. Dampier speaking? I'm sorry.
Speaking right now is Robin Bethel, Director of
Robin
Student
Bethel.
Services.
Okay, now are you responsible? We're on action step 1. We're on goal 1. Is that correct? Now, so now you've thrown sort of another piece at me in terms of who's responsible and who's accountable for what. And I'd like to just kind of maybe walk through this Bethel the plan that we've talked about, there are names over here, and Dr. Moore has explained to us why specifically. And you know, that there are people's names versus just position names, because we've talked about that. And I'm saying, okay, he wants to show that it's a living document and that it will be changed as many times as necessary. So if we look at number one, trying to get back, and I know you feel maybe that I'm not answering your question, but if I look where we are now in this process, we're at goal one, action step one, I guess. And I'm looking over here and I see responsible parties. And those are the people that I'd like to hear from. Can Dr. Lord, and it's kind of small, Dr. Long, tell me that looking back at action step 1.1, and I guess, do you feel that this is your best effort? When you look at the action step and compare it to the evidence of completion, do you think that that's what you represent here is the best we can do with connecting those things, that indeed an implementation steps by students represents completion of action step one? I'd like to ask the people that are responsible at that just to respond, because I think that's part of where we're going. If you think this is,
And I would be
best,
happy to.
do you understand what I'm asking? If you understand, I'm asking the people responsible for that.
Yes. So this is Dr. Lord. I would be happy to respond to 1.1. And when we look at this coming year, because that's where we're at now, is this year, where are we at with professional development for those admin, instructional teachers, support staff, everyone, to understand those culturally responsive instructional practices? We are working with Dr. Long to have this across the board for all staff members. So I do feel like 1.1 is where we are headed. If you notice, it's partially completed because we have done some work in that, but this is truly going to be an effort at the forefront, even starting with Reignite that we have for our district leaders and teachers. So I would be very comfortable with 1.1 and saying, yes, this is where we're at. Then we go, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Well, I was just going to mention at 1.2, which doesn't have our department listed for curriculum instruction, but actually that lives with us as well, because as Mrs. Bethel already mentioned, that at the school level, some of the pre-work had been done, and I actually did a root cause analysis with principals, guidance counselors, and assistant principals, all talking about what are they seeing in the classroom. So when Dr. Jacobs said this is their next step, we did some of that pre-work already so that when they come to that room, they've got an understanding of what they're going to be discussing. And it's going to be something they're going to be looking for at the start of the year. So I know that this is hard. Each of these action steps, actually it takes literally a village to complete them. So many of us have different pieces. We are putting it up into the documentation folders. 1.2 actually went very well with 1.43 from last year's plan. So we've got different plans as well. So last year's plan of 1.43, we were looking at regression of 3, 4s, and 5s. They did a root cause analysis with that. That information is there in the folder. I did discuss how we came to that, the questions that were asked. We got down to what are you seeing in the classrooms and looking first at that data. So we actually have implementation steps that we put out for each one. So you're seeing an overall action step, but it may contain 6, 8 implementation steps that I'm taking ownership. This is how I'm getting my work done. So I appreciate you asking the questions, and you absolutely should be making sure that this is, as Dr. Moore said, a living document. This is not something I put on a shelf. None of us have, because we look at it and say, what am I responsible for? But also, where do we connect? And that's one of the things that all of our departments and offices have talked about is I'm connecting with Dr. Long on this. So when I'm connecting, when I'm going through a root cause analysis, I'm going to reach out to her and say, come join us for this meeting. We talk about what our purpose is, and then we sit with principals to make sure that we're maximizing their time. So So she's not pulling them for another individual item, again, so that we can collaborate in the whole process. I mean, that's what this plan is a work of collaboration in this district.
Thank you,
Okay,
Dr. Lord. I
I'm
think
not
that-
sure if I
that-
answered
No,
everything.
that's fantastic. I think that clearly articulates the value, as Dr. Moore said, of having individuals on the column of responsible staff, because you are clearly able to articulate what you have done to support this plan. So thank you.
So,
But you
Mr.
know,
Meyer,
I'm
can I
not
speak?
questioning
Yes,
as
Dr.
much
Long, go
as
ahead.
you may think so, your action steps. For right now, I'm just going to trust that those action steps are what you think needs to be done. What I want to be able, from my perspective, is to say, okay, they did all these things and they can document and they can show me. But then I want to look just at your plan, not even questioning whether the actions you're taking are appropriate at this point, because we still can't get to a sort of a baseline. What it says is evidence of completion. Because when I look at the action steps in some subsequent plan, and then look at evidence of completion and see what the outcome is, and if the outcome is positive, then I'm going to say, gee, maybe you should tinker with your action steps. And I probably, unless I have some great idea, won't even get involved in how you reform those action steps. I just want to be able, as I have for 5 or 6 years now, to be able to say, okay, they did this action and this is the outcome we got. Did it impact the outcome one way or the other? So that we know not to continue year after year to put the same action steps in and not show any results. That's all I'm asking. I'm really not asking for the explanation or questioning whether you're doing your job or not. I just want to know that, yeah, if I, want to come back, Dr. Lord, and see all the things you do, because as we start to problem solve, maybe why 1.1 didn't cause the, didn't contribute to the outcome we want to see. How do we then take it apart and look at it? Because for me, that's more of a root cause analysis than kind of where we are, now.
And you can see in that 1.1, we did change the evidence of completion, and that was based on the feedback of our last meeting, that it was, okay, so what if we have PD rosters? And I absolutely agree with, that's just saying that they attended a meeting, but that evidence of completion now for 1.1 is actually seeing something implemented in the schools. So we will, after the workshops in the PD and the ongoing, not a one-off, but an ongoing professional development effort is in place to say, what have you put in place that's different as a result of going to this professional learning? Because that's the only way that we can tell if that professional learning has taken place. So that's what the evidence of completion is. And again, that came from our last meeting of changing that.
Correct, and I think that's, if we can pivot and move forward here, I think that's what we were here to do today. As we met a couple weeks ago, we went in 4 separate groups, took 4 separate pieces of feedback, convened back the whole group. Then we came back as a CNI team and did our best to synthesize those changes, put them into this document. I understand where some people may feel like their one particular piece of feedback didn't make it into this document, but that's an example that feedback did make it into this document. So, we're still on 1.2, haven't moved to 1.3, but I think that the point of today was to go through each of these to make sure that the feedback that was collected to move forward is captured. There's a lot of discussion, about global parts of the plan, which I appreciate, and as Dr. Moore said, we will stay here until we have to get that done. But I would like to continue to push forward on these individual action steps to get any necessary revisions from the group. But before that, Dr. Long, you want to say anything else to that point? Are we ready to move forward from here? I know you had your hand up, Timmy. We good? Thank you, ma'am. All right, so 1.3.
Mr. Meyer, I'm sorry, but did someone already go over, I may have missed it, why action 1.2 has partially and fully marked?
Was that those of you that were working on that, Dr. Long and Dr. Jacobs, would partially be more appropriate there, given the fact that we're moving forward? So we will remove the fully complete from that. Ms. Libby, did you? There you are. Done.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
No, thank you, Ms. Wall. That's a good catch. All right, so moving to 1.3. it formally said to create and implement, and we recommended to the group last time that we need to take the create out of there because we did so. We created that curriculum matrix. We reviewed each and every course and content from each grade level and are now in the process of including that into the curriculum maps. What we found were that there were instances the African American history was being covered, but it was not in the curriculum map explicitly. So we're in the process of reviewing or amending those and making sure that that is posted. And so that was the change to that action step. We were doing it, and we are doing it, and we will continue to do it. I think the action step speaks to the fact that we are including it in, we created and we're implementing the matrix, and that is in our specific curriculum maps.
May I request, Mr. Meyer, then that when these documents and things are created and posted on the website, that we can come to some agreement how that's done, because at least for myself, as I've tried to sort through and search for documents, they might be in any one of the folders, and they can be buried very deeply, and it's sometimes very hard to come by that information.
Absolutely.
So
I think that we can put a link that in the upload for the evidence of completion that can get you directly to that. So that's my understanding, is that was Dr. McMahon, just give me a nod that I'm saying the right thing, that as we upload that evidence completion in the online portal, that it will go directly to that.
Thank you.
What I can tell you, Mr. Brown, is that I reviewed the curriculum that was in use in the district, reviewed the instructional materials, and we can show the document when it is complete to be posted by August 31st, each and every instructional material that covers African American history and where it can be referenced.
Going back to why we are here, yeah, you can do that analytically. I'm telling you, on the ground, having been involved with this district, it's been a facade. I can go pull up documentation on a lot of things that are not going on. So if we're going to be transparent, if we're going to start this the right way, then if we're going to truly integrate African American history into our curriculum, this, under your watch and under Dr. Moore's watch, should reflect a beginning, not partially completed. I can't see that when previous to Dr. Moore coming here, it was a joke. I mean, nothing was real about it, even to your African American, what was those people, they were given a stipend to do stuff according to African American history, when all they did was show up for Martin Luther King parade. There's some history that some people need to talk about relative to some of this stuff before we go and say this is partially completed. When as a person who's lived here his life, this is a joke.
Sure.
It's just a beginning.
Mr. Brown, I can't argue with your experience nor what has happened in the past, but I'll just speak to the action step itself, which is to implement a curriculum matrix and to place that into the curriculum map, and that is what is partially complete. So that's where I am with the assessment of that action step. So we can amend things from there, but as far as this stands, I would have to agree with the assessment that that action step was there. If you would, have a proposal of how to modify that step to change the language, we'd be happy to hear that. But I would just go back to, we did not hear a request from that when we met 2 weeks ago. That's why it still says the action step that it has right now. But happy once again to amend it, today with further input from the group. I think that's why we're here today.
I agree that both what Mr. Meyer is saying and what Mr. Brown is saying. When you look at partially complete, it is partially complete, yet it is, as I was referencing earlier, as is everything in this plan, in its infancy. It is at the beginning. Creating the schedule, the matrix, and putting it into the frameworks is the first step. So, and complete transparency, it is partially complete. It hasn't yielded an outcome. But I would, as Mr. Meyer said, take feedback from the group. But for me, being beginning, partially complete, I'm fine with either.
Mr. Meyer, do you happen to know where in the curriculum department on the website the matrix is posted by chance?
It will be, as it says that the implementation timeline is August 31st. It will be posted underneath, Ms. Becerra, help me out there, underneath the academic success portal there. It is currently, we already got it posted? Okay. It's under required instruction. In the evidence section of the plan? Okay.
Where is the required instruction area of the website? Because there's Department of Academic Success. Is that the area that people can go into to find the matrix?
I think Ms. Becerra is pulling the website up right now to step through the step-by-step.
Thank you.
I'm having trouble with the internet on my laptop. Let me see if I can get it up. All right, as we're doing that, we can come back to that, Ms. Wall.
I found it.
Fantastic.
I found it. Yes. Thank you.
1.4, we'll move on to 1.4. 1.4 was one that we also amended after meeting with the group, especially along the evidence of completion. Formerly, it said the rosters. When you look at what the action step is, this is obviously a step that's near and dear to my heart, coming from our former work, making sure that our students who are identified to receive intensive reading interventions actually get those. Formerly, we just had the course intervention rosters, but taking feedback from the group, we realized that may not tell the whole story, that we wanted to make sure we were speaking to the percentage of students that qualified for those interventions, and then those who actually received it, right? And we would want 100% of the students who are qualifying for those intensive interventions to be getting them. Certainly anything less than 100% would be why we need to correct that action step. So thank you to the feedback from the group for that recommendation, and that is why we changed the evidence of completion there. 1.5 is, another one that's just partially complete. There were not any recommended changes to that one prior to meeting or afterwards. We still have to ensure that the school improvement plans for the upcoming school year have the requisite components, and we will make sure that that occurs. 1.6, another.
May I ask a question, Mr. Meyer, about 1.5, please?
Absolutely.
The school improvement plans are, say timeline, October 31st, and I think that's driven somewhat by the state's requirement to have it in at that point. Is that correct?
That's correct, Dr. Warren.
Is it possible to move those ahead? Because what that says is that it'll be November before we can look at a school, before we, I don't know about you all, can look at a school improvement plan and see that it reflects, you're halfway through your school year.
Yeah, and I think that you will see some evidence of completion before that. I'm a little uncomfortable moving the timeline. I'm not to argue with you. I'll just explain the rationale for that. Historically speaking, schools do not receive their data from the state until the middle of July. This year, obviously, we're rolling forward, so we have intent to begin the design of those school improvement plans it's next week, right? Next week. Here we go. So next week, we'll begin the development of those school improvement plans with the administration, staff, and some school-based leadership. From there, they need to hold meetings with their staff and with their school advisory councils and ensure that they have the buy-in and approval, which generally will not come until some point in August, possibly in September, and then we have to then bring them to a school board meeting to have them formally approved. So you will begin to see pieces of evidence from that, but the final culminating thing, it will be difficult to get the entire process with a meeting done prior to October. It's very, very challenging.
Yes,
to get that.
I'm not asking you to change the timeline. What I was just wondering is it the intent that we'll ever have a school improvement plan ahead of the year that we're halfway through? Will we ever have it ahead of time? Will a school district go knowing into the beginning of the year what they need to improve versus waiting until the middle of the year to figure that out, whether or not it's state, I don't care when you send it to the state, I understand that.
Dr. Warrior, I couldn't agree more. When I was in Miami in charge of continuous improvement, upon my arrival at that office, school improvement plans went in February to the board. And then we were able to get it all the way to October. So as Mr. Meyer and his team leads this work, October is a very aggressive goal. And I think what's important to give you a level of comfort is that isn't like, okay, here's the plan, let's begin implementing it, even though we've been in school for basically a month and a half. This is the fully improved plan that goes in front of the board, that gives the school board and community comfort that is a collaborative process. So not only are we bringing the plans themselves, we're also giving an assurance that teachers and community and parents have the opportunity to be involved in the creation of the plan. And as we're kicking off the work for school improvement next week, which is extremely aggressive. And as Mr. Meyer said, some of the data moves us forward, which we don't have to wait on that particular process. But schools, very similar, as they create the plans, will make sure those plans are being communicated to their communities via the web page, taking it to their SAC committees, taking it to PTSA, seeking input. So what comes to the board is a plan that has been created at the onset as early as July, but it is ultimately approved at that particular time. So it is, I understand exactly what you're saying, but I think we'll all see, communities will see, parents will see, as we create the plan, it will be a transparent process where, a parent can go on and say, well, let me see, what are the goals of this particular school? We're going to start defining what those goals and strategies are next week, and then we can have that information posted. And then as we move into a place in which teachers are back in school during their opening exercises and workshops, rather than just, I think what has probably happened in previous years and buckets is, hey, our opening of schools meetings where this is where the copier is and this is the procedure to get a copy. We can send you all that information in an email. These meetings will be about creating the strategic plans or the implementation steps aligned to the strategies collaboratively as a school community. So you will see significant movement on school improvement plans and how they will be aligned to our strategic plan as well as the African American Achievement Plan.
Okay, thank you.
For the next 4 indicators or action steps, 1.6, 1.7, 1.8, 1.9, there were no recommended changes from the group, and therefore you will not see changes for these on this document. As well, on 1.10, there was a recommendation to modify that one. Formally, it said, create a transportation plan where all students have equal access to schools within their home zone, and it was recommended to modify that one so they have equitable access to school choice. Yes, sir. Mr. Brown.
I must have been asleep, but in 1.7, it says that consistent with the percentage of African American students represented in the district within a range of plus or minus 9 percentage points. Dr. Warrior and I fought that in court. We brought it up when we both was on the equity committee. What's the percentage of African American students in the district? If you do a plus of 9%, that leaves, what, 8%? That's problematic, very much so. So I had to be asleep the other week in that one. The other one was 1.8. It says implement a master plan with the goal of conducting a rezoning study. No one has talked to the NAACP. In my 12 years as president of the NAACP, every time rezoning came up, it was paramount that we were at the table because it is consistent with being a part of the DSEG order. So I stand in error if I saw these and didn't say nothing in the last meeting, but I will be saying something in the future because those two, we talked about the 9 percentage points and the rezoning are both issues that fall heavily under the DSEG order.
Mr. Brown, that was a part of the original plan that was posted back in February the 9th, 1.7. So that's why it continued. What do you recommend that we change it to? Because this was, you know, we had feedback from every member last time, so.
The 9, plus or minus 9%. Those who were in federal court with us, it was brought up that according to those numbers, that there would not be any African American teachers in certain schools, and it would be okay. When you come to take 9% away from 17%, you're looking at 8%.
This is student enrollment.
Student, yes. I'm looking at all of that. So you would have a school where you might have 30, 40, 50 African American students. So you're putting them in a contentious environment. And sometimes we have to think outside of the bubble and sit at these tables and say, how do I make these children feel comfortable? And if you have 8% of a student population that's only African American, it's a problem starting out. And I know Dr. Warrior and I, we fought hard about that 9% in the board. It doesn't make sense in today's environment.
Now this is the plus or minus 9%. We would have to go back. This is original language concerning students that has been in the document since probably 1994. I think our biggest concern in the court had been around the hiring, employment, recruitment of teachers, not so much the distribution of students. This was agreed upon quite a while ago. I'm not saying that it should not change, but this has remained consistent probably at least since the 94 plan, I think. Okay.
It's such a deep minority that you don't feel relevant. And I think at one time at Osceola, 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago, there was 45 African American students on that campus, 45 on that student population. So I had a problem with it then, and I mentioned it. But, you know, that's just one of the things that bothers me. Even more so is in the rezoning. That because those two are cousins when you really look at it from our perspective. When you're doing the rezoning, how do these numbers come up on what percentage of African Americans going to be in what school? And are we going to get racially defined the school? Which we already have.
Right, yes, sir. I agree with you. I think that maybe if we can create the first time a place, and I know it's late to do it. I mean, it's many years late. But if we create a place, because it's going to be really tricky with our expanding school choice options, how we make those also fit in with the requirements that we're under with the federal court. And we've just got to get some numbers out there and start looking at them and seeing what that means, and then maybe we would choose or not choose to make some changes in that, because there's if we both sides agreed on that, the court would not refuse us that. But so I'm saying let's get some data. We've never played with any data around this before to see how this works out.
And just for a level
Is that-
of clarity, that language taken right from basically the courts, and that was the plus or minus in terms of students, as Ms. Dampier is shaking her heads. I think additional information on the master plan, which is a study, maybe if I don't completely say it correctly, but this thing around my mouth, Mr. Fagan can add, but this is a study of enrollment and a study of where our schools are currently located and what students are accessing what schools, so we can have that data available to have a conversation if we need to shift or modify based on that. So that is the infusion of data, so we can really look at where our schools are currently located and which students are attending what schools, so we could look at or have the conversation around, that information coming from an outside source. And I think that's doesn't do anything but give us more meaningful information in which to complete the right action steps. In looking at choice, I think it's important to infuse into the conversation that it's going to be a very, very weird year, because we have 1,000 students right now before the deadline of the 15th choosing virtual school, and another 1,000 students, over 1,000, choosing a new created model, which is a transitional model, which obviously keeps them at home. So parents are making choices around safety and health but in order to keep their children health and safety. We're holding those spots in terms of choice and magnet programs, but this is going to be a year when this data probably will be skewed because of the options parents are taking moving into COVID.
And so we can move on. I still go back to 1.7, that 9%, and that's my fault. But when we were in court, the judge did say that any of this stuff, if the Indian River County School District and the Indian River County NAACP sat down and altered this and agreed on it, it could be done. And this is one of them that's been in my this problem for me. And I just wanted that 9%. I just, and I understand what you're saying, Doc, with the origin of the zoning. But, in previous administrations, day one, we were brought to the table, so.
All right, thank you, Mr. Brown. So we will indeed move forward with the next action steps. 1.1.
Mr. Meyer,
Yes.
if you don't mind, can we go back to step 1.8 on the rezoning, please?
Sure.
To cover that a little bit more today, I put in a public record request for the evidence of completion area, which is partially, it's in the midst of the timeline, which I reviewed in the record that I received regarding the July 7th updated process timeline, whereby there was a start with a June 8th pre-planning meeting that involved a consultant, correct, that produced the slideshow?
I'm getting a nod from Mr. Fagan in the back. The microphone is heading his way. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I received the record, and all I received was the slideshow that was presented by the consultant on June 8th. The timeline, however, says that we're nearing the posted deadline of July 15th with the data analysis and the GIS part of the timeline, and I didn't get any of those records.
Ms. Wall, this is Ron Fagan. You are correct. That timeline will have to slip a little bit. The ultimate deadline for the master plan is December 2020. The consultant that we use is out of the state. The coronavirus has impacted him. Personally, I'm not going to go into those details. There is a revised timeline coming out. But the ultimate deadline for the master plan is December 20. And just to comment on the rezoning, I've worked with this individual in the past. Once all the documentation and the data is obtained, there will be a series of town hall meetings where the data will be displayed showing where the children are, what schools they're assigned to, what schools they choose to go to, and explore any opportunities for rezoning. There may not be any. It is just an item to explore once we get to that point.
So my understanding then is that the second part of the timeline with the data and the GIS is not in the district's hands yet. It's with the consultant.
The GIS data is in a final formation with the vendor.
As well as the data.
That is correct.
Okay, so then my record request is complete then? There's no other supporting documentation, no other work product that the district has on this at this point in time?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. There was no recommended changes to a 1.1, therefore none were made. We recommended removing the former 1.12. There were no disagreements with that, and therefore that was removed, and some of the former indicators, action steps were bumped up. And the former, let's see, let me make sure I don't transpose any numbers on anybody. So 1.13 moved to 1.12, and that remained unchanged. 1.14 moved to 1.13, and there was a slight modification to that one because we were able to create the real-time data, and that then changed to providing support for the use of that real-time data. So that one was amended slightly, and that is the way it was left. And then 1.14 was formally, and the plan was to create an African American Student Council. That was completed, and that was therefore then changed to engage with the African American Student Council to ensure that work continues. So it certainly wasn't enough just to create it. We want to make sure they engage with and use that group of students. All right, so then we get to the next area of the plan, which was around graduate.
Excuse me, I'm so sorry, but I do have some questions with what you just went over,
Sure.
if I may ask. Going back to page 20, the 1.10 action step, the transportation plan, is that a record that I can request?
I'm phoning a friend for Miss Idolette is not here today. She was here before, so.
Is
she on there? All right.
I guess I'm asking Mr. Bass then, if because he's part of the responsible staff section on 1.10, is the transportation plan something that I can request a record of in its current form?
Ms. Wall. Hey, this is Scott Bass. At this time, it's not fully not a fully set out plan, and particularly with everything coming up with COVID and our dealing with trying to plan for this year, what we would give you would be completely incomplete.
All right, but I can request it in the incomplete form, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question about, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Dr. Ward.
Okay, the same one, it says the action step, I'm back to action step and how it connects to evidence of complete. That the transportation plan will be a record by race, by school, that's the plan? Because I would think evidence of completion would be the plan.
Maybe if you repeat the question, we could better understand.
Right. The action step is create a plan. And then it is where I kind of look and I say, oh, okay, there will be a plan. Then I look at evidence of completion. It doesn't show that it will be a completed transportation plan. It then describes transportation records by race, by school. That's sort of the documentation that supports the plan, if I understand that. So again, I'm saying, I think that there's a disconnect between action steps and what is the evidence of completion of that action.
Yeah, I think we can easily solve that one, Dr. Ward. This is Mr. Meyer, by adding into the evidence of completion the plan and the transportation records that assure that the outcomes of the plan are what it was intended to do. Would that be amicable solution to that?
111 is very similar. Develop a process which is not the same as documentation of extracurricular activities at each school. Would you agree? If the action step is develop a process to identify current needs and supports for equitable participation, for me that's quite different than a documentation of what the activities are at each school by race.
All right, we can certainly add into the evidence of completion the methodology of the process as well as the documentation of the activities and participation by race.
Right, there's something that I can see the process through which you go to identify the needs and supports. Right.
All right, so moving forward then, were there any other questions about the ones that I previously brought up? Are we good to move on to the next section of Goal 1, which is the graduation area? Okay, we'll move forward there. So there was some feedback. I don't know if we want to go through the discussion about the data table again. We certainly can if it's necessary. But the former table was amended and the current table is there on page 23. Or if we just want to, retain the same sort of feedback that we would like to see the 5 years worth of data on that.
Well, certainly the 5 years worth of data, but the on both tables it says baseline condition 2019-2020. Why are we using that as the baseline year? And it'll become, more apparent as we move through when we don't have much of the information. Why aren't we using 2018-2019, the last full completed school year? Then we wouldn't end up with all the sort of
I made a phone a friend on that one. Those of us that created the table from that, we will. Although we will not. I will say this: although we will not have student achievement data from the state for 1920, we will have graduation data. So that will be a data set that will be forthcoming officially from the state, generally in December, right at the end of this year. So, but to your point about this particular table, as it's being improved now, I'd be happy to get some assistance from the rest of the group as to that and the thought process there.
Right, but more fundamental than that, why are we using for any of the tables that the baseline condition is 2019-2020? Because it's not a complete school year. Why not use the baseline that at least gives us the ability to see what it is? I don't know the answer for what we do for this fluky 2019-2020 school year that we've had. But just on this table, it's just kind of ignored. So to say that baseline conditions at the head of each of these tables is for a school year that we don't really know what to do with yet, don't have all the information, I don't understand.
So do you have a year that you would propose? Maybe you said I didn't catch it. What was the proposal to use for the baseline year?
Use the baseline 2018-2019.
Because that is the last data set that we have, and I think it's important to keep it. This is, the good news is we will have data here, but we won't have that data until the end of this calendar year, which would be in December or January, as it was this year, and then it will be significantly skewed when we do have it because of COVID and the relaxed requirements that were put in place for this graduating class. So based on those two conditions, I think 18-19 would be the best year to use because it has all of the same requirements that this upcoming graduating class would have.
Right. And I don't know yet what to do with 2019, 2020, frankly. I mean, it's there, some of the data will be there, but a lot of it will be missing, and then we can't even, we can't even utilize. And that's sort of an ongoing comment about that for all the, not just this.
We can make that change.
All right, the change has been made.
Mr. Meyer, quick
Yes.
on 22, is the status update there?
Yeah, so as that one was reworded, it was probably not clicked. I think that it would be beginning, we could probably do not yet. I mean, as it's a brand new one, but I think it's beginning. They certainly have identified who the student council is moving forward, so we can click beginning for that one.
Thank you.
All right, so moving on to the action steps, 1.15, making sure that I'm saying the right thing. I don't believe that any changes were recommended prior to or during, therefore no changes were made, simply just moving the numbers. As well for 1.16. As well as for 1.17. As well as for 1.18.
I have a question on page 25, please.
Yes.
1.17, when this is fully complete, what do you mean by employee recruitment and targeted resource strategies? Is that something that is in evidence of completion?
We have the microphone moving to Ms. Bethel, who's going to.
Hello, this is Robin Bethel in Student Services. Part of employing and recruiting that, as I came into the position, we were looking over the collaborative work with the Peer Forward, which is kind of like a college-bound type of program, and are in the process of finalizing the Peer Forward process in which they become targeted resources. Students are coached and taught and then help their peers in looking at career or college opportunities, and they help to target others to join them and help in the process.
Which one are we, which one are we?
Employee recruitment for.
So we're talking
I
about
apologize.
1.17, correct?
Okay.
And if I could
apologies.
address that, and we almost need another piece, because what I don't want to have is that this plan looks like we're always in the beginning stages. We completed it for last year, but this is cyclical. That this will be every year we are starting over again, looking at that cohort of students. So I feel very strongly that 1.17, we invested a great deal of time and energy on the behalf of the teachers, the admin, everyone looking at those students who were on track to graduate and concerned for those that were not, putting in some new things this year that we have not done before with Indian River State College to provide some support for students, to have the credit recovery at a much higher level, and the teachers calling throughout the summer this year as well. So it was fully complete last year, but now we're entering into the new. And so again, we're starting over. So we almost need another box that says it was complete last year, but we're going to do it again. So this is an ongoing piece. So I don't know how we address that, because when we initially were saying what the status was, it was, did you complete this last year? Yes, we did complete this one. Are we going to do it again? Absolutely. So your question about it was on target. I absolutely agree that there needs to be something that says that, because if we say we're from the beginning, that's not true. We do have some supports there already ready to go, but it will be started again with the next cohort.
Then one of the things that I would suggest when you say, how do you reflect the other, was the point I brought up earlier. If we had a plan that we closed out from last year, you could have documented there as fully complete, as fully complete, and then move this forward. But we're not closing out last year's plan as we move. This isn't the last year's plan. This is, what is this, 2021? This is next year's plan, right?
It is, and if it was fully, if anything is fully complete, I don't know why it would be in the plan. I agree with what's being said, that it was done last year, in a year in which we were robbed of 3 months of school, so we purely haven't realized the results. So it would be maybe a discussion around adding continuation or implementing again any action step in here. Continues to need to be monitored and implemented. So we probably need to think around a continuation box, because we approved the plan in February. We approved it 5 days before actually a week and 2 school days before we were shut down, because this was the last board meeting in February in which it was approved. And then 2 weeks later, we were closed down. So the implementation of this plan was drastically impacted. So saying, maybe adding a box that says continuing, reoccurring. Thank you. Perfect.
Right, and for this one, it says monitor African American students who are not on track to graduate. From my more simplistic, back at the 30,000 foot level, as you say, Dr. Moore, I'd like to see how many there were. I'd like to see how many students weren't on track to graduate at one period, and then how that number changed over time before we even, can then go back and start to look at the action steps to see if the action steps really impacted what occurred.
That is. Okay, so I was just in my mind trying to think of the data set that we would have, students who are off track at the beginning of the school year versus students who are now on track. It's in Power BI, no?
It'll also be in the progress report. So the early warning system is defined by the state. It has 4 indicators, and so that's the data report in the progress report. So it will be, an ongoing, every month that we release that progress report, it will show each month where those students stand in terms of the early warning indicators.
Right, and if that makes sense for you all, fine. I wouldn't even need it every month. If it makes sense to you guys. But if I just knew every quarter how things were moving, then I would think as you is that if things aren't moving or something's happening, you have to look at your action steps or your intervention.
I agree.
So does it, under the evidence of completion section where it only refers to rosters, is that an accurate full disclosure of what is needed for that particular step? Or it just seems like we're missing the strategies, the support of what the rosters are going to show,
so,
what that means.
Ms. Wall, I think part of it kind of goes back to, and if I could draw a parallel, when we would have something that said develop a PD, and we had the evidence of completion as the PD roster, it was, in all fairness, that does not mean that actual PD was implemented. So what we did is we refocused on what is the actual evidence that this was implemented, and I think that's why if you go back, we had as Dr. Warrior pointed out, when it said create this, why isn't that as an evidence? think, and I can't speak to this exact one, but it seems like it's a common theme. We're trying to show what the actual, if it's there and if it's working, this is what the data will do. But certainly, you know, the feedback that we're getting, like we've adjusted in the past, is let's go ahead and add in the actual physical evidence that that was implemented, but also the evidence that that action step is working.
Yes, Dr. McMahon, I completely agree with that. Thank you. And that applies to 1.18 too, right? Okay, thank you.
Okay, moving forward, there were no proposed changes to 1.19, 1.20, 1.21. Those were left as is. We will take the same feedback for the status updates moving forward for those as well, now that we've addressed that. The next couple were revised after the Equity Summit, where there were, as you can, you know, if you go back and look at the number of indicators or action steps that existed around graduation planning, we combined a couple to make the steps be a little more concise. And so 1.22 was the result of that, where we took some feedback from the group to include the parents during those quarterly meetings, or at least, you know, inform them of what is going on.
Mr. Meyer?
Yes.
I have a question about 1.20. Whenever I see number of meetings, I don't see how that ties into whether or not the time utilized with the students is working or not. So.
I think that's a consistent issue. Well, I know for me it is a consistent issue throughout this plan. And that's why I ask people, you know, do they feel that what they've listed as evidence of completion, it shouldn't be just a checkbox, as Dr. was said, that we did it. It should be that I got information that I need to support the action step.
So am I hearing the proposal to change the evidence of completion would be the curriculum of the training that was provided to the counselors?
Well, your action step, let's hear what you think if you read your own action step. Collaborate with high school principals and graduation coaches to monitor and create an action plan to increase the achievement of identified students. I mean, you know, then the outcome was, does that happen? And that's not done through a documentation steps.
Correct, because the plan in 1.19, create an action plan, would be part of the evidence. What that plan looks like, and then the process and the documentation of action steps, the documentation that went along with complying with the plan, right? If I were to put in a
I don't
record
entirely
request
disagree. I
for
just, you know, I think
the
it's,
action plan, would that be available for
Ms.
1.19?
Yeah, that's what I don't think that I don't see that as a problem. So what you're saying is beyond just the documentation of the action steps, the actual plans themselves. If the goal is to
Yes.
create an action plan, then darn it, where's the action plan? And same thing. So we add, you know, documentation of action steps. You know, evidence of completion would be action plans. And then same thing for 1.2. Although I agree with the number of meetings per students, because those are the opportunities that drive the change and the interaction with students, but as well as the materials and resources for the workshop or professional development that was being offered. So obviously, you know, a sign-in sheet, one thing, but what was the content of the information that was available, the PowerPoint, the training, the theory of action behind those, and we could add that as well.
Yes, Dr. Moore, thank you. Yes.
A sort of a comment. I think one of the things we're doing are mixing, trying to do too many different things in this document. At the beginning of the tables, you say that you're rolling all that data together to give the board sort of an idea of what's going on. And the action plan to be seen, or the African American Achievement Plan, would be the same. There's that layer. But if anybody ever came and asked to see, well, what's the next, you know, then that detail can be provided. And even if no one else came to ask you for that, you would need that yourself going forward to evaluate, you know, the impact.
No, I think I have a deeper understanding based on this conversation, which I truly appreciate. So as we go back and look at evidence of completion, Dr. Long, Ms. Wall, what I'm hearing is very specific documentation aligned to the action step and less generic regarding, as we just shifted, documentation of action steps, and, you know, not saying that, but saying the actual action plans themselves. I think that's a very quick shift that we can make throughout the plan.
So
Right.
can I make a statement 1.20? So if we're adding action plans, can we eliminate where it says number of students of the graduation, all of that, because that's going to be a part of the action plan? Yes, so if you can delete, you know, so we don't have all of that. It's overwhelming.
All right, so I had previously moved us forward to 1.23. Do we still have comments about any of those items up to 1.23?
I do.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I do. Page 27. 1.21, implement motivational assemblies for at-risk students. Number of students participating. Again, that number of students concerns me, that same kind of evaluation as far as the implementation, the implementational information. The substance, I guess, is what I.
So a description of the assembly and the content therein?
Yes, please.
Well, for me, more it's an issue of you guys, I'm assuming, have some sort of evidence-based thing that says these kinds of assemblies work to increase graduation. Is that what we're trying to do here? And so, does it? You know, how will you know year after next that these motivational assemblies, unless, you know, and you may have it, a body of literature say that, you know, that other studies have been done, whether they're ours or not, that these have a real impact on graduation rates.
I think that's a great point, and I think that if we were to find after we, you know, attempted this strategy that we could not provide an evidence base that it had impact, we should cease to do it. I think that this was requested earlier in the development of this plan, and so we kept it moving forward. Okay, so I'm hearing nothing about any of the remaining indicators, 1.22 or 1.23.
I do, actually. I was just waiting for you to finish your correction on 1.21. Implement a plan, again. That doesn't tie into the evidence of completion area.
Which one?
1.22, there's 2 points I want to, oh. You're changing the status area. It's like doubled.
Yeah, we need to get that cleaned up for sure.
Okay.
That is being taken care of right now.
But 1.22 is, my question would be implementation plans from the principals. I don't think that correlates with the number of student meetings. The plan part How do we know that those plans are being completed and effective if it's not part of the evidence?
Ms. Wall, this is Dr. McMahon. I think that if there were no plan that required every school counselor, then the number of student meetings would not reflect the total number of students. The fact is that if there is a plan that requires school counselors to meet with every African-American student, then what we can show through the number of student meetings is that at X school there were 100 African-American students and there were 100 meetings. That means that every student, that plan was, adhered to. As far as the plan for individual students, not being a school counselor, I don't know what those plans would look like, but I do wonder about FERPA and disclosing some personal identifiable information as far as what is specific about that student that needs to graduate. So I don't know if that, each individual student's plan we could submit. Certainly we could, kind of give prototypes or evidence of sample, but I don't know if we could put every single student's individualized plan on the website.
So there's no feedback or written feedback regarding the plans and the principals and how that is going on, how productive that is with meeting the students and how that impacts graduation. The combination of the counselors and
let me try to
Okay.
with this. If you take the first part, principals will implement a plan that requires counselors to be quarterly. That's a measure of what your staff produces. And I mean, and somewhere, you've said it, and somewhere, I mean, not that I'm interested in that number, but if you're going to say that's an evidence of completion, then you'll want to know that, did that indeed happen? Nothing right now in your evidence of completion shows that. I mean, that's a measure that somehow you've connected to academic achievement, quarterly meetings of counselors. Do you understand that first?
Yeah, I do, Dr. Warrior. This is Dr. McMahon again. I think you're absolutely right, and I think that as much as possible, we would love for every action step to be tied directly to our goal statement, but that's, unfortunately, when you problem solve, you identify those barriers, and sometimes your action step is simply to mitigate or reduce that particular barrier. So in this particular case, one of the barriers that were discussed was just informing students, families of graduation requirements, making sure that we don't have students that fall through the cracks, that they are actually getting everything that is needed in order to graduate. So in this case, the evidence that this is working, it's going to be a little indirect, but the evidence is the graduation rate. At the end of each year, we have extensive data that shows us each individual student, what is it that they need to require. Even now, schools are going through, even though we've had graduation ceremonies, both schools are still going through those lists of students, and those students who did not graduate, they are working and trying to motivate them, trying to meet with them to get them to graduate. They have technically through August something or other.
Dr. McMahon, may I interrupt you? Because
Absolutely.
Now we're using the time to talk about that. All I'm simply saying that is, if you're going to implement a plan that requires every school counselor to be quarterly, then to me, evidence of completion is that every school counselor met quarterly.
Yeah, and I agree
and
with
that's
that.
not listed under your evidence of completion.
I agree, and I would go back to my point. I think with the previous ones that said to implement a PD, when we'd have the rosters, it was kind of like, hey, let's remove the roster. So I think in this case, we can certainly add the plans and the number of students, as we previously agreed.
And is the number of student meetings pertaining to the counselors, or is there a separate number of meetings pertaining to the principals?
I don't believe there's any particular number to the principals, no.
Because that's not being tracked or reviewed, right? The meetings with the principals? So if the principal chooses not to meet with students until the second semester, for whatever reason, and another school has a principal that prefers to meet with students twice a month, how is this known to the district?
I think once again, we would know based off of the evidence that's provided to us by the school from the number of meetings, which they would have the date, and we would be able to monitor when those took place. Oh, well, I think that could be. I mean, we can clearly delineate that.
Yeah.
How it was before, when I'm looking at the previous plan, October 31st, December 31st was all part of the implementation timeline. So those two dates should go over in the implementation. Those two dates? No, it should say October 31st, December 31st should be a part of that implementation timeline. So it should be 4 dates. I think it was copied in error in the evidence of completion. So if you can delete where you have the date, October and December, yeah. That was error.
And then you just need a completion step for the principal conducting those meetings.
Where it says number of student meetings, you could probably put number of counselor student, comma, principal student meetings. So that when we collect the data, it will be separated.
All right, are we good there with do we have anything else?
1.23, again, the plan, that is something that I can request as a record in its current form, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
All right, that brings us to the,
Ms. Wall, that evidence
Yes.
is going to be on the website. So there is no need to, when those plans are developed, they will be loaded to the website. So there won't
Well,
be.
I understand that. That would be the finalized version, but if I wanted to ask today for the 1.23 plan in its current format, I should be able to get it, correct?
I believe this plan is for the 2021 school year, which has not started. And so this particular step is referencing the work that we will be doing. And so as we do this work and as they develop those plans, we will upload them to the website so you'll have access to them.
So then the status update should be not yet?
Was there a similar
If
action
some-
step to this in
right,
1920s?
it could be a modification of something that was already produced last year, so but judging from that base, that's why it could be partially complete. But
Yeah.
once again, I mean, that goes back to the discussion of as we roll forward, the next year, you know, how are we sort of taking these individual status updates into account? So I think we could go with a number of these checkboxes for this and particular action step, given the fact that it's the 2021. So I don't think that it would be wrong. It would just be a particular interpretation of where we're at.
So if it's partially complete, then I can place a public record request today and get the current form, whatever draft you're happening, whatever version this might be today, I can get that record, correct?
Well, Chris is checking the website to see if they're already uploaded.
Okay.
So he says that all 3 schools already have them submitted on the website.
So then it's fully complete?
Well, I mean, I guess the other part of it, looking at the verbiage, Ms. Wall, is that it has a plan to monitor and support. So obviously, we have to continue to support. Just because we have the plan's documented, the plan's posted, then it's not fully complete until we finish the support throughout the entirety of the year. So that's another way to interpret, that status update. The plan is
So-
posted. The support will be ongoing.
Okay, so I guess I'm confused because I can get that record, or
You can get that record, yes.
okay.
Saying is that the record is on the website, so if you wanted to save yourself the submission of a public record, you can just go to the district website and access those plans directly.
Then why does it say the district will have a plan if it's already on the website?
21 plan, so we're going to continue that work.
Okay, but that's what I would be asking for, is the 2021 plan, not last year's plan.
Correct, and that's online.
Okay.
And the
All right.
status update checked, both not yet and fully complete is what, just an error? The second status update under 1.2 says both not yet and fully complete are checked.
Yeah, we've amended the 1.22 status update section to only reflect
Okay.
partially complete. Can't read it across the
I still don't understand. I'm sorry. 1.23, if the plans for 2021 are on the website, why is this a partially complete and not fully complete?
I think that, Ms. Wall, that
Section.
comes from our interpretation of what the entirety of the action step entails. So I think if we were to solely say that the district will have a plan and then to monitor and support, then yes, we could probably go fully complete. But I guess for me, leading this, I'm not comfortable clicking fully complete until I'm actually in the midst of that monitoring and supporting to make sure that it occurs. So
May I mention also, this is Robin Bethel. As a school, you are actually in two spaces, so you've not completed the last year's plan because the graduation rate hasn't come out. So the data that you need to tie the bow on that, you really don't have as yet. And as you step forward into the next year in implementing or working on the 2021 plan, you're working off of the data you currently have, and then you begin to change the plan or put structures in place as you then receive the data back from the state. So there's a little bit of a lag in there as we don't have yet the graduation rate completed for last year.
And to clarify your last
it
point,
seems
Ms.
like
Wall,
there's
just to clarify your last point, the 2021 plans are not online. The 1920 are online. The 2021 we have not developed yet because we haven't started the school year, started that plan.
But the plans should be, but plan, I mean, you don't have a 2021 plan, is that what you're saying?
So if I can speak to this one, on 1.23, it talks about the district will have a plan for the graduation. And I believe that that is already underway with CNI. But when we talk about district, it's much larger than us. And so getting all of the departments and offices together, everybody has their piece. But I think for us to say the district has a plan for this, I didn't feel comfortable with fully complete at all, even for last year, because we are not yet at that space. It is under development. So if you ask for the district plan for 2021, it is under development because the reality is we don't know what it's going to look like for us. So when we say lots of plans are under development, that's where we are. But we have already looked at some support pieces that we have for students with credit recovery, and increasing those pieces. So we have some things already in place. It is not at beginning. It was started last year in development, but it certainly needs some additional pieces. So if you ask me today for a full plan, it is not in existence. It is impartial, it is undergoing, it will be worked on, and it will be in place.
The plan, but I think that's a little different, the results of the plan and the plan itself. You must have a way that you are planning to monitor and support, right? You just don't have the the data for graduation rates yet, but you know what the plan is, correct? And that plan, you know what that's going to be for next year, right? And that could be placed on the website at this point, just the plan. Because that's all you say in this action step is, we will have a plan. It doesn't say that you will monitor or that the outcomes of it, it just says you will have a plan. Now, I guess that the other information about how you monitor it and how that ties in will come somewhere else. But if I just, we could clear up the what evidence of completion of what you're putting in the step is, then we would know what to expect.
And adding, once the plan has been created, partially complete, which I think is fine, the evidence of completion would be that plan as defined within the action step. So adding the plan, the district's monitoring plan, would be an acceptable evidence of completion.
Well, that would be part A.
Yeah, well, first, and I think we have the monitoring of the plans, which is, step B, which would be during school site visits, which would be during, walkthroughs, which would be, student services going to schools and looking at, okay, are we doing this? Where are we at? Where are we shifting or modifying practice? So adding that would be fine.
Right, and then if the outcome, and if, I don't know what you want, what the outcome is you expect doing all this, is it to increase graduation rates? I mean, then that could come as step C or D or something, but.
All right, so I think does that finalize our comments for 1.22 and 1.23?
Yes, in that this plan, is there I know there's a timeline involved that you're trying to work under. Do you have, give me a percentage of the partial? What does that mean, percentage-wise, as far as where you are with this plan? Any halfway done, or?
I feel like a weatherman here. Percent of rain. I do not have a percentage for what partial means, no.
So if I were to do a record request this week for your existing work product on this plan, you've got something compiled so far. You may not have all the departments contribute, but you've got something, right?
There is something, yes.
Okay, thank you.
And is June 1 the right time? I mean, what's that the timeline for? And which June 1 are we talking about?
So,
because is this June 1 of next year, which would be the current year that this plan represents? And if so, that's when we be able to access the plan?
and that's something that we need to look at changing, because just this year we added student success coaches, and just in discussing the development of that with student services and how we support that through educator quality. So there are so many moving parts at this point that I would think that we would need to change it. I think the idea of having June 1, we're ready to go, that we have this plan in place to monitor from day one, but I think that was very optimistic at this point in terms of having all the players in place and ready to go.
So is that going to be adjusted
I would say we started at the start
to a different date?
of the year.
It may be best to change that to a new date. I'm looking for some help from the audience. We get some nods. We can move that forward, and then we could probably have the entirety of the plan completed. So do we want to say, Ms. Becerra, what do we want to aim for here? Say again, Dr. Moore? Okay, October, we will change that to October 1st. Yes. All right, that concludes part 2 of Area area 1. The third part is advanced coursework. Do we want to take breaks? Does anybody want to take breaks? Just keep going? All right. I'm going to need a break. I'm going to need a break personally here in a second. So,
Maybe we should get Mr. Let's take a 5-minute break. So
I don't want to get up and miss any of this on my goal here, but I got to take a break.
let's
so-
take a 5-minute break.
Okay, thank you. man. So we are back. We have the majority of our group back. Not everybody. The rest of them will trickle in. Do we have our team on the bridge, as we used to call it? I guess we could call it something else. Dr. Warrior, Ms. Waller, you guys back online? And I don't know who else. I don't think I've heard from anybody else. I've been looking the other way. I couldn't see everybody. Ms. Sanders?
I'm sorry, I was muted. I'm sorry.
All right. All right, we're going to begin to move forward then again. And then the third area, final area of Goal 1 is focused around advanced coursework.
Can you please go back to 28? Did you cover that already?
Which one?
I just joined up here. Did you cover 28? Are we plan to cover it?
28?
Page 28? Yes.
No, beginning there, absolutely. We just got back online and I just addressed that we're going to move into the final portion of Goal 1, which is advanced coursework. And so page 28 is a new one-pager of data that was created for this version of the plan. Ms. Wall, you have feedback on that page?
Yes. Again, are we going to incorporate 5 years?
Yes.
Okay. My concern, I guess, with the setup of these steps and this table is that you're only tracking enrollment, never the outcomes. And in fact, in last year's 1920 plan, I didn't see any performance data from the advanced testing. Broken out by subgroup.
I don't have a response to that. Brian, you want to?
As far as the actual outcome measures, we don't have the data yet. The College Board and IB have just released to students some of the individual student scores, but the actual aggregated data that they release to districts usually is a little bit delayed from when students get that. Certainly we can include it. I think this particular goal area was first to get the students enrolled and then to look at the success afterwards, but I could be totally off base on that. It's not really maybe something I should be answering. But I can tell you as far as 1920 goes and the results, we are just now starting to get some of that data.
Do we have any 18-19 data? Okay, then let's list that since we've decided that our baseline condition is not 2019, 2020. It'll be 2018, 2019 when we have some of that data. And to at least to Ms. Wall's point of performance, even if you don't have that data now, like I said, you have it last year, and we could make a place for it in the table because there's no place to report. It's just getting people enrolled. And I hear what you're saying. It's important that we get kids in, but this really isn't day one of this game. I mean, we've known that's important for many years, and certainly, before Dr. Moore came, when we started to track that, we've just never taken the next step. Now's a good time, I think, to move to the next step of performance data and not just accepting getting them into the classes is good enough. It's no longer good enough.
The baseline to 18, 19, yes.
So I think if I'm hearing you right, Dr. Warrior, so right now, as the goal stands, it's speaking specifically to enrollment, and therefore the data that we do have does speak to enrollment. What you're suggesting is that we revisit this goal area, and instead of just doing enrollment, also include a performance indicator with it. Is that accurate?
I am very, very strongly suggesting that, yes.
And I would like to suggest taking it back because I know Dr. McMahon, you have been producing really thorough reports on AP and IB between the two high schools for a number of years now, without subgroups. But I think that could be taken back and built in so that we can kind of study the trends in the various courses offered between the two schools.
Certainly, and I think, yes, I think I agree with where you're going with this. I will say, past performance, when you only have 3 or 4% of African American students, I mean, certainly the first step is to make sure that we have an adequate representation of the students who are actually in it, because we want to make sure that those 3 or 4% are the right 3 or 4%, plus build on that. So I think certainly enrollment is definitely the first focus. I mean, before you can get kids to perform, you have to give them the opportunity to perform. So absolutely, I think that we do still need to keep this enrollment until the enrollment numbers are more in line with our overall student enrollment. But certainly, I mean, if the desire of the committee and the team and the work is to also include that performance, then certainly we can, I have no problem from my end.
Right. I'm not asking that you drop out, what you're measuring, getting it in, but I'm saying it's well overdue that we have some performance data.
Even the I think you indicated, even if the performance data only reflects 3% African American students within the performance data, the tracking needs to be taking place here. I mean, there's that in and of itself is a problem. And also, when you're referencing the 3% African American students, are they just simply taking AP psychology and AP history? What about the STEM courses that are offered? I mean, these are all areas, if we were looking at it over these past 5 years, how much further along would we be now if we were actually having access to that information?
This is Robin Bethel, just speaking up and just having had my feet on the ground with school, mentioning two things. One, yes, with AP and advanced courses, students are highly encouraged to take the assessments, but bear in mind that they can opt not to. So one of the things that perhaps we need to look at, and maybe Dr. Warrior, you all do this in workshops that you all present through the NAACP in some of your educational forums, and that is with some guidance on students and parents on test-taking strategies or skills, or encouraging them to take the test. Because I know as school people, we can say take the test, or we can demand that they take the test, but I've often found that a lot of students, and particularly African-American students, may not necessarily take them that seriously, or they're nervous about them. So I think in some of the play here, and especially Dr. Warrior, I'd have no problem working with you to maybe establish that or see what you all are already doing in that realm to support those students and parents who may have a slight aversion. That may be part of it. So as we look at the barriers, I wouldn't just say that they're just not in the classes or not being successful, but it may be that a test anxiety, or there may be another barrier there that we may not necessarily be aware of.
Yes, Ms. Bethel, as you asked what the NAACP is doing to address that, we've not had much guidance from the school district in terms of information as to where kids are, and that's part of what you've done in this document, is when you've identified barriers. If you knew that was a barrier, then there should have been a strategy. I would suggest a strategy would be to work with us and tell us whatever it is you think, and to have some dialogue around that. But it would be useful, but
Absolutely. So, I think that as we plan forward, that's one of those opportunities that we're going to have to jump on and plug into with, especially now we're developing the Student Leadership Council and such. Those are going to have to be those project ahead type of opportunities that we look for.
absolutely, I would agree with that. But we still need to go back and pull forward what we have, because we have been taught in business deficit too many years at the district level about an African American achievement plan that is measured, we started before, like I said, before Dr. Moxley, before Dr. Moore, collecting information. We hired EOS to come in and push African American kids and identify them, that should be in advanced courses. And so we should have information. We should have information. I was just looking at some of the EOS, and you may want to review their recommendations around that from when we hired them, 2 or 3 years ago.
All right, are we ready to move on from page 28?
Can you please summarize the changes that will be made to 28?
I don't know that we can actually give you specifics of what will be, because I think that when looking at these action steps, the goal area that we were operating under was enrollment in advanced courses. The performance, I don't remember, and it could be, I wasn't in this part of it at the last Equity Summit, but I don't believe it was brought up before then, so I don't know that that's why it's not reflected here. But I think that what we're going to have to do is if the desire is to show not just enrollment but success, we can certainly pull that data, put it here. We might need to look at some action steps to support that, because just a quick preview, and I think we're about to go through that.
Yeah, there's
almost all
places where
of
we're
these
looking at
action steps
performance.
specifically address the enrollment in it. So, as we move forward through these action steps, you're not going to see a lot speaking to the actual success, because the goal area was specifically enrollment. So I don't know if I could give you exactly what it will look like, but certainly we can add some data to the success of this. We might need to edit the goal statement to reflect kind of the performance as well.
1.31, Brian, and I'll get there. It does address student success. I don't know if it's best to include the data in the appendix or to modify, page 28. Once again, then we get into that sort of personal preference to how many pages of data setting up the section are necessary, and what would be best found in the appendix. So I think some overarching performance probably could fit, but once again, it's, we want it to be the most impactful document. So,
right, and even if I think that was Mr. Bass, even if it's in the appendices, in this table where it rolls forward, there should at least be acknowledgement that performance is being monitored. And I realize that you and Mr. Meyer and Dr. Moore knew that this is not something that we've talked about for the first time, where we pushed just getting kids into school without providing us any information on how they've done. And if you talk with your staff and you look back at the plans from EOS or any of that, and I'm just saying it's time to do it now. Whether it was brought up at the last summit or not, I know I've brought it up many times in the past. I know Ms. Wall has brought it up times in the past, that we don't have performance data.
Agreed. And the objective, even though the way it's written is to have students in the course, it's also ultimately about outcomes. So we can add that data, be strategic in encouraging and maximizing enrollment, and then put our focus on supporting to pass. So we can make those modifications to include that data set.
And I don't know if today's the right day for me to bring up the combination in all your tables and in this report and action steps have to deal with combining AP and IB. And the resources that are allocated to those two very different programs, I think, give reason to having to keep them separate, because you can very well have an AP program at both schools that have a combination of enrollment of all subgroups, and have an IB program that only has white students, and you would never know it.
Yeah, Ms. Wall, I agree totally with you. And as we talked about last at the Equity Summit, the reason why AP and IB on this particular screen is combined is because that's how the state views all externally assessed college level courses. So if you can contrast it with dual enrollment. Dual enrollment is you take the course, you get a grade. It's not one test at the end that determines whether or not you get credit. Whereas AP and IB, and I know IB is a little different, but theoretically it's largely based on that external assessment. So the state of Florida actually disaggregates and says AP, IB, and ACE are all together. So With that said, we can certainly break out AP from IB when we're doing the progress monitoring and some other data requirements, but we have tried to tie this specifically to what the state has kind of provided us through that equity profile. You're absolutely right. AP and IB are two different programs, but kind of like what we're talking about with the overall ELA performance, we have a general outcome of grade 3 through 10. Even though there might be some differences between elementary, middle, and high, it's that general outcome measure of the overall performance. So in this case, this is just showing the overall performance of externally assessed college credit-bearing courses that students take within high school. And certainly, the numbers are not where we want it to be. So when those numbers aren't where we want it to be, we start to problem solve and break those out into the different areas to determine exactly what areas we need to work on.
I think one of the things we agreed on, though, that we know there are a lot of state requirements. But the state, I thought we'd agreed early on that filling out those are a template for something. Those have nothing to do with the level of the information we need or that we hope to have for our school district. Did we not agree? Agree on that?
We did agree with that. I think, though, in this, I deeply apologize if I misunderstood. I thought that when I explained that this comes from the equity profile, there was definitely a consensus of like, oh, okay, that makes sense. So for this particular page that just gives an overall idea of where our students are, I had thought we agreed that the APIB combined meets with that kind of state definition of externally assessed college credit-bearing courses, and that we're going to keep it here. But certainly, in some of the progress monitoring, we can break that out by subject. As Ms. Wall alluded to, we have done that in the past. Maybe we have not done it by race, ethnicity in a formalized document that could be handed over, but certainly within our online platforms, the ability is certainly there. So.
Okay, and I want to remind you that the way we were set up at that summit meeting, we were set up at tables in different corners. So when you say this was agreed upon, our table may not have even talked about it or agreed upon it. We didn't, this kind of arrangement, which makes more sense, and Mrs. Dempsey and I talked about it, makes sense because we would have known what was agreed on, because some of the things you're saying are agreed on or I saw had no, might not even, weren't even discussed at my table.
Absolutely, and that particular point was brought up at the whole group at the very end of the evening. So you're absolutely right. It was not in one of those where the four groups went by. It was when I was up at the very end, I believe, or maybe at the very beginning. But I do remember it was with all of us.
Well, that is why I've been requesting the minutes from that meeting, and I haven't really gotten any answers as to where the meeting minutes are, and if this 4-page summary produced by Ms. Davis is accurate and reliable because it's posted on the website. So I don't know what to refer to from that meeting as we were all split up. And hearing, to be able to hear it firsthand, the end was fine, but it was secondhand. It was a summary of what apparently happened during the split up groups. But I was looking for the minutes of the meeting, and then number 2, if this summary can be relied upon.
So
yeah.
I think the issue, we agree with what's being said to add the achievement here. So I think moving forward, whether it was a solidified agreement at last, obviously there is some discrepancy with that. I can hear that in what you guys are voicing to us. So I don't know if chalk it up to just maybe bad communication then, but we hear you. I think we can certainly agree to add the performance data in here, which is the desired need, correct?
I'm sorry, can you hear my questions?
Yes, I can.
Oh, okay.
I don't think meeting minutes is going to capture every word that's spoken. So to answer your question directly, I don't know if you're ever going to get a document of a meeting that captures everything. And that's what I'm saying. Maybe it's on me. It's just that when we were meeting, when I expressed the reason why, I specifically didn't hear someone say, hey, let's tease it out in this page. And if so, if that was said, I apologize. I did not hear that. But I guess my point is, moving forward, we'll certainly add that to it.
But where are the meeting minutes? Even if you can't capture everything in that meeting, I just would like to be able to review the minutes.
Mrs. Wall, that was a professional development discussion. It was not a meeting. It was an opportunity to get feedback from our stakeholders, which you were a part of. As far as Mrs. Davis, she came because anytime, as she stated to me, that equity members are here, she comes and she takes her notes. But no, I was told by even our attorney that it was not a meeting that would normally be an equity meeting. This was an opportunity that we were inviting equity members to participate and giving us feedback. And the whole group session, if you recall, if you look at that agenda, was as a reflection of the small group feedback. And then we went whole group. We spoke out about what would happen at all of the group sessions. Each group came up and talked about what was discussed at all the groups and added what they were going to add to the final African American Achievement Plan draft. But it was, as of today, we're still in a discussion getting feedback. This is not a meeting.
But if you go back to the Sunshine Training of February 2020, the minutes of the Sunshine Training says that whenever Sunshine Law applies, anytime when 2 or more committee members get together to discuss committee business. This training is committee business. The Sunshine Law says that anytime that happens, the meeting has to be public, which
it was noticed.
It was noticed. The meeting has to be noticed. It was. There needs to be an opportunity for public input, and there needs to be a written agenda and written minutes.
And Mrs. Davis provided that to you on behalf of the
Well,
equity.
the 4-page, that is what I've been trying to get an answer from someone is, and everybody's been skirting around, the 4-page, Brenda, is this a reliable?
Are these the official minutes for this
yes,
meeting?
Thank you. Yes, that's my point.
Those are the minutes that we have. So yes, those are the official minutes. Extremely complex to capture minutes when you're in one person in 4 different rotations and summarizing it from the external during the group and on the outside. Very hard.
Well, I hope we don't use that agenda again for the small number of people we have involved in this committee. That made absolutely no sense. And this is why I think a big part of why we're sitting here rehashing the same things we went over. And some of us said, but we brought that up,
And I went over the agenda with you, Dr. Warrior, as well as with the equity committee members and the whole agenda about how we were going to do it, small group, et cetera. And the consensus was, please make sure it is live streamed. And that is what we did. So, the agenda was sent out in advance for feedback, et cetera. Knowing that we were going to have small group, we wanted to make sure that we got feedback from everyone instead of, sitting here like this again, where, we wanted to capitalize on the time that we had because of the time constraints. If you recall before, I went one-on-one with each member as well as with you, and it was behind closed doors, so it was not in the forum such as this. So it was one-on-one that I went to get feedback from each of you. So I was trying to capitalize on the time and make sure that we had input from everyone.
Okay, that I think varies a little from what the discussion we had with Dampierre in terms of why the group was split up like it was, and where we couldn't hash out as a group what we're going through now. There are only 5 people on the equity committee, and you've added in Mr. Brown, myself, Ms. Wall. There were 8 people. Everybody else was staff. And so if we were coming together to hash these issues out, I could hear this morning the frustration in Mr. Meyer's voice as he went through these issues and the fact we weren't moving fast enough. I heard it the day of the meeting when he came and presented probably the 3rd or 4th time the same presentation to one person or two people. And you know, we need to learn something from this whole process. And that's all I have to say.
Well, I appreciate that. This is Dr. Moore, and blame it to my head, not my heart, in pulling together just not the equity committee, but those who are intimately involved in doing this work. This will not be a plan that's done in isolation. It won't be a plan that's created to appease a few, but a plan that will drive the work, and the individuals who are in this room and will continue to be in this room for as long as it's needed, regardless the level of frustration, will be committed to doing this work. And it is it is hard. I don't know how else to say it, because the reality is this is being done in a way where we are being collaborative, seeking input, and not fighting or not against one another, but really connecting to have a collaborative conversation to get the plan right. And that really is the intent of the conversation that we're all willing to have for as long as it needs to take place. And you know, I think we've made some significant strides and modifications and changes. In each opportunity, we learn. And we are in the midst of a very unique time because we didn't have outcome data. So it really puts a stress on us as an organization to create a plan that's dependent upon outcome data to shift or modify or ultimately to learn through. So it's we want to get this work right. And I think that is a piece of some of the frustrations you may hear. And really problem solving to get it right is our goal and desire.
So Dr. Moore, since you confirmed that Mrs. Davis's notes from June 24th meeting are the minutes, can they be reflected as such in the same format as meetings? Minutes are done in the district.
I'm not 100% sure that I understand the question, but those are the minutes from that meeting.
It doesn't say so. It's just a document. It's not an official, I mean, there's criteria to meeting minutes, and this is just a summary, and it's just notes. It's not identified as meeting minutes so that you can be sure that you're following Sunshine Law.
We can make that correction. So yeah,
Okay.
we can do that.
And then also with today's meeting, because we've got committee members in attendance and it was properly noticed, is there someone there taking the minutes of this meeting as well today?
Brenda, say hello. Brenda is here. Yes, ma'am.
Great. Thank you. Very good.
All right. Well, I apologize if I came off frustrated. I'm just trying to do my best to, move this process along. And as Dr. Moore said, we'll stay in this room all night and tomorrow and whenever we need to. I think that if anything, I may be disappointed in myself that if there was feedback that was given the first time around that we didn't capture that, although I do not recall many instances, if any, so far that we've come to on any of these action steps that I was provided feedback from either of the four groups or at the conclusion that Dr. Lord didn't incorporate into this version that we're looking at. But I do believe that the time we spent this morning has improved a number of the action steps, so I do appreciate the feedback that we've received. I just, I don't want it to seem as though we were trying not to incorporate feedback that we received on the 24th, because I felt that we did, and I haven't found an instance where we didn't. But I do like the feedback that we've gotten today. It's been good stuff. So let's get some more. Let's move into 1.24 and see what we've got here for this last section as we move forward from the advanced coursework.
A minor change here to the table, just very minor, but I know we want to present the best of the district, is under 2017-18 white non-Hispanic. The 34% is shifted and not in line as all the other percentages, and it's just extremely minor, but I know Dr. Moore is, would want to see everything. Yeah, so,
We're centering it.
thank you.
It's sort of got centered more. Libby's gonna get it perfect for us. All right, so the next, or the first four here now, once again, we did not propose any changes to these action steps on the 24th, and no proposals from the groups were given, and therefore these four remain unchanged. But happy to receive any feedback about these today from any members in attendance. So that would be 1.24, 1.25, 1.26, and 1.27.
And we're going to address, are we saying it's just looking at evidence of completion will be done for this too, or are these the course rosters and things, are those the ones proposed?
But Dr. Warrior, for the sake of time, as you look at the evidence of completion, I will personally go through and look at each item and ensure that it aligns to the conversation that we had prior to the break.
Okay.
That the outcome or the evidence is just not, meetings itself, but the creation of the documents that were used to have those particular meetings.
Okay, thank you. I don't have to keep bringing it up. Thank you.
The next four items, as denoted in the notes sections 1.28, 1.29, 1.30, 1.31, were amended slightly following the meeting with the committee to their current state.
On 1.28, the status is what?
Let's see. I heard partially, Ms. Basura. Okay. So, right, that's the confusion there. As we move from the old indicator to the new indicator, the old one was fully complete. The new one is only partially, so we've changed that to partially.
Is it correct to assume that, for instance, that in this one, the action step is monitor, and you say evidence of completion is documentation of the procedures. In the report card, if I remember, that goes with this, will actual outcome measures be listed there? Because there are none. I mean, I guess there may be some scattered through here, but it's not consistent. We'll have another place where we're looking for outcome measures for all these things. Is that the report card?
So you're asking, will the data actually reflect this, Dr. Warrior?
Will the what I'm asking is, will the action steps will be reflected, because you're talking about monitoring a process, a procedure. I'm trying to switch back and forth between my copy and your copy because I can't read it on the screen. Let's see, let me go back. Okay, so that if we're going to monitor procedures and that you document that you did the procedures, that's an action step we took. Somewhere we're going to see, aren't we, that that when we monitored, this is what we found, that there is not, equitable access, or this is the way it looks, and this is how we need to move forward. Somewhere that information would be provided. I'm correct, right?
So in the progress report, we do kind of disaggregate the SAT, ACT data, as well as the numbers and percent of students who use those as concordant scores to successfully achieve the grade 10 ELA requirement, graduation requirement, as well as the algebra requirement. So we do it kind of both ways. One is an overall, and then two is how those are used. And I'm sorry, I'm trying to process it.
Right, I'm trying to process what you just said. No, I was just asking that in this plan, we have an action step and evidence that that action step was completed. We will reflect the outcomes of all these activities in the report card that's developed to accompany this. Is that right? Where are outcomes going to be represented? Will they be a part of this plan? Or?
You're right, maybe under the evidence of completion, instead of just the documentation of procedures, but also add something there as far as, equitable access for testing.
I'm not necessarily, I'm asking you all to think about where you would reflect, the outcomes for these action steps.
Yeah, I would, Dr. Ward,
it may not be this plan. I'm not saying that this is necessarily the plan to put it in, because I think we are running the tendency to make this one plan do too many things rather than having this be, part A of the plan, part B, a drill down kind of plan.
Right, Dr. Ware, I think that, for me at least, if I were to look at that, I think the documentation and the procedures would need to include the data within them, right, in order to make sure that they're the right procedures. So I think that those procedures would have a set of data accompanying them as far as the percentage of participation in each of these. So otherwise, they wouldn't be complete as a procedure. I think that would be part of the analysis, but.
And we'll be able to provide the report card before populating, just looking at the sets of data that we're collecting as we move throughout the year as it relates to implementation. So we're normed on what data is being captured, and it's not an after-the-fact conversation, but a forward conversation. Hey, this is the report card that we've created to this new plan. We had a report card for the old plan, and we'll create a new report card and be able to share it before it's populated.
Okay.
And just another comment on the 1.28 for those that were not in the small groups going with the goal 1. In the discussion, it was actually slated to be taken off because it had been fully completed, as documented by Mr. Bass and others that were working on that one. But we felt strongly in the discussions that this one needed to stay because we didn't feel like it may have been completed, but we wanted to make sure, again, this would be every year that this is occurring. So if we had that continuing or reoccurring, that would be marked in this one.
That's the 1.28?
Yes.
Dr. Laura, was that the same with 1.29 as well?
Let me. Right. Again, and Dr. Moore said that you all will be specifically looking at this evidence of completion. But again, when we go through and talk about things, anywhere we're taking a step to intervene, it must be some outcome that we're attempting to impact. And the best we can do, and I know we will not be able to do it perfectly or completely, but we can to sort of identify where the action steps taken are producing the intended impact. And however we need to lay that out to be able to see that, we can do it, whether it's in this plan or not.
Okay. And then I'm checking the language there in the notes. 1.29, it does say that it was revised, but it appears that it is the same.
Right.
So we're keeping that one as it was.
Right.
1.30 formerly said to create a policy, and then as that was created, that's why the language changed from in 1.30 to monitor. So that was the change that was reflected in that action step. And then in 1.31 is where the language was changed once again to ensure student success. Formerly, that was create policies and procedures to place African American students in advanced classes based off academic outcomes. But as we've spoken about a number of times in this meeting and on the 24th, there does need to be an assurance that does lead to student success. So that one was changed to ensure student success. And then you can see there in the evidence of completion that you do have the document of procedures. Maybe that could say documentation of procedures, Libby. And then successful completion of advanced courses. would be that documentation of success of 1.31. Yeah, that one needs to go back to being partially complete. And the remaining indicators, except for 1.38, so I would say 1.32, 1.33, 1.34, 1.35, 36, 37. There were not recommendations for changes during the meeting on the 24th.
Sorry, I have a question on 1.32, please.
Sure.
I guess that would be for Mrs. Becerra, if I may. There's an implementation of a plan. So this plan, is that going to be captured in the evidence area?
Yeah, that's a good point, Ms. Becerra. I mean, in a perfect world, we'd have all of our master schedules done by June 1st as we go into the summer, but a more realistic expectation is, that we take into account the state assessment data and everything, and we're willing to, incorporate changes to personnel and student enrollment throughout the summer. So I do think that timeline of implementation should be throughout the course of the summer, so August 1st. I mean, in this year, possibly even moving into later, right? We're going to have some changes to the scheduling due to the impacts of COVID-19. But as we stated before, hopefully the plan can be long-lasting. So moving that to August 1st, I think, is really a good idea.
And I'm wondering if we need to add the year, because I'm never quite sure whether you're talking about
No, that's a valid point too.
the
You're
past,
not
you
the
know,
only
the
one
past.
sometimes. I'm right there with you, Dr. Warrior. I think that the years are good. That's a good idea.
I also have a question on 1.33. I know when our summers hit, they vary with summer programs. Like one summer we had an algebra boot camp, and directions like that happen and then they don't happen again. There's changes from summer to summer. So when you say in this action step, develop a summer program, I'm sure that looks different than the past summers. And how does that look like? Instead of just having evidence of number of students enrolled, isn't there something more you can offer so that, when we're reviewing, see, the differences of this particular summer versus the previous summers, and how does that impact the outcomes,
I think that's a good one to bring up, because if I heard that the boot camp, the algebra boot camp, which I thought it would be very difficult to get kids involved in a couple of years ago, it was done very creatively. It sounded, and I thought it went over well. Can we then tie those, or have you already, to what program, how you make the determination about what course, what you'll be offering in this extended learning period during the summer, based on maybe, did you use data that connected the outcomes and said, gee, this was a good program because we had kids attend, and the kids who attended did better?
And can I add to that particular boot camp, algebra, When I reviewed the resulting data, I actually think it had a significant impact on the scores. So it's been a while since I've looked at it, but from what I can recall, I think that was a direct link to a positive direction with the outcome for algebra testing.
So this gives a chance, since you all since you think that we, complain is you did it, there was a good thing that was overlooked, and the success of kids on that algebra one we know is going to impact a lot of other a lot of other areas.
All right, so Libby, we need to modify the evidence of completion on that. And so what I'm hearing, so as the action step is to develop a summer program, the evidence of completion would be the a documentation of the procedures and data, documentation of procedures and data that leads to the development of the program and corresponding outcomes. Would that be useful?
Right, and use the data from the previous year,
Right.
That's connected to outcomes and stuff to drive what you provide students in the coming year. Let that be not the sole determinative, but one of the determinants, because that could change depending on if you see that was useful and it produced significant outcomes. Then in the future, if that's a particular area, say Algebra 1, that you want to address, then maybe you've already got a piece in place that's, will do that, or has the potential to do that.
All right, Libby has made note of that on 1.33.
Are we still covering page 32?
We are indeed still covering page 32.
Okay. 1.34, the PD roster is still posted as the only evidence.
That is currently what it reads, yes.
And as stated, we'll go through and make those corrections just to honor time. So I think when we push this back out this evening or first thing in the morning, you'll be able to see those shifts. So to be consistent and practice within each of the four goal areas, we'll go back and look at those, and where it's that generic piece of information, we'll update it with the content that was developed to facilitate that coming together.
My comment about 135, and I think it's one that I've made related to specific other ones, is to implement the peer forward program. That's one part. And, we'll get feedback at that. But the intent of it is to increase college enrollment, not just to implement the program. So somewhere we need to track that indeed implementing that program did in fact increase college enrollment, and I know that will be an ongoing, something rolling forward. But if we're going to introduce programs.
Agreed.
And the only other change that we made following the 24th on 1.38, we added not just the meeting agenda as what it formerly said, but the number of students regressing by school and grade level to show, what is occurring in the outcomes there. But happy to take any additional feedback on those other action steps as necessary.
Mr. Meyer, this is now through 130.
That takes us all the way through the end of this section through 138. I just, want to give the members the time to reflect on each indicator or skip them as need be. Since
right.
a number of them, there were no changes recommended on the 24th, but we were finding that there's, opportunity for improvement today. So just me, articulating what I have to say about those indicators and allowing each of you to sort of reflect and provide the comments. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Meyer and team. A lot of work to do, but I think this is exactly why we're doing it. So we'll quickly pivot into goal 2, which I believe is Ms. Dampier, Dr. Jacobs. I want to say there was a third, was there? Mrs. Bethel. As we're setting up the shift in staff, this one is actually wheeling herself up here. If you could just note on the evidence piece where we need to go back and look as we go through for the sake of time, so staff can go back and identify what those pieces of evidence would be, just a kind of a notation that would be an area to reconsider the evidence as we go forward.
And the overall comment about that, and I did bring it up because maybe you can do it off stage, is the column on alignment with the strategic plan. I think there's some parts that don't fit there because I had the strategic plan out and the, this plan and the joint plan and was trying to track. And so there's some, that column needs to be reviewed, I think, too.
So what I'm hearing is to ensure that the alignment between the actual
Right.
strategic plan as well as the African American Achievement Plan.
Right,
Absolutely.
And it may be just a semantics piece in terms of what's listed under academic success on page 17 of the strategic plan is not, these things have been allocated into different buckets that are being reflected on that district timeline page. I'm calling it page 17. Okay.
Yeah, we'll be able to make those modifications. So just kind of a temperature check, Dr. Warrior. This morning's conversation and moving into goal 2, are we on point with our corrections and modifications? Are we off target? I just kind of want to assess where we are.
I think if we can get the corrections in and we can see them, I think we're on target. Is it perfect yet? Is it something that we would agree with 100%? No, I don't know that any of us does, but at least we've addressed, I think, some of the major pieces of that area.
My mic is starting to die, as is Brian's, between the two of us. No, I appreciate that feedback, and I agree. Ms. Wall, same question posed to you.
She needs to unmute herself.
Sorry. I'm in agreement with Dr. Warrior in what she said with goal 1, yes. Thank you.
Thank you. And can you all hear us without the mic? I'm just curious.
No, we need it for the video, for the live stream.
Okay, all right.
I could hear you with that.
All right, I need a new battery. So Ms. Dampier will facilitate this conversation. I'll turn it over to Ms. Dampier.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. It's now 12 o'clock. We're looking at goal 2, reduce disparities in discipline and alternative disciplinary placements, page 34. Is there any feedback on that particular area for data?
I'm sort of fumbling now. I've got so many pages open here.
Did you say something, Dr. Warrior?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mom. I said I've got so many pages open now. I'm trying to get back to the right document.
It's page 34.
Okay. African American. Okay, I finally looked at it. Well, the same issues that you know we've just a minute. We're going to make some changes with the number of years, right? We're
Yes.
utilizing.
You wanted the 5 years.
Yes, ma'am. Because 1920 is really it's everybody, you know, is the fluky one for that because the kids weren't even in school. So,
And the baseline condition, 2019-20, since we did have data for that. Is that okay? Keep it.
well, we didn't have data for 1920. We had it for 1819, complete data for 1819, and we had data up until March, I guess, for 1920. And if you want to report it as partial data for 1920, fine, but we really don't. Or am I getting confused about the years? No, we really don't have complete data for 1920.
So should we change the baseline condition to 2018-19? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, yes. I think anywhere that we have a baseline, we should attempt, unless, you know, it doesn't make sense to use a baseline for which we have
Thank you.
full information, realizing that this is just a strange time for us with the COVID
Okay.
data cutting out so much.
Anything else on page 34 besides the 5 years, the baseline 2018-19?
And then something to indicate that 1920 is a partial year.
We have that. We're going to note that. Anything else? Okay, moving right on to page 36. At 2.1, provide a professional development series to school principals for the cultivation of culturally responsive and inclusive climates. And that was a revised after Equity Summit. That was something that was asked to be revised.
I have a question, Ms. Dampierre, and I want to ask you this as sensitively as possible, and I don't mean it, but in terms of who goes out to the schools and provides this culturally responsive and the professional development? Do you all bring people in, or how is that handled? The culturally responsive and inclusive. Well, what does it say?
At the
The
beginning,
cultivation of culturally responsive and inclusive school climates. It says provide a professional development series. Who provides that professional development?
and last year we had a session at the beginning of the year, and that was led by Dr. Long and I think Dr. Jacobs as well. And who else? And Dr. McMahon. And moving forward, that is going to be part of the professional development that Dr. Long and Dr. Lord will be facilitating and implementing that next year, that type of training. So that is the plan for next year, and that's 2.1. It has Dr. Lord, Long and Dr. Lord as the responsible staff for that.
Okay, a question is it possible to see what they, and I'm not asking for it to be part of the plan, but I'm asking to see, is it possible to see what is being provided to staff during this period? Because some of the stuff that we're talking about, I don't think we can just automatically assume that people at district level have all of the culturally responsive knowledge or whatever that we need, or if so, then I would think our district would look slightly different. And that's not, like I said, I'm not trying to be offensive, but so when we talk about who is going to provide training, I'd be interested in what that training looks like and if there's some place to look at it, and it doesn't have to be a part of that plan.
And this is Dr. Lord. That 2.1 is actually talking about the development of the principals themselves, so through the leadership training. And we are going to utilize some of the expertise within the district also going outside and looking at some specific pieces. We're looking at Zaretta Hammond's work and what she has out there with the brain research and the impact of culturally responsive teaching and what that means. And really right now, it's trying to hit that awareness of principals and what they should be looking at in their schools.
Right, yeah, no, yeah, I just say at some point, then I would come to you. That was Dr. Lord?
And yes,
that-
absolutely.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
And say, gee, you know, what's being done out there? Because like I said, as an African American, I will have questions, you know, given that our district still struggles, you know, with some of these issues in terms of how we're getting people trained and who's doing it, and what the training contains. Not even who's doing the training, but what does the training contain?
And yes, we can provide that.
Thank you.
And that training is supposed to start in August, so we'll touch bases and make sure we provide that information to you. Two point two, anything else for 2.1? 2.2, that was, that stayed the same. There was no change recommendation from the last meeting. Of course, like Dr. Moore said, we will update the evidence of completion with what the action steps relates to. 2.3, monitor, this was after the equity summit. This was 2.3, monitor the implementation of alternative to out-of-school suspension, ALTOS program as a disciplinary alternative. And before we had refer all of out-of-school suspension, and we wanted to make sure, yes, they were sending them. They started sending them in February, but are we monitoring the implementation, and is it being implemented with fidelity? So we added that step based on the equity summit that we had.
And may I say that I also have the change when I came on from.
Turn the mic on.
My apologies. Some of the evidence of completion, we did clean that up to say percentage of OSS events referred to ALTOS, and then along with ALTOS recidivism rates.
Okay, I think I got that, but I'm not sure. You say that it's going to be cleared up to reflect.
Yes, ma'am. Clarification of the evidence of completion, yes.
There's going to be an amendment to a percentage of out-of-school suspension events that are referred to ALTOS, and instead of just the average number of ALTOS days.
Mm-hmm.
Percentage of out-of-school suspension events that are referred to ALTOS.
Okay, and ALTOS is
I'm sorry.
separate
That's
from in-school. It's not the same as in-school suspension, correct?
No, ma'am. It's at GYAC. It's the alternative to school suspension, out-of-school suspension. It's at GYAC currently. Any questions about that? Anything we need to amend? Two point four. This was altered, revised after the equity committee. Research additional alternatives to out-of-school suspension for incorporation into available disciplinary alternatives. And this research results that include transportation, providing community partnership meetings and funding sources. We want to make sure that we have more than one out-of-school location for students who are being referred to ALTOS. We want to make sure that we have that location. Any questions about 2.4? That was as a result of the Equity Summit. Okay, previously we had for 2.5, it was implement a plan to ensure all of out-of-school suspensions are approved. This new as a after the summit, it says monitor that all out-of-school suspensions are approved by principal supervisors. This is something new. If students are being what we used to call out-of-school suspension, they are being automatically referred to our alternative to suspension location. And if for some particular reason that a parent says that they don't want their kid to go there, they will have to get it approved by the principal supervisors, which is Mr. Bass, and that we will be documenting out-of-school suspension rates, as well as, again, the percentage, this needs to be added as well, percentage of out-of-school suspension events that are referred to ALTOS. So we want to make sure we have that data as well.
I have a question.
Yes.
The part where it says monitor that these suspensions are approved by the principal supervisors is one thing, right?
Yes.
And then the rates are another, correct?
Yes.
I don't see a connection there. So with the monitoring, what are you looking at in documentation or some kind of a measure where they are being approved by principal supervisors consistently across the board through the academic year versus what's in the evidence of completion, which is another question I have on out-of-school suspension rates. Are you just going to be producing a document that shows academic year 2021, or are we going to be able to look at some sort of a trend?
All of our data, the way we're looking at it now, even in Power BI, we can look at multiple years. We can look at it by teacher. We can look at it by location of when that suspension occurred. So we can do some problem solving with that. So we will be looking at it in various formats, not just.
Right, but what are you providing as evidence, though? What on all the formats that you just named that you are reviewing, what are you going to provide as evidence of completion? And how many years is that going to encompass?
So,
well, we just started ALTOS, just so you know, as of
Okay.
January, February of this year. So we would be looking at out-of-school suspension rates from the previous years, but then also tying in this year, this past year, and the coming year with the ALTOS, looking at that, because we didn't have that. Students were automatically suspended with no other alternative. So we would only have, as far as ALTOS, we would only have as of this half of a school year, January, February.
Right, but what we would have is, I think I heard you explain before, we'd look back for 5 years and somewhere on the data line, we would note that ALTOS was only implemented at this time or that time, because those are the kinds of things I think we'll be needing to look at trend lines, you know, why things happen the way, or maybe the way they do.
On and correct me if I'm wrong, I had to step out for a quick bathroom break, I apologize, but when we look at the data on page 34, if that had 5 years, that's giving you some of that baseline data, or no?
I'm sorry, Dr. Mann. Back to page 34.
The overall goal data, as well as
Yeah.
what we have previously disclosed on the progress report. I'm just wondering if that did not provide the 5 years of baseline suspension data between the two.
I don't think so. If I understand what you're asking, I see 17, 18, 18, 19, and 19.
Yeah, and I apologize. When we add the other 2 years. I know right now
Oh.
it's just 3, but we said earlier that we are going to go back through and add the 5 years. I just want to make sure that when I add the additional 2 years to this page 34, that I'm not missing what you need for this particular action step.
2.5.
Right. One of the things I'd like to assure, and we can talk about that later, is that we have 5 years of data that we're sort of looking at as we start to try to develop trend lines, because 3 points of data, You know, the more
Yes.
data points, the better. Okay.
Yeah,
So
I know,
because
and I
it-
understand
it-
that, and I sorry, I didn't mean to cut you up. I acknowledge that, we do want to put that. I just want to make sure that specifically, when you're looking at the chart on page 34, is it some other piece of data other than providing you those additional 2 years?
And when we put Altos, just denoting that we just started Altos this year. So, Ms. Warrior, no, Mrs. Wall, the question that you had, did that answer that, or you?
The part about monitoring the suspensions are approved by principal supervisors. How is that going to lay out in the evidence of completion?
Well, the principal supervisor will be keeping track of those schools and the schools, the principals and how many at each school did not have access or chose not to take advantage of the alternative to suspension. Because the goal is that we want 100% of our students, for the most, if it's fighting, et cetera, to participate in the Altos program. We don't want them sitting home and, we want them referred there so they can get some counseling, they can get some other resources that we have available there. So the principal supervisor will be keeping track of that, so then they can have conversations with the principal if they see over a period of time that they have a lot of kids who are not taking advantage of, then they can problem solve with them on how they can provide some support. So
It also
So there-
is a portion of the discipline report. When in school, when we're working with this, just saying as a school person, we initially are at Altos, but as you work with the student's discipline report and add notes, it's duly noted and followed up there.
So there's going to be a document that captures and identifies each and every suspension and the approval, and that it went through the approved principal supervisor's direction, correct?
Yes.
There's a document there that will be part of the evidence?
Yes, because Mr. Bass is the only one at this point who is the principal supervisor. They will have to go through to get approval to say yay or nay in reference
And there's
to the-
documentation that will be the evidence on that.
documentation will be the evidence.
Good, thank you.
Now, am I jumping ahead? But where does the ACE or alternative to where does the ACE fit in this? Is that coming up in the subsequent step? Because the referral to ACE is a disciplinary action. Yes, no, I'm wondering where the ACE is a disciplinary action. Is what is information being tracked around what goes on with those numbers, those referrals, that kind of information?
I know
And
that
is that in some other part of the plan?
Sure. I know that at the top of page 34, we have in there during the 2018-19 academic year, we do have the breakdown of those who were receiving alternative disciplinary placement, which in our district means the ACE.
Right. Okay, now at the top of page 34?
Yes, ma'am. It's right, it's easy to miss. It's right at the top.
Oh, the two, okay, yeah, that, if maybe some way you could sort of position that, because I sort of glanced over it thinking that was maybe another description of what this table was to provide, and that's not your fault, but it's very different than.
I see the format is different, so I see how it would be easy to read over. We'll take a look at that and see if we can reformat so that's easier to identify in the section.
Right.
Thank you.
So 2.5. Ms.
And,
Wall?
and the ACE information is broken down in subgroup and all of those things, right? Subgroup grade or whatever, however.
The information we have contained within this particular report provides
Yeah.
that how many African American students we have. We can easily break it down. Brian, in the progress monitoring?
We do provide that. It's just not here on this one page. And is that the goal, or is the goal?
What is the goal?
Yeah, the goal is on page 35.
On page 35.
So I think what we need to do is add ACE enrollment over the last 5 years to support that goal statement. So, Dr. Warrior, to your point, it's not that you're not seeing it; it's not there. So we do need to add that.
Oh, okay,
It was in the progress report. It just wasn't here.
The 5 years, the 1 year.
Okay, yeah, that's the one that I found very interesting. The district aspires to reduce the percentage representation of African American placement by 5%. Why are we doing that rather than using a risk ratio for that? Because what that says is, you know, if the percentage of African Americans is what, about 17% in the district, that we reduce the percentage.
So I
Well, we
think,
know.
Dr. Warrior, I
Well,
think I can address
yes.
what your question is. I think it's just two ways of looking at the same kind of idea. So you could either use a risk ratio here, or you can say that we want that demographic representation should reflect our overall representation in the district if we were being equitable. So either way is sort of a look at either increased risks through risk ratio, or we want those demographics to match. And I think for whatever reason, we chose that here just because we don't typically look at that through risk ratios in our district.
But we could, right?
We absolutely could.
Because we'll be picking up in other places what the percent, it says the percentage of, now it's sort of going back and forth between the other table. If it's broken out by ethnic groups, race and ethnic groups, by subgroups, then that information would be captured there. Okay.
Yes.
I would suggest that we consider, when we put both of those pieces together and look at them, that we consider being consistent with this. Unless someone sees an obvious, important piece of information, we lose by doing that.
I apologize. There's some background noise. I don't know if we fully understood or heard what you just said. I apologize, but.
Okay. I'm sort of switching between the first page. The first page, let's see, page 34 talks about the percentage, which is what I think Dr. Lloyd was saying is captured in the goal statement. And I'm just saying, then since the percentage is captured there, could we not then change this percentage to be a risk ratio?
So, Dr. Warrior, this is Dr. Jacobs. I think I would defer to Brian as far as using a risk ratio with such a small population of students. I don't know, would there be any problem with that?
Shouldn't be.
Yeah, I don't think there would. I think to what Dr. Jacobs is pointing to is with such small numbers, you can do a risk ratio, but with such a small sample and small numbers, a change of 1 or 2 students has a huge impact on risk ratio. And so risk ratio at that point and let me back up a second. We don't like to necessarily use risk ratios for a lot of things, only because of the confusion of what a risk ratio is. So theoretically, you can apply a risk ratio to anything. We could do it to ELA performance. but that's
Right.
not how we have typically done it. And to understand what you're saying, you're asking specifically for ACE enrollment to do a risk ratio. By all means, all the risk ratio is taking the two rates and dividing it and putting it into one number. So it's
Right.
not that it's difficult to complete. I think in this case, when we're talking about the ACE enrollment, what we were just looking for is an easy way for kind of the public to understand, hey, here are all the kids at ACE. Here's the racial ethnic breakdown of the kids that that enrolled at ACE. Whereas the risk ratio might not be the best metric to understand it.
Dr.
Right, but
McMahon, who's your audience though? If you're concerned about the understanding part of the best way to measure this data.
So all a risk ratio is the two rates divided by each other. So by taking and looking at the overall enrollment, we can easily do a risk ratio. We've just found historically that the more often we use risk ratios, the more confusion it causes.
Maybe if instead of just using the risk ratio and putting the number out there, that if it says, because at the beginning of the page 34, it talks about the percentages. 54% of the population at the ACE is African American at any time. 54%, or that means that African Americans are 4 times, 5 times, 6 times more likely to be placed in the ACE. You don't have to put it out there as a risk ratio. And that's what I'd say about some of the data we're putting it out there. We don't have to put it out there. We need to do some analysis for the state to say that, this means this. And it would be based on a risk ratio. Does that make sense?
And so when we do problem solving with such small numbers, when you're talking about enrollment of under 100 students total, for us, the risk ratio becomes a more cumbersome measure to use into problem solving to monitor. Whereas we're only talking, I think, 89 students maybe last year in total through the year. So we're trying to monitor it through just that percentage. But
okay, let's
if
see.
you want to, I will do the math and put in there so we have both numbers.
Go with it the way it is, and I will see. Go with it the way it is. It's not a kill point for me, but it just is consistency. So use it the way you have it now, and listen.
Understood, and we can certainly do that.
.6 says that this was revised after the Equity Summit research. Documentation of disciplined school-based work groups to develop individual student plans. And the evidence of completion is the professional development and then the individual plans. I would say that is, I know it says partially complete, but I would say that that's beginning. I would not say that that's partially complete. So can we amend that?
Could you help me with understanding what the action step even means? The step, documentation of discipline, school-based work groups. I'm having trouble.
This documentation, to your question, Dr. Warrior, would involve the school-based problem-solving sessions around school discipline. Part of the conversation that occurred with reference to this particular action step was that we wanted to be able to provide documentation that these problem-solving sessions were in fact occurring for students without violating FERPA guidelines with regard to releasing individual student plans related to school discipline. The issue is when we're engaging in problem-solving sessions for more intensive levels of behavior, it usually involves a smaller number of students. And so releasing those types of plans, you could possibly track down the student based upon specific identifying information within that plan. So the documentation would involve those problem-solving sessions that are occurring to generate those plans.
And I would say that maybe we add documentation of school-based problem-solving teams or
School-based problem-solving
sessions.
The work groups are, when you say develop individual student plans, you mean individual plans about how to keep a particular student from falling into a suspension or not?
Yeah.
What's the...
Yes, so this would, as we provide levels of supports for students, generally we have school-wide expectations, and then as we see that they need increasing levels of support, they will get group-level interventions, and if those interventions aren't effective, then what happens is those students are identified for individualized plans, and so those plans can range from anything from individual work with identified staff all the way to functional behavior assessments and behavior intervention plans that specifically look at the functions of behavior and what strategies we can do to address those functions or even antecedents of behavior.
Is this the same or a part of your multi-tiered support?
Yes, ma'am. It is part of our multi-tiered system of support. And with that, that is actually a very good thing because that means that it will be systematically implemented throughout the district. However, the intent of this particular action item is really to increase the level of accountability for schools to engage in that problem solving and develop those plans for individual students.
Okay, thank you.
Any other feedback? We'll make that adjustment. We made that adjustment to the action step to make sure that it was much more easier to read as far as school-based problem solving sessions. Okay. 2.7, there were no changes there. 2.8, as a result of the last session, we revised the equity sum after the equity summit to conduct needs analysis, which include representative samples of African American school personnel and students related to the suspension and expulsion review teams, processes, and procedures to identify and address any systemic barriers related to alternative disciplinary placements and school-related arrests of African American students. Data should include total referrals and placement. And this is something that we really want to have like an overhaul of our CERT process and put in procedures and do it with fidelity. So this is, we haven't started. I don't know why it should be not yet because that hasn't been done yet.
So the reason why this was indicated was at the beginning of last year, we had started Action Step and started exploring the different procedures that needed to be changed, but certainly for this coming year, this has not been started.
Yes. We want to make sure that we have those processes in place, especially when we're looking at a plan and where our students are supposed to be placed and procedures of how that happens, and we want to get stakeholders' feedback on that as well.
I have a question on 2.8. Do you know if this type of needs analysis has been done in, let's say, the past 3 years? Are you aware of anything like that?
Ms. Wall, this is Dr. Jacobs. There was an initial needs analysis that was conducted at the beginning of this academic year. There were subsequent sessions that were supposed to be scheduled, but due to COVID, that did not occur. So that's why we're starting new with this particular action step so that we can, and because of the major revisions done with the Code of Conduct, it seemed very fitting to start this process anew to ensure that whatever processes and procedures that we put into place are clearly aligned with the revised Student Code of Conduct.
Okay, but do you know if anything like this type of needs analysis has occurred in, let's just say, the last, I'm not talking about the last year that you just referred to, but prior to that?
Ms. Wall,
Reuse.
I wish I had an answer for you for that. The leadership that was overseeing this particular area is no longer here in the district, so it would be hard for us to be able to speak accurately about that at this point.
So when the joint plan was implemented in 2018, from 2018 till this prior academic year, which you just explained where your process was with that, we don't have any documentation that the committee can review from the start of the joint plan till the most recent annual report that was filed in last December. It's nothing.
I can provide documentation from this year of what was conducted this year. However, from previous years, if there's documentation, I personally do not have that.
I think it's much. Excuse me.
Is there anyone else on the cabinet or on these teams that could comment on that period of time as far as any documentation regarding a needs analysis?
I'm certainly not a member of the cabinet or the staff, but I remember, and I'm trying to connect it with where we talked about arrest data, because that used to be one of my big things about arrest data.
That
we used to look at this data, compiled by schools, by all kinds of ways, and then it dropped off the table. I don't know when, a couple of years ago. So somewhere we have addressed school-related data, and we should be able to go back and pull up.
We can pull the arrest because we used to get that. We get that from Ms. Vittori would get that information from, I think, DJJ and some others. But the CERT processes and procedures to identify barriers and systematic barriers, I don't believe that was done as far as the barriers for that. If you're really asking about that, I don't think that was done. I think there's data to show that CERT, students that were assigned to CERT, there's data to show that the number of arrests, but if you're asking about processes to identify barriers and address systematic barriers, no, I don't think that analysis was done.
Is there something specific in which you're looking for? Because the laundry list of things that were not done in this district is extensive.
Okay, I remember being a part of groups that looked at, because like I said, that was sort of my movement, it was DJJ, and was looking at what, the risk ratio for students connected to school-related arrests, bringing forward to the district at one point that the bulk of arrests of African American kids was coming from the school versus road patrol versus sheriff's department, which surprised me. We've had ongoing discussions. At one point, the school, I could get reports from you almost on a monthly basis, because the sheriff's department used to send you information on any kid that was even school age, whether it was your student or not, because not all of those people are. So we've looked at this, whether I don't know what you mean by a needs analysis, but we've been looking at this we had been looking at this for quite some time. And I've been involved in meetings that talked about this, and so, but there's no historical memory or way to track that.
Yeah, but when Mrs. Wall asked that question about have we been doing it, yes, we've been tracking, like I said, the arrests, we have that information, we have CERT, there are procedures, but to identify, it says in here, and procedures to identify and address any systemic barriers related to, no, we have not done that part. So she asked me, have we been doing, I just wanted to make sure that we were clear that no, that has not been done.
Okay, and then since the data is there, I just like to say is that we've known for a while, say for example, that for the categories for which Black kids get arrested, and I mean there's been information about that, and we just, I guess, didn't feel like that was the barrier, but I'd suggest that we look at some of the categories because they'll be surprising, or they have been in the past.
Mrs. Wall, did that answer your question?
Yes, thank you, Mrs. Dampier.
Any other questions about 2.8 before we move to 2.9? 2.9 was revised before the Equity Summit. 2.9, it says, monitor the implementation of a student-to-student peer mentorship program for African American students. And that is beginning, that was under Ms. Besor and Dr. Long.
I have a question about 2.9. How the monitoring is going to be measured and placed in the evidence area if all you're going to provide is number of students participating.
As mentioned, we're going to go through each of those evidence of completion areas and be more concrete in terms of what documentation is being created that would have been created in the sense. So all of those will be updated.
And
Okay,
to
thank you.
piggyback on it, it's not just going to be like a number. We will provide it by school.
Super. Thank you.
Anything else for 2.9? 2.10, there wasn't a change on 2.10, but if you wanted to give feedback. Okay.
How is this review going on 2.10? How is this review going to be captured with review of the programs? Conduct a review. Is there going to be some sort of feedback to the team? How's that captured in a narrative sense?
Do you want to answer that?
I can speak to that. This is Robin. I'm over the student services, and part of our look is at in-school suspension programs and actually alternatives to in and out of school suspension. But much of what we do through culture and climate also will encompass school walkthroughs, but also feedback from the principals and the other stakeholders to find out the efficacy of the programs, and also the use of some already vetted research-based support pieces. And then on top of that, when we go back and look at the personnel put in place and the talk from 2.6 about support for students so that they have, and so that school teams are being more proactive in their approach, it kind of ties together. So it's not just the repeat of students in the program, but it has to do with the information gleaned from classroom walkthroughs and the fidelity of implementation of programs.
So that sounds like a plan. What you've just covered there is what the review is going to consist of, done by the district. Is that something that can be put in the evidence area? Because what you're listing here is only the hoped reduction of repeat students in the program. But what if that doesn't occur? What if that doesn't occur? Then where's the evidence that shows that perhaps this review may need to be changed a bit?
You're asking for it not in the evidence of completion, but as an action step?
Well, it's already an action step, but I'm not seeing in the evidence area. See, all you have in the evidence area is the outcome, reduction of repeat students in the program.
So some of that will come through in the professional development of the various personnel involved. And I know that you are saying you don't want PD rosters, but some of the training and the training that's being used has been research-based or it's research-based and vetted. but through some of the socio-emotional learning and some of the other interwoven opportunities, as far as the classroom walkthroughs, that's a narrative. That tends to be narrative, but it can be hard data. So under evidence of completion, is that kind of what you're looking for?
Action,
But
development.
may I try,
Go ahead.
may I try this as well? I think that what's happened here is you jumped in one of the things before. The evidence of completion it speaks more to fidelity, and now and what you've done in here is put an outcome piece in here. This is one of the places that I think as you look at that column again, you can start to separate that out, because first of all, is the plan applied with fidelity? How do you document that it was applied with fidelity, and then did that strategy impact the outcome? Is that sort of where you
yes.
So school action plan.
So if we added school action plan, because it talks about support schools' development of actions to improve outcomes. So they would have a plan. We would be working with them to develop a plan to improve outcomes based on the data that we see.
Perfect. Yes.
Right, and then you'd measure it against your
Yes, ma'am.
outcome.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
So what we're doing, you're changing that? So school action, okay, just wanted to make sure. Anything else for 2.10? 2.11, provide professional development. This was another revised after the equity committee. Provide professional development training, focus on trauma-informed care to all staff with a focus on building school-based training capacity amongst identified staff. And we know the evidence of completion, PD rosters or completion certificates, we need to make an amendment to that. Yeah. For evidence of completion.
Okay, we're losing, at least I am losing you at points there.
I said we see here PD rosters or completion certificates. We know we need to add evidence of completion. Like Dr. Moore said, we will go back and correct that.
Yes, ma'am.
Anything else for 2.11?
Not for me.
2.12, provide professional development series for school-based problem-solving team members, inclusive of administrators, counselors, student success coaches focused on behavioral, social, emotional, mental, and restorative tiered support. This, again, should be not yet. We haven't done that because we just hired our elementary coaches, elementary teachers, elementary guidance, school counselors, and our success coaches. So they have not been through this training yet, so we will, that is going to take place starting the end of this month.
Mrs. Dampier, with the school success coaches, the work they're doing, on paper, it sounds like they're just going to be over in school supervision. Would there be something that'll be coming out talking about exactly what their role is, or what the, I don't know if curriculum is the right word, but what gets accomplished in one of these settings?
Yes, just so you know, they are not just, they're going to be providing support. Our goal is, on behalf of Student Services, our department is to train the success coaches to provide modeling, coaching, and for our prevention intervention specialists to be a part of that training as well, and to provide support in the classrooms and support with implementing strategies in the classroom. So this person is not just a glorified dean. This person is going to be instrumental with helping with the culture and climate of what's going on in the classroom, looking at data. And
right,
that, go ahead.
So that when you pull a student into in-school suspension, it's almost like, well, not almost, but it will be a therapeutic intervention as much as allowing them to keep up with the school work at the same time.
Yes, and we also have prevention intervention specialists that's going to be able to provide support as well with coaching them, modeling for them, also helping in the classroom as well. So it's a concerted effort to make sure that this position is not just monitoring, doing just discipline. We want to make sure that we're changing behaviors and working with our teachers, as well as looking at the students' behaviors and writing up a plan that can help that student be successful in the classroom. So no, this position is not just a dean position. It is looking at and providing support in classrooms and particular areas when we look at the data specific to, if a teacher is having problems in their classroom, specific to a school, et cetera. But that's the role of this particular position.
Okay, well, it'll be interesting to watch how this rolls out and actually works when we get it in place. Thank you.
Anything else for 2.12? 2.13 was revised before the equity summit. It says to compile and share resources related to social emotional learning, trauma-informed care, practices anti-racism, resources to aid with student and staff reentry back to school. And this is so important. We want to make sure that if students are having issues, that there is a process before they are just put back in the classroom, that there is a reentry process at the school, even at Altos. There is a reentry process where everyone is involved to ensure that this student is being put back into a setting that we ensure that he or she are going to be successful in. Not just, if you were suspended or there was an issue before, you just go back to class. That's not the goal. The goal is to make sure that there's a reentry back to school, that there's a plan in place.
So that the compile and share resources, with whom are we sharing these resources?
But she said, to whom are we sharing these resources? They're with students, parents, and staff, because we want staff around the table when the students are, say if there was an issue where there was a trauma issue, or even if there was an Altos, where the kid went to Altos, that upon the reentry that we let them know where the resources are, and that there's a plan in place for this, for the students to be successful as upon reentry. So these resources would be for students, it could be for parents, staff, because we want to make sure the staff know about these resources to support the student.
Okay, well, may I suggest then that we give a little time to Mrs. Bethel and Dr. Packard to sort of looking at maybe clarifying this action step up, clarifying it a bit, since they'll be responsible for it and they're just coming on board. I think it could be cleared up a little to make, certainly to make it
So
a little more.
this is Robin. So in looking at and compiling the resources, a lot of research has actually gone into and a lot of information shared, but even as we look at some of the culturally responsive practices, trauma-informed care, things of that nature, and with the current climate even, and even the trauma of students being out of school and the concerns with illness, there's a lot going on surrounding mental health. And so that's quite a bit of the training that is prepared for pre-planning, pre-service with teachers, and then to give them the resources. Also, review is done with guidance counselors, myself, and your teams for your students coming back in. It's kind of a transfer of the children from one place to the next to kind of go over any concerns you may have and to follow up with the students and, excuse me, any work they've done in the summer with any support specialists such as mental health or anything of the like. And then the other parts, the reentry, that's a process we're working on. The Altos procedures are going to be clearly defined. That is part of my role, is to define the process for sending a student to Altos, what happens at Altos, and their return. So that's a training also for our administrative staff, and to make sure that we're implementing it with fidelity. Again, that comes through in the behavioral reports and the reports done by principals.
Right. Well, it sounds like you've given a lot of thought, and all I'm suggesting is that just you and Dr. Packard have time to sit down and flesh this action step out and make it, I think it could be stated more clearly as you've.
Oh, absolutely. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
And the last one is 2.14, identify and implement an approach to develop common language related to culturally responsive practices and equity work. And this was revised after the Equity Summit. This was in response to feedback from that session. And this also will be done in reference to up under student services.
I think that that's really important work. Having a parent that was, an English teacher, the importance of words. Mm-hmm. And I listened at a candidate forum recently, and that was one of the questions asked of the potential board candidates. What is your understanding when you hear the term equity education? And people are all over the place with what equity means, what education. And so I applaud your efforts to moving forward, to having some kind of common language that we're using in this area.
Is there a benefit in 2.14 of adding the an additional responsible staff member, Dr. Long, to that? Or
Yes, we can add her to it.
because of the key term equity work, and on page 3 of the plan is supposed to evaluate, I guess, the impact of those areas, and it's specified as equity work there. So
Okay.
I will happily share.
Yes, we added that.
Thank you.
Is there anything else regarding goal 2? That concludes goal 2 and feedback. Anything else that we can amend, change? Okay. We will move on to goal 3, which we'll switch out Mrs. Bethel with Mrs. Papalato.
All right, Ms. Dampier, thank you for goal 2. And now we move to goal 3.
Which is reduce disproportionality and ESC identification.
Followed by goal 4.
Yep. So with that, as Mrs. Papalato is moving forward, as far as the data, we know the 5 years trend. Is there anything else that we need to add? Is there anything else, I just was told, is there anything else that needs to be added besides the 5-year trend? Twenty 2018-19.
This is something that I don't know that we can capture, but one of the things we're doing is trying to get the risk ratio closer to 1. All I would suggest is, say if it came out 0.99, that people can't be ecstatic about this. This is such a delicate balance between whether a service is needed or not versus, balancing out risk ratio. And one of the questions I've asked several years ago when we've been sanctioned was, did the lower, because one of the risk ratios that was showing on the LEA equity report that you sent to the state was a lower number of African American kids being identified, and was pointed out to me, aren't you happy about this? And I said, well, not unless that it truly indicates less need. If it's that you're not, screening these kids and getting it is a different issue. And so I don't know how that can be expressed, and I just wanted to sort of throw that out there, that I'm not asking you to include that in here. I'm asking you to put it in your the thinking process, because it'll be something that I'll be asking, time and time, asking of you time and time again.
Dr. Warrior, it's so poignant that you say that, because when we look at ESC compliance, we need to make consideration for need based on our state and local and federal compliance. So if, it's not a not broke, don't fix it mentality with ESC. With ESC is, are we following our compliance to assure fidelity of eligibility process and due process for all students, whatever their needs are. So thank you for that.
Anything else with the data? Okay, we'll move right on to action step 3.1. There wasn't 3.1 and 3.2. There wasn't a change there, but if you want to give feedback, take it at this time. And the evidence of completion, we know we're going to have to update that to be in line with the action step.
And I would just like to point out, if I may, that when we talk about evidence of completion in terms of ESC, we understand that we need to have and ensure fidelity and capacity in the tiered supports and the pre-referral process. So we're going to be working very closely with the interventionists at the tier 1 and 2 level so that we can ensure that pre-referral, all the students are getting what they need. So once they get to our level where they may require an evaluation, we have all of that data in place.
Thank you, because I'd like to state that sort of the ESE issues and being able to monitor that is one of the places when I was doing more sort of advocacy work with our organization that we just seem to struggle with, and parents struggled with, and I said, so.
Dr. Warrior, I do know, and I just want to add to that as well in this candor, that I feel like it's important to understand that we don't want to marginalize any students, our ESC students, and in the context of what we're discussing today. So I agree with you. It's definitely being monitored, and the intent to collaborate throughout the whole entire framework of MTSS is eminent.
Thank you.
Anything else in reference to 3.1 or 3.2? Okay, 3.3. Previously, we had a action step of provide professional development, which was June 1. We did that. Now we revised it before the Equity Summit to monitor the implementation of PD that was provided at the schools. And we know that we're going to update the evidence of completion. That would be more of the classroom walkthrough data that we're going to be collecting as we visit classrooms and do impact reviews throughout the year. So we will update that to reflect that. So are there any questions?
Just a minute, I'm trying to finish. That's kind of a long one. Okay. No, ma'am, I don't have any.
And, we really wanted to work with our principals, and we did an intense training, 3-day boot camp, really with all of our administrators to make sure they had a clear understanding of ESC identification prior to that, the process of identifying. So we want to make sure that we monitor the implementation of that. We provided the professional development. Now we want to monitor what they're doing with that PD.
We are also monitoring within the compliance prior to eligibility determination for specific learning disability, and that data is also going to be available.
Anything else for 3.3? 3.4 and 3.4, there was no change. Is there anything that needs to be, or you would like to provide feedback, or things that need to be altered for 3.4? Okay, 3.5. 3.5 was revised after the Equity Summit, and this particular action step says we're going to develop and provide coaching and technical assistance for teachers regarding Tier 2 and Tier 3 interventions. And of course, we know that we need to update the evidence of completion. We can tell you that part of that will be the classroom walkthrough data that we collect when we do our impact reviews at the school sites to monitor that Tier 2 and Tier 3 interventions in the school. So once we provide the professional development, we want to, provide coaching and assistance to the schools for that. Any questions on 3.5? And then
No, ma'am.
3.6, this was before the summit, this particular action step. It previously it says reestablish accountability for the use of Tier 2 and Tier 3 interventions before a student is tested and reviewed for a learning disability. And it also, 3.6, we revised the language to say utilize accountability measures associated with pre-referral during MTS problem-solving team meetings. Provide documentation of pre-referral checklists, which include the use of culturally responsive instructional strategies. What we're trying to do there is make sure that there is a process in place where they followed all of the steps and procedures. And Dr. Jacobs, you may want to talk a little bit more about that. We just don't want kids being identified because there is our overrepresentation of kids being identified in ESC, and we want to minimize that and only service those kids who really, really need that support and need those interventions. So, Dr. Jacobs.
Actually, I will defer to Ms. Pappalardo because I know your team has been actively working on this particular action step, so she has a good idea about that.
The process involves a high level of accountability, and where it starts with is for the LEA of the building, which is currently our resource specialists, having the capacity and the ability to pull the lists that they need for students that are being considered in terms of pre-referral, and providing support and rule out factors are part of that. It all kind of falls, I hear a lot of talking about collaboration and might our goals collaborate with each other in the sense of the rule out factors provide the consistency needed. Included in the rule out factors is a consideration for cultural responsiveness if that's been implemented across the classroom with the crosswalk. Also the provision of support by the LEA in the building, the resource specialists, where we've provided training to them. Dr. Jacobs has done extensive work with the principals. We've collaborated. She's taught me a lot about it. I'm trying to learn more as we go, and providing those supports and accountability. I mean, that's really the name of the game. You can provide the professional development, you can give the ideology, but if you don't look at it as a need for accountability, we won't be able to change the future, right? So looking at those checklists, ensuring that they are looking at all of the factors before determining an eligibility in an IEP team meeting. But the reality is ESE is bound by the compliance by the state law. So we're going to follow the compliance and just build in and include as part of the compliance air we breathe this piece of this factor of cultural responsiveness in the classroom.
And just to add with what Ms. Pappalardo has shared, I know Dr. Lord shared earlier this morning that their professional development, a lot of it's built off of Zaretta Hammond's work, and that's the work that we've been infusing within the Exceptional Student Education Department as well as with the administrators, and that was something that was initiated this year, and I wish we could have gotten more into the weeds with it this year, but we are definitely building these professional development opportunities as well as the strategies that we're providing to our staff and administrators are built upon evidence-based strategies and a great deal of work that has been done in the field of equity.
May I ask a question? I saw somewhere that there was a parent council or something for ESC.
Yes, ma'am. There is a parent advisory committee. In the past, however it was organized in the past, the current trajectory is to outreach more parents and to have monthly meetings with an agenda that focuses on feedback from the participants and also provides information and support to families about compliance from our district staff and from outside community groups. So the Parent Advisory Committee is hopefully going to be a monthly occurrence. That's the intent, is to provide information and receive feedback from our ESE families.
And we
I
have.
think that
Go ahead.
that could be important because, as I said, one of the things that I ran into most if parents would call parents with children that were, in the program called me. It seemed to hinge a lot around parents just not feeling heard, and the issues that go along with, and all the demands on parents, that have children that are in these programs. And so this might be a positive way for you to, sort of interface and be able to look at supports for those parents.
I share your sentiment. I don't think that parents feeling uninformed is mutually exclusive to Indian River. However, to ESE and special education around the country, it's definitely a question that we ask as ESE people, right? So definitely providing that constant contact and that flow of communication and the openness and willingness to collaborate for our neediest children is definitely something that we aspire to and as a goal.
And we've been using them as a voice to get feedback through this whole COVID-19. Whenever, from an ESC standpoint, we wanted feedback, we've been calling on them to give us feedback as we, charter this this journey that we're on as far as reentry of school and all of that for our students. So we've been working with them and getting feedback along the way, and we want to continue that collaborative relationship next year, and hopefully we'll get more parents involved in that.
And maybe, you can put, that's what I was going to say, post something on the website or something that talks about, we've got positions open or something on this committee, or something that lets parents know that there is a resource there.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Anything else on behalf of Goal 3 or Goal 2? All right, thank you. We're moving on to Goal 4, which is our increase in employment of African American teachers, and Mr. Bass and his team are coming up next. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm joined by Mike Smelser and Beth Hofer, and also Dr. Suit is on teams. Starting on page 49, we'll go through and see what comments, and just like we've done in the format with the other goals, comments, things you would like to see added or changed. Page 49 gives us our breakdown of teachers by race and by ethnicity.
One of the things, again, is I suggested on another one of the page, one of the goals, where you've got that statement above. I kind of maybe reformat it in a way that calls attention to it, that the school district where those employees nearly 12,000, because I think that's sort of shapes the information that follows.
Okay. All right, if we go on to action step 4.1.
Before we start on the action steps, I was on the website under Human Resources Department, and I was actually looking at job descriptions, but there was an area that caught my attention, and it was a recruitment plan that was posted. It's hard to show, I guess, on the screen. It's not dated, but from what I can tell from this 5-page plan is that it was implemented probably along the same time as the joint plan was finalized in that point in time. And this plan is all we have. And it's outdated. It's supposed to, it says within it that the plan is a working document and that adjustments to the recruitment team and plan will be made as necessary to find qualified diverse candidates. But the information in here is old. And so, you know, I'm referring to the work of the Equity Committee from the time that they began. And the attempts at trying to get data on recruitment, which is what this is, a recruitment plan, when the plan itself is not current, it's old. So the data, which I tried to organize into the sections that are part of the joint plan, the areas, section 3 of the joint plan, you've got these documents in there that are supposed to represent areas of data, but yet there's a plan that is not very useful.
Ms. Wall, and thank you for bringing that up. And one of the things that we'll be presenting Thursday night at the Equity Committee is a updated plan. And we recognize that that plan was not up to speed. One of the reasons why we did the reorganization and hired a director of recruitment and retention, Ms. Hofer. In the 2 weeks she's been in the job, she's been working on that plan. I know you had referenced in an email to me the plan that she advertised, and that was probably a little premature. It was more or less to market the new plan that would be coming out. We are still working on it, and hopefully we'll have it completed this week.
Okay, that leads me into my next question. The We Promise, which I put in a records request for on July 10th. Why didn't I get the plan?
We're still in development of the plan.
But there's a written form of a plan in its current version right now, right?
The one that you just referenced?
No. That's on the website. I'm talking
Okay.
about the We Promise recruitment plan. I put in a record request for the We Promise recruitment plan in its current form, and all I got was this.
I can speak to that.
Okay, Ms. Hofer can speak to that.
Hi, Ms. Wall. Yes, because it is not the SDIRC recruitment plan. It is just one part. And as Mr. Bass said, it was just an attempt to start getting some excitement about what the new recruiting plan is going to be. So the recruitment plan that you saw on the website, yes, is old. And I'm just beginning to market and brand our recruitment plan for this upcoming year. And I like to do a lot of due diligence and collect information from various groups of people before enrolling. So on day 14 of my new job, I'm ready to unroll that at our equity meeting because I wanted to have an opportunity to also get feedback from the equity members on the recruiting plan before I give it to Mr. Bass and it's like final draft for approval. So it is one of the things that is, I feel, the most important for us to be looking at as far as equity is concerned. And I don't want to rush in, posting a recruiting plan just based on requirements. I want it to be an in-depth, easy to read, easy to follow for not just us in the education world, but anybody that reads it.
We apologize if if the post was misleading.
Yeah. But my record request though should have. I mean, it's based on the fact that all you could produce was the one-page marketing material is identifying to me that there is absolutely no plan in any existence as a draft at this point.
So there is a draft form. When I saw the records request and it specifically asked for the We Promise, that's what I sent. I'd be happy to send you the draft form of the 2021 SDIRC recruitment plan.
So the We Promise recruitment plan is different from the SDIRC recruitment plan?
It is a part of the SDIRC recruitment plan.
Okay, so again, going back to your tweet announcement, that is also misleading because, I mean, it was difficult to understand exactly what was being rolled out. I assumed it was the recruitment plan when it's just We Promise is one component of the entire district recruitment plan, correct?
It is one component. Correct.
Okay. So then do I need to revise my record request to say district recruitment plan?
If you'd like, I'd be happy to send it to you.
Yeah, Ms.
Okay.
Wall,
In
Ms.
draft.
Wall, we'll just send you everything we've got in
Yeah.
reference to it.
Oh, super. Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Very good.
Okay, are we ready to start on the action steps now?
Yes.
Okay, 4.1, we changed that, the established to continue. Our relationships with the career placement at the historically black colleges and universities. And I would just like to say this, for the goal 4, just like we've seen in lots of areas today, I wish there was a status update box that says continuous, because a lot of the things in goal 4 will be continuous. Particularly HR, recruiting, filling positions is not something that you begin and end with. Theoretically, you would love to have all your positions filled by the first day of school, but we know things happen and people leave, people come back, people transfer. So this is will be continuous. 4.2 also went from create to continuous. 4.3, and this is one of those that will be continuous and ongoing collaboration with the teachers union. 4.4, the new mentoring program for new teachers. 4.5, this is something that I think I'm really excited about, is potentially starting a teacher career college and or future teacher program. And I know some work has already gone in place to beginning to get this started to look at.
Can I comment on that?
Yes, please.
Dr. Lord arranged for Dr. Lord and myself, this is Ms. Hofer, to speak with Dr. Nall and Ms. Amatucci at Indian River State College about this very thing. So the work is underway, and I believe the goal, for this coming school year is that at least every middle and high school would have some form of chapter of FFEA, so we can consistently build the program.
I have a question about 4.4.
Okay.
The status update is fully complete. Does that mean that all the publicity materials and website postings as evidence of completion has been provided to the committee?
Honestly, Ms. Wall, when I saw that, I did not like that fully complete. So I think that's one that needs to be partially complete and would just remain at that, because as the year progresses and we see needs to hire more people, again, when people leave, transition, what have you, I mean, this is something that's never really going to be fully complete, in my opinion. For us to be relevant and do the best job that we can do in recruiting diversified, highly educated, highly qualified staff, I don't think we're ever going to be fully complete here. So if you all are okay, I would like to change that to partially complete. Okay, did that answer your question on that one?
Yes. As we move through this section or goal, how are you preparing to provide the evidence, whether in the partially complete partially complete status, or in some cases maybe fully complete, to the equity committee so that they can have discussions on this? I guess that's maybe a general question with this entire plan. How are you being proactive in when you have materials and documentation that lend itself towards the evidence of completion category? At what stage and who's responsible for pushing this info towards the committee so that they can do their work? Instead of the committee trying to, with 3 volunteers on it, have to figure out what information and what status update things are at in order to request the information. It just seems like it's backwards.
Yeah, I kind of I don't disagree with you at all. I think it's something that throughout the whole plan, I don't think it's something that we can just say, okay, we're completed, here's this, and we just leave it alone. I think it's something that we produce the updates, but then we have an open dialogue and conversation about it. You know, it is great to have the action steps placed there, and it's great to have this is what we're going to provide. But again, throughout this whole plan is continuous development.
Because if you want to refer to what happened last December with the Equity Committee chairperson's document that was posted to the court, that is my concern that this might happen again, because there's some sort of a disconnect with proactively providing what you feel like is proper evidence as a district that you want to see is forthcoming in this year 2.
Right. So, Ms. Wall, Mike Smeltzer here. We provide monthly updates with the progress monitoring tool for all these items. So, we are providing the information for each of these action steps.
And they're posted on the District Equity Committee website area?
Yes, ma'am.
Under
the progress monitoring.
Areas. I created my own library because it's really difficult to take dives into certain meetings and then have it correlate with the joint plan sections. That I had to create my own library so that I know what documents you've offered up to the committee and then tie it into the joint plan sections. And there's a lot of areas that have inconsistencies with information, documents, and data. And I'm talking about the whole plan here, goals 1 through 4, not just 4. So I don't know, Mr. Smeltzer, you're probably commenting on goal 4 because
Yes,
that is
ma'am.
where you're tied to, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But I'm talking about the plan, goals 1 through 4. If you look at the equity committees area on the district website, where there are document dumps based on when the meetings occurred, for me to find out, okay, where are the recruitment documents, I have to go into each and every folder and explore and figure out where these documents are. So I just decided to create my own organized format so that I can see how you are providing the information and how it ties into the sections, because that's how we got this result with the chair and the sections, and then across each section it's non-compliance. It's primarily because documents weren't forthcoming.
Right. So I think if I remember correctly, when we had the last meeting, one of the overarching items was that, and I believe you brought it up, was the how that data that we are submitting is presented. And I think Dr. McMahon wants to chime in here. But we agree that it needs to be a little more accessible and easier to, I guess, to read.
Yeah, it's very frustrating. That part is, it took me, took a lot of my time to come to an area of or a format for myself where I could understand what documents pertain to what sections and the labeling of the files. You have to actually click into the file to see, you know,
Ms.
and,
Wall?
and
Sorry to interrupt. I totally agree. And this is what was discussed at that last, the Equity Summit. Unfortunately, we just haven't had the time to kind of share how we want to, or how we anticipate on organizing it. Because you made that point, and I clearly agree, and absolutely we can do more work on that. And I think, you know, at some point when we have those documents, we can clarify and create a place on the website that's a little bit more clear, add some documentation to each of those documents so you understand what the point of it is, what action step it correlates, all that information as well. So that work is kind of in the development stages, and we're just not at a point where we can say, here you go, here's what it's going to look like. We've got parts of that.
and that wasn't captured in the minutes at all, I don't think.
And I have not seen the minutes, but I know we talked a lot about just the overall how data is presented. And so you're going to see today kind of that progress report, what one of the data pieces is going to look like, how it's fleshed out and how it'll appear. Just haven't gotten to the point in the week and a half since the last Equity Summit to actually work at showing you on the website what all the documentation will look like.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, moving on to 4.7. Any comments? 4.8. 4.9.
I have, oh, I'm sorry.
4.10.
I have a question about 4.8.
Okay.
Is that fully complete?
Again, that's one of those things that's kind of continuous. So in thinking about that, fully complete, yes, they're required to do that, but they do that every time they submit a recommendation to hire. So that's probably one of those areas that need to go to continuous.
So as it's marked fully complete right now, does that mean that the equity committee was produced with all the documentation needed at this point?
Yes.
They have been they have all the files they need?
As far as I know, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Well, we have a couple of equity members in the summit. Is there any feedback from Ms. Saunders or Mrs. Pender? Because Miss Green is a part of, has not been a part of either of these summits.
Ms. Sanders, I'm on the line. We're talking about 4.8, hiring administrators with interview whenever possible, a diverse pool of applicants.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I've seen documentation that administrators were hired, but as far as the documentation, no, I've not been, I don't recall being supplied that information.
So the evidence of completion here is submission of the racial breakdown of all applicants for instructional positions, which include the race, the specific teacher or instructional staff positions for which they were interviewed, extended offers, and hired. And I know, we're just now really into the hiring season. I know I submitted this information end of May, first part of June, mid-June. Off the top of my head, I don't remember the exact date for it.
For so So do you, as departments, actually go into the district equity committee document holding areas, and do you review that on a regular basis to see what the equity committee has? And are they made aware of these postings, or do they have to take initiative to go onto the district website and check periodically?
Each department goes on and checks for our monthly updates.
All right, so Mr. Smeltzer, when was the last update for 4.8 provided to the equity committee?
When I don't remember the exact date, but it was the last monthly, our last monthly update for the progress report.
So this is Dr. McMahon. We have provided a African American Achievement Plan progress report, and in it, it does display the racial ethnic background of all applicants, as well as the interviewers and interviewees. All that data is on that monthly progress report.
Can that be stated as the evidence of completion in that area? The progress reports.
I think the progress report is where it is all collected. It is the vehicle. The actual evidence is the submission of racial breakdown for all applicants, which that's what the progress report does give.
Okay. So the submission of racial breakdown of all applicants for instruction positions, that submission is in a form of a document or a series of documents that are not to be included as evidence because we're supposed to look at the progress report? Is that how?
Mr. Taylor seeks to speak
Hello,
to that.
Ms. Wall. This is Chris Taylor. So Brenda Davis, before any equity committee meeting, does submit a series of documents to equity committee members, and a part of that submission is this Excel spreadsheet that has this information for 4.8. So it's emailed directly to equity committee members.
Okay.
And I think I heard earlier, I'm sorry, Ms. Wall, did I?
Oh, no, go ahead, Dr. Warrior.
Okay. That there was some acknowledgement, because I haven't been on that list until fairly recently, and then it's sporadic when I get the documents, because I think Mr. Brown requested that both of us get copies of the documents as they're mailed to that committee. We talked about the fact that those documents often aren't in a form, because I saw a couple of them and I wasn't sure. I mean, it was just a sheet of paper with it had nothing about, I didn't know what it was connected to, the response or anything. We discussed how that's going to be sort of changed moving forward, right? That when the information is presented.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And that will include going back to March of 2019 and organizing all in the same manner, correct?
I don't want to say yes to that because we've talked about a lot of things that we're going to do in the fall for moving forward, and I don't know if we can necessarily do all of that for in the prior. So in other words, you know, we're looking at how is it tied to action step. Well, that's easy because we've put them in the action step folder. But some of the other verbiage, I'm not sure it's the word is fruitful, and I know that has I don't mean it to sound like it'd be a waste of time because it certainly wouldn't, but I think moving forward, we want to make sure that we document and are very clear, a lot more organized. We can certainly make an attempt at organizing the previous year's documents in a way in which it makes a little bit more sense. You can see some kind of continuity or continuity. This is 1920s, this is 2021s. But I don't know how much of that verbiage that we want to include moving forward we can go back and do.
Here's why I think it's very important. If you if you go into the mix of documents for the Equity Committee, going back to March 2019, and you're focused on transportation, which is section 8 of the joint plan, okay? And you want to find all the documents pertaining to the transportation section 8. You know how hard that is to do? Because ultimately, as I went through all of those files, at the end of the day, there were only 3 documents since the inception of the committee. 3. That's it. So, you know, I don't think the district is aware of that unless you can organize it, the library, so to speak, so that you can see where, you know, there's some shortfalls with keeping up with information, I think.
I think where this is going to be important, and Dr. McMahon, is just say how far back we go. We've got to go back at least the 2 years of the life of the Equity Committee, last year, this year, and then moving forward. So, you know, so we've got to have a way to be able to evaluate that, because it will not only be the Equity Committee's suggestion to the board, it will be to the executive committee of the NAACP to look at where are we as we sit down and talk about, you know, where do we go moving forward? What do we say to the courts about our progress? And I think it's been pretty frustrating having been on the Equity Committee the first year and then looking at it in the second year, of feeling that we're still sort of dealing with the same issues of getting some sort of cohesive and coherent information to the group rather than flooding them with tons of paper.
So, Dr. Warrior, I agree with you wholeheartedly, and I maybe I misspoke. The intent is, yes, to reorganize 1920s documents in the same way as 2021. I guess my point is I just didn't want to commit publicly that 1920s will look exactly as 2021s will look. Personnel have moved on. We've got people that are no longer with the district, and so without kind of going through the documents and making sure that I can do that, yes, the effort will be made. I just don't want you guys to kind of hold me to that 100% line, if you will. But yes, I will strive to organize it better, to make it easily accessible, that you can see, you know, the progression. Part of it is that, you know, some action steps have gone away. We've got some new ones. So without having done the work, I just didn't want to commit to this is exactly what you will see for the next year. But I do want to emphasize, I understand and I hear what you're saying. I value what you're saying. I agree wholeheartedly with it, and every effort will be made to do that.
Thank you, Dr.
I appreciate that, and I understand that. And I hear that. I hope moving forward we'll try to come to some agreement in the Equity Committee of some sort of standing templates for information and information that will be presented, so that, you know, we're not always having different formats, and those shouldn't be set up by, you know, individuals. We should have some agreed upon way of.
And we've already started to kind of make a plan of data reports that we will be issuing in the fall. And part of that work is, you know, you put out a data report, it makes sense to whoever made it, but it might not make sense to everyone looking at it. And so it might need to edit and adjust and so forth. And we've talked about that ad nauseum before because of the progress reports. We don't like the way it looks, so we've made some suggestions, and that process will continue to go through many iterations, I'm sure.
Right, and may I suggest that maybe one of the discussions you have with the Equity Committee then is when data is requested, what does it, you know, what is it related to? Because I think you can appreciate, as a data person, just having someone ask you a question because they're interested in it is very different than whether, you know, and probably will take a different priority on your work schedule than information that is, you know, a need to know.
Yeah, and I agree. And I think that's what that master plan is. So the data that we'll be putting out based on this report, based on the strategic plan, once they're approved and they're finalized, we will finalize that data plan. And that will also be kind of part of that website, so you can see this report will be published this, you know, the first of every month or the first of the quarter or whatever the time frame is. The hope is that the vast majority of data needs that we would have throughout the district would be able to gather from that plan. But you're absolutely right. We can't account for an event occurring and then the equity committee saying, hey, I'd like to explore this aspect. So we understand that even though we might be putting out a large set of, for lack of better words, pre-programmed reports, we also will be responding to some of those needs that pop up. An example would be, you know, this past spring, while we monitor the usage of such things like iReady, COVID kind of demanded that we put a much deeper focus on that usage. So we developed some dashboards, we developed weekly reports, we tracked usage, so forth on that. So I think I went off on a tangent there. I apologize.
Okay, we're ready to get back to the action steps. I believe we left off at 411, even though that's marked fully complete, it is continuous. 412.
I'm sorry, I have a question about 4.9.
Okay.
What does the statement mean prior to hiring? Provide proof of all efforts to hire and/or encourage transfers to that school. And how does that tie into the evidence area?
Okay.
Ms. Hofer.
So the goal, first, there's two parts, I believe, to 4.9, and I can see where maybe it might be a little confusing. Maybe we can change the wording, but the overall 17% is a district-wide number. And then, of course, the ultimate goal would be at each particular school to have the percentage of African-American teachers mirror the student enrollment. So prior to hiring for a particular school, we would want to be able to have proof that all efforts were made to either hire or transfer a teacher to a particular school so that in the end we can reach the ultimate goal of mirroring the student enrollment.
And I think you're right about that because the overall number can be very different, as we're starting to see with
right.
schools that are racially identifiable other than white.
Yeah.
You know, as they're, you know, as they're popping up, and then to stick to a different rule for the district.
Yeah, and I just want to add, I know we have not formally met. I hope that we get to do that, but I was the principal at Oslo Middle School for the past 5 years, and one of my goals was to have the amount of African American teachers mirror the enrollment, and we had 20% of our instructional staff African American, and our student enrollment was 24. So I felt like we were really close, and I plan to take some of the strategies that we used as an administrative team, along with help from the district team, and implement those with the hiring administrators at each site.
Yes, that will be interesting to watch, because the disparities are a lot different at some schools than the others.
Ms. Wall, did that answer your question for 4.9?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. 4.12.
I have a question about 410 and 411. Actually, 410.
Okay.
The documentation of plan in the evidence area. Could you explain that? Is that a what plan is that?
So, Ms. Wallace, Ms. Hofer, as part of the new district recruiting plan, there will be a section showing the efforts that we're going to go to listen and get feedback from community partners, one of which, the first, is I'm having a meeting tomorrow night with some community members, none of which are on the equity meeting, or equity committee, except for me. just to start a conversation about what we need to do as a community to attract and retain a diverse workforce. So I think 4.10 is basically saying, can we invite African American applicants or people that are interested to our county ahead of time, almost as a marketing tool, so that they can see what we have to offer, and then of course also collaborating with the Equity Committee, which I know has already started, although I've only been at one so far, but I'm excited about Thursday, to basically hear more input from our community and add to the overall plan.
So to clarify, reference to plan
Would be
in this
the-
section is
That will be the district recruiting plan. Yes.
Okay, got it.
Yes.
Maybe you want to specify that because there's so many plans going on. I'm getting confused a little
I
bit sometimes.
understand. Okay, we will.
District recruitment plan. And then, if someone wanted to do a record request,
Right. Easy peasy then.
it's not like I'm going to be doing a record request for 4.10 and a different one for, a different action step, but it's all the same plan.
They're
which would be
adjusting
helpful.
that as we speak.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Yep.
All right.
Oh, here, 411, it says, you changed it. Partially complete. Got it. Good, because it was marked fully complete. I was going to ask what the record looks like.
Right. 412. $413.
Can you slow down just a little bit? Is this Mr. Smeltzer?
That's Mr.
Mr.
Bass,
Bass?
but I can.
Mr. Bass? Okay, thank
I don't
you.
usually get asked to slow down very much. But I will.
Okay. I'm ready for 56. Thank you.
All right, page 56. All right, 413. Beginning stages of this. $414.
May I ask again, I'm sorry, on 413, what's the rationale for the two measurements, monitor the retention of a reasonable representation at each school compared to the corresponding, I guess, larger category, elementary schools? So you're going to look at each school and then say compare VBE with what? With the level of overall of the teachers at elementary schools in Indian River County?
So, Dr.
What-
Warrior, I believe the state of Florida provides state information about each level, and in the plan, it wants us to not only meet the state and exceed it, so that would be where you're seeing that elementary, middle, high school, but also at each school. So it's in this one indicator, there's some data that we could use to see how we're doing against the state versus, all of the elementaries together, all of the middle schools together, and then of course we want to look at each individual school at their percentages. So both of that is in there.
So what kind of document does that look like when you're monitoring retention of teachers and instructional staff at each school? What document would that be compared to what's in the evidence area, which says demographics?
So part of the recruitment plan, I'm adding in there retention and strategies for retention, because we spend a lot of time and money getting them here, but we also need to look at what are we doing to make sure they stay. And so that, again, I think we need to add in there as evidence of completion the recruiting plan and then updates to the equity committee, because as the school year goes on, as Mr. Bass said, we're hiring, we do most of our hiring now, but as the year goes on, there is, maybe not every month, but maybe every month, hiring of 1 or 2 teachers as the year goes on, so that could also be included.
But Ms. Wall, I think as far as a document, I think that'd be something that we could generate a report with for the end of the school year once we identify, what teachers are coming back, those that are leaving. That will give us, I think that's what you're talking about.
We also, on our monthly progress report, we publish the attrition rates. So maybe it might be a vocabulary issue that is specified as the attrition rate, where this is kind of the positive of it, retention. So maybe what we could do is on our progress report, instead of doing the attrition rate, we could do our retention rate. That way the vocabulary is the same. It would provide that document, so you would see there are this many teachers that were retained from the prior progress report.
Yeah.
So how would that be stated in the evidence section? The monitor of retention area and the terms that you referred to.
Retention rates.
Yeah, and like Dr. McMahon said, we submit that each month, so you can see. I mean, as he said, it says attrition rate right now in the progress report, which is just the inverse of retention. So you can see month to month what those changes are.
So would you add? So you would say monthly retention rates because you track monthly.
We're not doing it on we're giving you the rate every month, but it's not like we're going to give you October's retention rate and September's retention rate. What we give is an overall year-to-date retention rate.
Right.
It's just updated each month so you can see the progress.
Okay, got it. Okay, thank you.
Are there two different things mixed into that one? Because it says monitor the retention and then compare it to, I think, Ms. Hofer, you said the state produces a report on percentage of African American teachers and instructional staff based on level, elementary, middle, high, or alternative. Those two aren't really the same thing, the retention rate and the percentage at any given time. I don't understand the connection.
So what I think this is like Ms. Hofer said, the state puts out, I'm not sure how often it is, but they, at a state level, what the percentage, the representation of teachers at elementary level, middle, high school, and it's what it is it's monitoring the retention to make sure we are at a minimum meeting that standard, but like she stated earlier, we want to make sure we are doing that at each school.
Could you tell me where Ms. Hofer did the district? I've never seen that on the state's website, the percentage of African American, by level.
So I would
and it's not a part. It wouldn't be a part of Ed Stat because it's not really. Okay.
Yeah, that's something that I just noticed in the plan, and I thought, oh, there's actually data that shows elementary, middle, and high, because they refer to it as state. So I will definitely look into that and have an answer for you on Thursday.
Right, and the reason I asked that is having been on the mediation, in the mediation process with the district back in 2018. This was language that I think entered there, and I'm not sure, so I would ask you to check that there are indeed reports and then how a retention rate and a percentage of teachers in any frozen point in time are connected to each other.
Okay. All right, we ready to move on? 415.
In 414, do you invite all new hire or do you require all new hire to attend the new teacher orientation?
We invite.
You invite, so they could choose to attend it or not.
Yes, ma'am. We highly encourage them to come, and most of them do, but it's outside of their contracted time,
Okay.
and it's not compensated.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, 415.
That is identified as fully complete, correct?
Well, it would be fully
Yes.
complete for last, the plan is there, but it's for, are they fully complete now as working through it? No, they're not.
Right.
But the plan itself, I know Dr. Lord works with this also. I don't know if she has anything to add to this. Or if you have any other questions to it.
So how are you marking that?
We
Continuous.
had a continuing, we would mark
Right.
it as
Yeah.
that, so maybe partially
Partially
complete.
complete.
I think it was completed last year, but moving into next year, obviously we want to continue monitoring that, so maybe just mark it as partially complete.
Okay.
Right. Yep.
And it is marked fully complete because it is something that was done, but it would be a reoccurring, just to continually. So we did monitor this past year. Specifically, we do have a STAR program that works with, and so we have a specialist who oversees this.
All right, 416. For 17,
How is 416 just a minute different than 415, except one looks longer than the other for sure. Assign a mentor who will individualize the plan tailored, and then 416. Enroll and assign a mentor to each African American teacher. How do those two differ? What are we trying to get at there?
I'm going to defer to Dr. Lord on this one.
Say it is that plan that's tailored to each of the teacher's individual needs. Right now, we have an overall plan that all of our new teachers go through for the first 3 years, but this one would be that an individual plan to meet their specific needs, and that's documented. So what happens is when we have a new teacher come in, they are assigned, and then they are in an overall program. But this is more individualizing them, so that's why it's marked as beginning, because this process is just in the early stages.
Okay, but 415 says the same thing. Assign a mentor who will individualize a plan tailored for each African American's individual needs.
It's identical, yes.
Well, I think the biggest, and this is Mike Smeltzer, I'm sorry. I think the biggest thing, the change is increasing the number of African American mentors.
Okay,
from
then maybe
15
we
and
should
16.
strike. I'm sorry, Mr. Smeltzer.
That's okay. So 415 is assigning a mentor to each African American teacher at his or her school and develop a plan tailored for them. So their mentor could be white, Hispanic, Asian, whichever. So 416 is essentially mirroring that, but also looking to increase the number of African American teachers serving as mentors. So they have a person who looks like them as their mentor, and not someone crazy like me.
Okay, then maybe that's all 416 should say, because the rest of it has already been said in 415.
Yes, ma'am.
Exactly. Start with increase the number.
Right.
Because you've already identified the first sentence in 416 has already become a step 415
So
that
probably
you have to produce evidence on. So why would you put it in 416 again when it's already being covered and evidenced in 15? So if you start with increase the number, then you're dealing with another measurement, a different step, a different measurement that requires evidence.
Yeah, so almost like striking the first half of it, the part that mirrors the top half.
We might actually just strike 415, because 416 covers 415.
416 covers
And
415.
then 417
that.
is the mentor
Yeah.
piece.
Okay.
Right. However you want to do it, except then
Right.
it's kind of easier to keep them separate, I think. But I don't care.
Okay.
We just don't need both. Either
Yeah,
or.
we'll just strike 415.
And so I have a question on 416 on the assignment of the mentors.
Okay.
How do you know that? How do you know that? How do you know how that works? I mean, as far as the evidence goes, how do you know that's successful as far as the assignments part?
Well, I just talking from experience, that is a hard measure. And it's almost like a case-by-case basis. And, you know, I'll let Dr. Lord speak to it, but just from experience I've had, you know, it takes the administrator and the mentor teachers working together with the mentee, and you've got to line up skill sets, you've got to line up personalities. I mean, it takes so many things into consideration to make that a successful relationship. It's almost as if you're playing matchmaker. But the ultimate goal is to help that new teacher get through the school year and move their students academically, socially, and emotionally. Dr. Lord, I don't know if you want to add to that as to how we do it here in Indian River.
There is also a survey that the mentors take, the mentee, that new teachers would be taking. But during the year, we have Mindset Mondays, and we also have regular meetings at the school site that are sometimes district personnel will be part of that. But also we have a STAR administrator at each school that oversees that new teacher program, so that they are evaluating and monitoring and making sure that it is a positive experience for our new teachers.
So, so on the joint plan section 2, when it goes over mentoring, correct? I've seen the surveys on there. It's redundant. It's only the third 9 weeks, correct? And I've got 4 of those documents for some reason. It just keeps being it seems like it's reproduced to the committee several times, the same information. And there's nothing in 2019 that covers Section 2 mentoring. The only documentation that has been provided has been when Dr. Moore has joined us, 2020, of which it seems like some redundant information there. So what I'm seeing, I guess, from looking at the record is that as of March 2020, or when was the first meeting? January 2020 is when you started producing information for Section 2, correct?
Ms. Wall, I'm not aware to answer that question. Maybe Dr. McMahon can.
Part of it is, I think, when the plan was approved. We didn't go into the 1920 school year with an approved African American Achievement Plan. And so
Yes,
you're going
to... we did. We had one that was approved last year, just a minutes before we did.
I think that was part of the thing when Dr. Moore came in to, that we did not have an approved, school board approved African American Achievement Plan for the 1920 school year. We did have one for prior years, but we did not have a 1920 until, and I don't know when anyone help out.
We did not for prior years. I mean, we could forget that. They've never had for prior years, but we had one that was supposed to be for the 1920s. We did have somebody there. I mean, I'll go back to minute meetings, but I'm pretty sure that we did have that. This will be the second board approved plan and not the first.
Yeah, when Dr. Moxley was here, that's what we brought forward to the board a couple times, but it was never approved. And then we went through and worked. Remember we had the Pinellas plan that we used as a model. We went back and forth on that, and it wasn't until January, February that we actually had that approved plan for the 1920 school year. So
Well, what I was trying to point out, I guess, is during the existence of the equity committee and the fact that the joint plan section 2 requires tracking of mentoring of new teachers, I can only find this addressed recently. Like really very recently as far as any kind of evidence. And I'm not talking about whether there was a plan or no plan. I'm talking about the joint plan and section 2.
Mrs. Wall, this is Chris Taylor. So you're right. The African American Achievement Plan for 1920 was approved at the second board meeting in February. I believe it was February 25th or 24th. But prior to that, the Equity Committee did review mentoring data last year. So in the first year of implementation, I'm sure Dr. Warrior was there, remembers discussing that, and we even brought it to the board, I believe it was in October, November, when we did our board debriefing. So we did review mentoring data last year as the first year of the Equity Committee.
All right. I'll just review those files again because there are a total of 6 documents on mentoring, and I wasn't under the impression that based on reviewing those documents that anything happened in the first year. But that's fine. I'll go back over it.
Okay, moving on. 417.
I have a problem with 417.
Okay.
In the addendum that ties into 417 does not match.
Yeah, which addendum?
Page 65.
Okay, tell me a little bit more.
So,
Okay, so the action step says create a pool of retired African American teachers and administrators to serve as informational mentors. Evidence of completion, a list of retired African American teachers or administrators. So it's just a list, right? The addendum, though, talks about vacancy announcements and principal records and additional information that doesn't seem to tie into the action step.
So, Ms. Wall, Mike Smeltzer again. So I think when we were doing this, and this is just something that we missed. So that action step used to be 4.17, and now it should read 4.20 and 4.21.
So page 58, 4.17 is not 4.17 on page 58?
It is, but the item
Okay.
the item that goes with the addendums, that number.
I don't think so either. Yeah, it does not make sense to me. It doesn't tie together.
Right. So 417, the addendums that are listed at the back on page 65, that does not go with 4.17. It goes
Exactly.
with 4.20 and 4.21.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, ready to move on to 418. For 19.
419 says fully complete. Is that accurate?
It'll be continued.
Yes, it's one of those ones that's going to be
Same one again.
reoccurring. So for last year, we have the template and we had all the information for last year, but again, moving into this year, we're going to keep doing that. So.
Okay.
.420, I think, is in the same category as continuous. or reoccurring.
Okay.
Correct.
I have a question about 420. The requirement here, and there's an addendum, so maybe that has been handled based on the correction that you just made, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so 20 says that collect and submit all necessary data for representation of African American instructional staff to the Equity Committee each month. It says fully, put it partially complete.
It's probably going to be continuous as well, or reoccurring.
All right, this each month designation, how far back does this each month requirement take us?
I would think in its current form back to February when the plan was approved.
So as of March, so we're talking about the months of March, April, and May. March, the month of March, month of April, month of May, and June. The Equity Committee has been provided with a monthly report. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Because I'm not seeing it posted in the district committee areas.
It's on the progress report.
There is no progress report for March.
Where you're looking at, Ms. Wall, I know that the African American Achievement Plan progress report was pushed out each month. It wasn't necessarily handed to the Equity Committee saying, here is your monthly update, although they were provided access to it like everyone in the public was provided. So it's hard for me to say because I don't know where you're looking.
I'm on action step 4.20.
And again, we put out a monthly progress report that had all the data on it. Starting in March, there was an April update, there was a May update, there was a June update, and then there was an end of year update. So from when the African American Achievement Plan was approved by the school board, and that became our directive. There were was it March, April, May, June, 5 updates.
No, there's not that many updates there, Dr. McMahon.
I can assure you that as far as the progress report goes, and that's what I'm saying.
Right.
We're all 5 published.
We have three progress reports posted. That does not include March. There's April, May, and June, but it does not include March. Correct? And we're not to go. Prior to March either, right? So if you click on April progress report,
So if it was approved in March, it would just be April, May, June.
So yeah, I'm not sure. We'll have to go back and look. This is Chris Taylor. It was approved in late February. I'm not sure if we did one in March. Let us go back through and check our notes. Yeah, did we? Yeah, so the March one would be with February, is what Dr. McMahon is saying. So April would be the first separate report, and then the months after that.
okay. If you go under the on the website under the Department of Equity, and you click on April's progress reports, even though it's identified to the stakeholder as the April progress report, when you click into it, nowhere does it say April. So there's no date.
We'll get that cleared up and identified it.
But wasn't that approved by the board? How do you get it cleared up?
So it's labeled, so you see it where it says April.
No, because then you're going to be changing the document itself. The document was approved already.
I think the issue is did we do the monthly updates? Yes. Whether they're labeled so that you understand which one was which month, that might be something where we need to adjust. It's not changing the document, it's changing the name of the document or changing
No,
how
it's
it's
actually changing the document, Dr. McMahon, because you're going to have to go into the Excel report that has been approved line by line by the board in an open session.
So we'll make sure that we don't change the
I've got a-
document, but we
Yeah,
do.
I've got a report card up here, and I can't tell what month this was compiled for the board.
Each progress report on the very first page, it details which month's update it is.
That is not there. It's an Excel report that you're giving stakeholders. So you can't change that document and add in something that's already been approved by the board, though.
Change the document. I'm just saying wherever you're looking on the website that we can just make it maybe a little bit more clear to you that this document was provided as the March update or as the April update, as the May update, that kind of thing.
Actually, I think the document itself, because when you print this Excel report out, you attach to a court document, there's no date.
So and again, we can show a little bit later when it's the data portion. The progress reports, the Excel spreadsheet that detailed, it had a title page, had all that. Actually, the second tab after the initial one, it actually specified April update, and it actually detailed the specific pieces of data that we updated for that month because due to COVID, we didn't update all of them. So in the progress report, the African American Achievement Progress Report, all of them were saved with the name of it, June update. It had it detailed in the first page. So I agree that you might be printing off a tab later on that didn't specify because we didn't put it on every single page. But the actual file, the Excel file, did have what update it was for.
I'm scrolling through the tabs. So goal 1 student achievement has no date, correct? Student discipline, no date. Goal 3 ESC, there's no date. Minority hiring, I don't.
How would you like to see us correct it?
Well, that's the problem. You can't correct it unless you bring it forth back to the board. I don't think you can just go in and correct a document that has been approved, but it needs to be corrected, I believe.
So do you feel like as if we have the document as it is, and then you put a link button to it, click on that link, change whichever month it is, would that be appropriate?
I don't believe it will be.
Are you looking at the original one, or are you looking at one that says June update? Because looking at the original one, you're right. It didn't specify March update because it was submitted with the plan. It was the data up to that point. But if there should be April, May, June update. If you look at those, there is on each page we put in as of and added.
Are we still connected?
It's not. Is there? Well, I don't. It's not there. So as far as the district website is concerned, and the area of the equity department, where there's a collection of progress reports, where stakeholders can go and review it, that area and those documents which were approved by the board have no referenced date within the document.
So this is Chris Taylor again. What we'll do is, since we're working on the plan for 2021, we'll ensure that we add, the date or the month on each one of those pages for the goals. So moving forward, we'll make sure we add that date.
Okay, thank you.
Is there sound? I can't hear.
You can't hear? I can hear. Dr. Warrior, I can hear you. Can you hear? Dr. Warrior, can you hear us? Hello?
Can we progress forward?
Yes, thank you.
420. 421.
Okay, I have the same questions here for 421. It states fully complete. And then there's that reference to the monthly report.
Okay, sorry, I've got a microphone now that works. All right, so the monthly report, is that the same question, the same issue as before? The one before?
Yes, sir.
Yep, we will correct that moving forward.
Okay.
422. 423. 424. 425 will not be fully complete. That'll be continuous. 426.
Oh, I have a question about 425, actually.
Okay.
Please. The evidence of completion is policy. Can you explain what you mean?
Say that again.
The evidence of completion says policy. Are you talking about the new policy and procedure? I don't understand what that means.
I think that should not be policy, but rather be procedural.
And are we talking, can you clarify, I know there's this transition going on from the procedures that were in place before Dr. Moore arrived, and now you're working on a new set of procedures, right?
Ms. Wall, on that one, can I answer that one back to answer that after I do some research, because I don't want to say anything about it not being a policy until I reviewed our current policies, just to make sure I'm not missing something on that one. Can I respond
Okay.
back to 425 at a later, once I get some time to research it?
Okay, so that evidence of completion section should be blank for now?
For right now, blank.
Okay, so we'll leave it blank, which makes more sense than leaving it as policy.
Correct.
Got it. Okay.
All right, 426.
Again, create a process doesn't seem to link to a roster. And it says fully complete.
I think the evidence of committee was the evidence was the actual roster that the process was completed, but Ms. Hofer can address that.
Yeah, if at each school, the team that's doing the hiring of the staff make up that committee, and there's paperwork that has to be turned in to show who was on that committee. So it's definitely in a paperwork form, not necessarily roster. So it might be a vocabulary moment. You want to have, members listed, or, I mean, that is kind of a roster, but the process is the hiring process that's already established for the district. And
So then why does it say create a process if the process already exists?
Well, there's a hiring process, and what they're looking for is to make it a diverse committee. So they're basically giving information to each school site that when you're doing interviewing, the committee that's interviewing should be a diverse committee.
So
Dr.
do you think that the 4.26 action step should maybe change some of the language to reflect what you said?
Follow the continuous process that includes, something like that.
Instead of create?
Yep.
Okay.
You got that, Libby? Follow,
And
continue.
again, this one would need to be continuous and not fully complete.
Okay.
4.27.
By the way, I like that category, reoccurring or continuous. That really does make sense.
I'm giving Dr. Long props for that one.
Yes.
It does make sense. I like that a lot, yes. So
4.28. And I know that there's been talks of 4.28 occurring, and I think we actually had an initial meeting scheduled, but COVID wiped it out. 4.29.
again, we're dealing with process.
I think instead of complete an internal process, it should be create an internal process.
That seems to make more sense. And then that would have to be part of the evidence because we want to know if process that has been created has the outcome that you want.
Correct. Okay, 430.
Oh, also 429, you're going to want to complete an analysis. What does that mean? Is that a survey or what is that?
So
On 4.29.
Again, I think, there's a lot of vocabulary being used that mean the same thing. That is a report that's showing how many African American teachers are employed at each site.
Now, how does that differ from some of the tables some of the things we just talked about with,
This deals with critical shortage areas.
But if you're talking about complete an analysis, that sounds like something that is going to be compiled in some sort of a narrative. So you're going to review the results and you're going to come up with a document that has an analysis of the results. So that's why the evidence seems vague. You're just going to review, but what does that do?
Right. And we need to take the appropriate steps according to the results.
And this is going to be in document form, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
It should say report instead of analysis. And then the evidence would be that the report would be available.
Did you hear that, Ms. Wall?
Sorry?
Did you hear that?
Yes, to change it to report, and then the results would be the evidence.
Right.
Correct?
Yes.
Correct.
Yes.
All right, 430. $431. $432. $433. I feel like somebody should say bingo.
Bingo.
Any additional comments, questions on goal 4? I appreciate your feedback very much.
again, I would suggest that you look at all of the alignment pieces. I think that there's problems, not so much with alignment, but with where you place them. Probably some that.
Dr. Warrior, can you repeat that? We were having a hard time hearing you. It was broken a little
Right,
bit.
I had to take out, can you hear me now?
That's better.
All right, I had to take out my earphones because I couldn't hear you with the earphones in anymore. To look at the alignment section, that last column over there, because as I was looking at it, that would be some of my feedback on the strategic plan, that some of the things you say on page 9 in the plan versus page 17 don't align the buckets. You know, don't align with what's going in those buckets. I guess the pieces I'd have to, just point out that here you might say something is under academic achievement. When I look at 17 in the strategic plan, it may be under equity and culture. And then when you go back earlier in the document, you see that equity and culture is described as one thing. But as you come forward to page 17, the artifacts that you're looking at to determine that aren't the same. And that'll be, I guess, feedback to the strategic plan.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
So, yeah.
Okay. I guess if we will move on now to the data feedback discussion with Dr. McMahon. Just to let you know, Dr. Moore had
we did not cover the very pre-goal areas of the plan. Can we do that briefly, or at least point out the areas quickly that should be reviewed again?
Yeah, what pages is that you're referring to?
Page 3.
Page 3.
Thank you on that correction. And there's one more on district let. Thank you. That's all I have to say about that particular page.
Just a minute. I have just a minute. This says the coordinator of equity and instructional support. We need to, we don't have that position anymore, do we? Has that been renamed or something? Will evaluate the impact of this plan. Is that
I think you asked, is that accurate? Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. That the coordinator, the new, there needs to be a new title, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that person will be responsible for evaluating the impact of this plan.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And is that in the job description that was put forth recently?
Yeah, Dr. Moore's tasked that. Yeah.
Okay.
But isn't this though a little different? You pulled out a position to evaluate the overall impact. And so, this is different than everybody has a hand in equity.
So are you going to change the language in
Ms.
that
Dampiers,
sentence?
come to the microphone.
Are you going to address that sentence then and review it?
Yes, I'll have Dr. Moore because he specifically put that portion in there when we were creating this plan with different roles. Like, as you said, that is there in someone's job description. No, none of this is in anyone's job description. It's just part of our role. But specifically, he put certain things because I assumed at the time, and I can't speak for him, that Dr. Long her title still has something to do with equity. I don't know. We'd have to check with him. He's not in the room at this time. So.
Yeah, maybe if we could get some clarification on her role, Dr. Long's role.
Microphone off of me. Yes, ma'am, we'll get some clarification for that and report back to you on it.
Okay.
Dr. Moore had to step out to go meet with Senator Mayfield.
Page 4, the barriers.
Just excuse me, Ms. Wall.
Okay.
This plan will be accompanied by a progress monitoring report card. Do we have a draft of that, or when can we expect that?
When are we going over it? Oh, yeah, that's what Dr. McMahon is fixing to go over.
I'm sorry?
Dr. McMahon is fixing to address some of that.
Thank you.
And I guess if we're ready, we'll move into that now.
Move into page 4.
Oh, no, ma'am, I'm sorry. Sorry. What else was on page 4 was, I thought that was the question on page 4. The barriers.
So that's the question on page 3. And then we probably should hold it. And if I think we're trying to just get rid of all these pre-goal because we jumped right into this without doing this. You may go on, Mrs. Wall.
Oh, on this page, I guess what is not clear is how do you see the action steps impacting these barriers? I don't see that connection.
Okay, so your question was, do we see the action steps impacting the barriers on page 4?
Correct.
So this is Chris Taylor. So the barriers are actually listed on the progress report with those progress report pages. So every action step also has the associated barrier with it, and that comes with, on the monthly progress reports that are published.
So we have to look, okay, so it's not, so that tie-in is not happening within the plan. It's happening outside of the plan in your report card.
Yeah, the barriers, yes.
Yeah, that's correct. So it's actually in the progress report.
Do you think that is the best design for, it just seems confusing, the setup that way.
We do have each action step tied to a barrier. And I apologize, I was getting ready to set up for the next part. Am I hearing that you would like that just clearly articulated in the plan? That action step 2.3 addresses this barrier. Yeah, that's easily done.
Yes, that would be really helpful that it's all in one place.
Okay, I question page 6. Are you have anything prior to that? No.
Oh, no, I don't.
Okay, page 6, at the top of page 6, it talks about Plan B gifted eligibility, and it talks about an established pathway to increase the number of traditionally underrepresented populations. Is there something this eligibility pathway is written down? I'd like to see what it is. I'd like to see it, what makes up this eligibility pathway.
For Plan B. Mr. Meyer, do you have anything on that one? Plan B, gifted eligibility? Oh, sorry, Ms. Dampier. Student Services.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
We talk about Plan B eligibility, that's part of a state outline. That's not our outline.
It is our outline.
Plan B eligibility is actually, so the state requests that each district in the state of Florida creates a plan for increasing the underrepresented populations and gifted through a Plan B as opposed to the Plan A. So what we have to do is we develop that plan and have to submit it to the state for their approval. That is approved, and that's part of our SPMP that's posted on the state site. So we have very clearly delineated procedures and criteria for the Plan B.
Okay, could you include a copy of that Plan B here or somewhere, so, you know, for me, I will go to type to look at it up, but it's, you said it's a plan, you know, you have, it's different. I just like to know what it is and see it posted with our material.
Yes. So we're just discussing what the best way is to provide access to that plan. Right now, that particular plan is linked into a state overarching plan that you've got to go into. So we'll figure out how to best include that plan. So if I'm hearing you correctly, you want that for that specific plan attached to the African American Achievement Plan.
Right, because I'm concerned about what has the district created in order to make more kids eligible for gifted services that somehow were not included in the past. What's that criteria?
Okay, and just in full transparency, that Plan B, they are very clear with us as we develop those procedures that the categories that we can consider as part of Plan B are students who are economically disadvantaged and students who are English language learners. So just to be, you know, very
And it's
aware.
only for those two categories?
Yes, ma'am. The state is the one who provides that requirement.
Okay, so let me be clear. This is in response to a state mandate, and it requires that you create an eligibility pathway for increasing the number of not traditional, I would say strike traditionally underrepresented populations of students and put in the two, because African American would be considered under the traditionally, and you said there are two, English language and
Economically disadvantaged.
right. So if you could correct that language so it would more accurately reflect what the plan.
So under what I'm hearing is under definitions, you would like for that to be clarified.
Right. That,
Okay.
that where you say increase the number of traditionally underrepresented populations of students, that is larger than the two populations that you really target. Just list the two populations that you.
Sure, we can do that.
And then I'm not sure why it's even in this plan. I mean, you know, I guess, yeah, it could be English language for Black and what's the economically disadvantaged? Absolutely. So, okay.
On the same page, performance and advanced coursework at the bottom. The part about measuring, is that the best way to state this section?
Page 6. Could be identifying performance.
The second section where it says measuring performance.
About identifying performance.
Well, read the whole statement. I'm wondering if this is the best way to communicate this information.
I can maybe speak a little bit to it, and please don't interpret this as complete defense of it. I can certainly open to edits, but I think the idea is that when you're talking about acceleration, you don't ever want 100% of your students successful, because if you did that, then you didn't really give enough students the chance to be a part of it. And so I think that's that kind of overall philosophy in advanced coursework that we're just trying to kind of articulate. Maybe obviously you're bringing it up, so maybe we didn't do a very good job of it, but we were trying just to say that when it comes to challenging students and accelerated courses, we are going to challenge students, which means some students are going to fall short. So just, you know, it goes back to when I was an AP or an IB teacher. I never wanted a 100% pass rate, because if I had a 100% pass rate, I didn't let enough kids into those courses. So by all means, if there is a way to clarify that, or maybe if it's giving off an impression that shouldn't be given off, by all means, we can certainly edit to your suggestion, but that was kind of the intent of that language.
Right. For me, if I may, Ms. Wall, is that it is maybe perhaps giving off an intention, because if we indeed are going to enroll more African American students, in this case specifically in advanced course, we've also promised that we're going to give them the resources to be successful. And so even with that, you still may not have 100% pass rate. What this seems to be saying is, yeah, we're going to put those kids in, but let's not look at participation yet. You know, I mean, it pulls back from what we see as we want to look at participation rate. And if we're just putting kids,
You mean performance?
I mean performance, right? We want to look at performance rates, because otherwise, and were the supports given to the students to make them successful? That's what we promised when we did whatever we did to increase the numbers, the jump we saw a year or two ago.
Correct, and that's why I brought this up, because I think this is a key statement that I think needs some changes, but then to go and have 60 pages of a plan where nothing about performance is covered is what we addressed earlier in this meeting. And then also the outlined plans to provide students with assistance and support needed. There are action steps on that, specific plans that are going to be evidenced,
Yeah, and I think that was what
broken out
was
by school.
yeah, that was what was articulated through the action plan. I'm looking also at where we kind of got this template, the Pinellas plan. That language is actually directly from, not directly, there's a few, I think, edits, but that was in that Pinellas plan. So just so you understand that that's where the origin came from.
But where it stands now in the plan and how it's tied into the action steps doesn't seem to be complete, right?
I think when we were going through the advanced coursework, I think that we expressed earlier today that our current goal when it comes to this is specifically on enrollment and not on performance. I think we had said earlier that we were going to add the performance measures in there, but we'd also have to relook and perhaps add some action steps, because you're right, and as we previously discussed, there are no action steps on the performance, it's just the enrollment. That was the focus, because that was what the goal area was.
Right. And the part about outline plans to provide the proper support and resources, are there action steps that address that?
No, that's what we're saying, is that the goal as it's written, it is specifically trying to increase the enrollment. It was not written to necessarily increase the success. That's not to say that we don't care about success. Obviously, we are doing it, but I think the idea is the first step to ensuring that an adequate representation of African American students are achieving at the highest levels is that they're actually given the opportunity. So I think that what we can see from the data is that clearly they're not given the same opportunities. So it's almost like, yeah, we've got to get the kids in there and we've got to recruit, but we've got to do it more than maybe in prior administrations where it's just, hey, you're going to put as many as you can in there. That's not obviously appropriate. So we've got these strategies to increase the overall enrollment in advanced coursework. And then I think, you know, concurrently with that is some strategies to increase the success of them as well.
So it sounds like you need to add some more action steps, correct?
As we previously discussed, yes.
Yes. Okay.
Just a point of clarification of your advanced coursework, what in the last sentence, it is career and professional education. Okay. What is that?
Dr. Ward, you're breaking up.
I'm sorry.
Switch.
Can you hear me now?
That's better.
Under advanced coursework on the same page, page 6, in the last sentence says, this also includes student enrollment in career and professional education, CAPE. What is CAPE?
Yeah, the career and professional education. The CAPE is the acronym.
Well, I know,
That's
but
like-
what is, I mean, what do you, is this the same as
The CTE courses, career and technical education.
career technical education?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I was just wondering, I hadn't heard that terminology used, and when I asked someone, you know, that I know that's in career technical education, but not Indian River County, they'd not heard it before, so I just didn't know. Can you just call it career and technical education, since that's what we call it?
I think
Well-
specifically, there's a lot of courses that would be considered that, but not all of those courses have an industry certification exam tied to it. And so in this particular one, because we're looking at acceleration, it's tied to school grade, it's tied to all those other pieces, we're specifically looking for the career technical education courses that are defined by CAPE as a industry cert.
And Department of Education is the one that really defined CAPE back a handful of years ago, incorporating the industry certifications.
Okay, then it still is that, I just don't know, I don't recognize it, talk about making this recognizable to people, I just know,
So-
you know, that's the same.
Could I maybe offer a suggestion for that last sentence since we're editing
Yeah,
here?
something-
Maybe just say this also includes student enrollment in career and technical education courses defined by
Yep.
career and professional education CAPE.
That are connected to a certification, just as you said earlier.
Okay, she's, I believe, typing it
That
now.
should work.
These kind of statements because again, we're in this day in and day out. We know what CAPE is, and we appreciate you pointing out that, hey, I don't understand what this necessarily means. It helps us clarify what we're doing. So thank you.
And two other points or clarification that I would like to ask on the advanced area is on the strategic plan with the target strategic plan area. Under focus area 1, academic success, there's an area called middle school accelerated performance and high school accelerated performance, which I only learned recently is something that's offered under the school grades reports because I got the record back, correct? So what does, right. So one thing that was great to find out is upon all those record requests I did, I was able to find out in some areas what source you used, where initially I thought it would be EdStats, but then you drew your information from the DOE accountability area. So that was very helpful. With the academic success area, you only referred to, or you decided to refer to the school grades report. And in that, for these areas, these 5 areas, there's a middle school accelerated performance tracking the state does, and the high school accelerated performance tracking the state does. I understand the high school one because I researched the state definition of it. So I understood what that is, but I'm not sure that the community does at all, especially with middle school. I still don't know what accelerated performance in middle school covers. So just those 2 areas there I'm confused about. Also on the high school accelerated performance, it's considered the college career accelerated rank, which for some reason state is using data from 2 years ago in that particular tracking, whereas all the other data that you're using from the same report is from 2018-19, and I think that needs to be identified.
I apologize. I'm trying to find out where you are in the African American Achievement Plan.
Oh, I'm not. I'm in the strategic plan they're supposed to tie together, right?
Okay, yes and no. It's
And
not
we're
going
in
to
the-
be a
and we're in the-
one-to-one, it's not going to be a one-to-one connection. In other words, the exact goal in the strategic plan is not going to be the exact goal in the African American Achievement Plan. The strategic plan is what guides our overall work. And certainly with the middle school acceleration, the high school acceleration, as we put out the strategic plan, as well as all the accompanying documentation, if that's still unclear, by all means, we can summarize it. I will say your efforts at understanding it and then somewhat not fully understanding it is a common theme. We have state conferences where people in my positions go, and even after those sessions, there's still numerous questions that we have because the state isn't always as forthcoming as we would like them to be in explaining it. But as far as a strategic plan and how we can clarify that, by all means, we can address at another point. I just was a little lost because I didn't know that we were in the African American Achievement Plan. I didn't realize that we had highlighted the middle school acceleration or high school acceleration.
Yeah, looking at the definition area of advanced coursework and so forth, and all these terms that we're going over, I pulled the strategic plan because there's two other terms in addition to that that's called middle school accelerated and high school accelerated.
Yeah, and so the middle school acceleration is just making sure it's tracking in a very simplistic definition what % of our kids who are level 3 or above in 8th grade are taking a high school Algebra 1. At the high school...
That's it?
No, there's a little bit more to that. That's why I said that in very simple. I have no problem on a side outside of this right here because it's not pertaining to the African American Achievement. I'd be glad to go over that with you. The high school acceleration looks at the grad rate and looks at during their 4 years of the whoever graduated, what % of the graduates actually earned either an APIB passing score, a dual enrollment C or better, or an industry cert passing test. But again, if you and I, by all means, if you want to send me an email, we can either schedule a phone call or just do it via email. I can explain those two so we're not tying up everyone's time here.
Is the strategic plan scheduled to be approved on July 21st?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, because I've got issues with that particular page, including corrections on the ranking. So.
And by all means, we'd be glad to engage in that. The data that you were provided is not going to be the data that will be provided for the final strategic plan. When the strategic plan goes before the board, it will have the data booklet that provides the data that's supporting the approved strategic plan.
Yeah, but the data that I got from records already has the information I needed to review to compare to the plan.
Not necessarily.
The rankings are gonna change?
The methodology, where we pull the data, how we pull the data, some of that, remember it was just a draft form. It was when we put it before the board, it was drafted to look at the overall plan to provide that feedback. The data was not in its final, you kind of think about it as it's just as a rough draft. So when we actually have the strategic plan to be submitted in July, it will have the data booklet that data was used to support the goal areas.
Right, Dr. McMahon, but the records that I received back, the 2 files on academic performance, has that information, whether it's in a decimal point format or a percentage, it still produces the support that backs the state ranking. It doesn't matter if you change it from percent to decimal or you add colors to it doesn't matter. Currently what you provided is everything that I needed to review the plan.
I'm not sure because the data that I provided you wasn't the data that we used to submit the final plan.
So I'm going to recommend we have a very offline conversation. We've got a number of staff here. So if we can have a conversation offline regarding the strategic plan, we'd be more than willing to sit and listen to gain a level of comfort around your thoughts associated with
Okay,
the strategic plan.
I'd be interested in that, in being included in that too.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So I apologize. I had to step out of the room and take a meeting that I could not delay. I just going to get a quick update as to where we are.
We've gone through all 4 goals. We were finishing up some final questions, and we are awaiting to begin Dr. McMahon's data feedback discussion.
Okay, so the only item pending is the data discussion. Am I accurate on that?
We have a couple, I think, more items in these pages that preceded the whole page state.
I'm sorry, Dr. Ware, I didn't catch that.
I'm sorry. I'm having trouble on this end. We have a couple of more pages, at least I do, in this sort of pre-goal area, because when we started today, we went right into the goal section. These are comments about the part that precedes that, the goal. So like we're on page 10 now of the document.
All right, Dr. Warrior, go ahead and begin. Dr. Warrior, you
Yes,
want to
sir.
go ahead and ask your questions?
Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am. Would you like to go ahead, Dr. Warrior?
Okay. Did you finish with page? I think you were going on 6, Mrs. Wall.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. My next one was starting on page 10. Are we going to remove that whole table? Is that what it was, and what was the thought behind that?
I think you asked, were we going to remove the table?
Yes, I see it says recommendation to remove table from the plan.
Yes, ma'am. That is the recommendation.
And the rationale behind that was?
This is Chris
Yes.
Taylor. The reason why we're going to look at getting rid of that is initially this was a sample of the progress monitoring report. So since we've already produced it, all this data will be captured within the progress monitoring report specifically. So we're going to remove this, and that'll be added to the appendices.
Okay, so you were not losing this information.
That's correct. This was just a sample for last year, so that's why we're going to get rid of this. And this data will still be in the appendix of the document.
Okay, in some other document. Okay. All right, fine. That's my left. And as far as I'm concerned, we can move into Dr. McMahon's presentation.
All right, Dr. McMahon, the floor is all yours.
Do we have anything to look at, Dr. McMahon? I mean,
Dr. McMahon is approaching the keyboard. I think he's going to share a different presentation.
okay.
To go to the bathroom real quick.
Sorry?
I said sorry, the camera really can't show, but right over here, there was Libby Deal. She was navigating the computer, so she had to go to the bathroom real quick, so I had to move over. Sorry.
Do we need a 5-minute break?
Sorry.
Are we going to take a short break here?
A third battery. Yeah, as we switch PowerPoints to presentation, let's take a 5 minutes breather. Thank you, everybody.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, so we are back. People online, can you guys hear me? Maybe either thumbs up or say something.
I'm here. I'm here.
Perfect.
Who is actually?
I'm here too.
Oh, hi. And where's Dr. Soot? Are you there? Dr. Soot? Hello?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh,
she's there.
good.
All right, so what I have displayed is the prototype based on the Equity Summit, some improvements, changes. This particular one is just ELA assessments. So if you recall from the summit, what we're going to do, instead of having one file that has just heaps and heaps and heaps of data, we're going to try and separate and organize it so it's a little bit better. What I'm going to give you today is the 2 tiers. The first tier is kind of that overall look, and then the second tier provides a lot more in-depth data. So this is that second tier. So you can see we added the 15-16, so we do have the 5-year baseline data. We also added the state total line that shows the state measures. And then you can see underneath of it, you scroll a little bit down, this will be the progress measure data that we will be populating as we administer these particular assessments. So on this first page, you'll see iReady and unit assessment data. Those are the 2 measures that we have that we'll be measuring the progress measure of our students. And then, so this is overall, so this will be K-8. So go ahead and click on the next tab. So what we'll do is we will push out this ELA iReady by elementary school, fall, winter, spring, so you can see it's by school, by race, ethnicity. Again, instead of the state total, we have the elementary total, so we have something to compare that data, the overall elementary progress. The next tab is the same data, but by middle school. So we have the 4 middle schools, we have the middle total that we'll be comparing it to. And then down below, we also have the kind of all middle schools tied together. And then the next stage is ELA iReady by grade level. So this one, instead of having it by school by race ethnicity, this shows the grade level, then race ethnicity. We have that both for, I guess this does go K to 8 if you scroll down. And it does have all elementary, then it has 6, 7, 8, and all middle schools.
Dr. McMahon, what you're referring to showing up on our screen?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Hang on, I'm sorry.
Following.
Yeah, it's a problem with Teams. Unfortunately, Teams, we've got to share a screen rather than a window. Let's give us 1 second. There we go. So can you go back to the, sorry. So real quick, 5 years data, state total in yellow across the middle there. Underneath of it would be kind of the overall iReady and unit assessments, which we are using to monitor the progress. And then on the subsequent pages, we've got here iReady pulled out by elementary school, race, ethnicity. We are comparing this data to the overall elementary as well as overall district, providing the gap by school. And then at the very bottom, actually go back, just the very, very bottom of it, it's all elementary school, so you'll have that kind of overall perspective as well by race, ethnicity. We do the same thing by middle school. Then the next one is the ELA iReady by grade level. So this one we're doing K to 8. We also separate and detail the elementary schools again and the middle schools again. And then we're going to replicate this with unit assessments. So all of those same tabs we're going to do with unit assessments. We've got elementary by school. We've got middle by school. We've got grade level that is K through 10 in this case. And so this is a sample of, and do me a favor, open that file folder, and then go to Store and Go. So these are what we've done is initially for time constraints we have put kind of published we have developed these for each of the goal area data that is in the African American Achievement Plan. Not each action step, but the overall goal areas we have made one of these 5-year baselines with. And so that first page will accompany the African American Achievement Plan to provide the baseline information as well as what progress measure that we are using to monitor that overall goal statement. And then on the website, we're going to complete these forms for each of those typical areas that we're monitoring progress with. So I'm going to pause here because I'm sure there's questions. So this is just ELA. So think about school recognition, gifted screen, like all of those. So in the progress report where we had like goal 1 was like 4 miles long, we're going to take each of those action steps and do one of these spreadsheets with it. So then when we put it on the website, we're going to kind of, goal 1, click here. You click on goal 1, and then you're going to see all these different data pieces. You can click on it and download this, because that was the main complaint or critique was, hey, I want to just look at gifted. I've got to sit here and scroll all the way. Well, now you're going to be able to go directly to the gifted spreadsheet and pull that data. Any other questions? Okay.
I'm sorry, I was muted. This Dr. Warrior. Is my understanding that this format will be in a workbook format, and that on the side, what this represents are the various tabs we can click on?
I didn't understand. Yes. So this exact file, this is just ELA. So you can see the screen. You can see along the bottom there are those tabs that kind of detail the progress measure and what it is. So this will go onto the website and will be updated each I don't want to say each month because it depends on the measure. Some of them are going to be measured monthly, some will be quarterly, some are by semester, right. But whatever that plan shows that they update, you'll have one of these files for that particular time and that particular measure. In addition, we're going to, kind of in light of our summit, we want to provide access to other resources. So I don't think I saved it on that one. So like the Achieve 3000 documentation I sent you. Also, you talked about the Lexile growth. You'll notice with these, can you click on the unit assessment one by elementary school? So look at the headers of this. Can you make it a little bit bigger with the bottom right? The plus sign, or that, yep. Sorry, making it for my eyes to see. There we go. So if you look at the header, this particular one says %55 plus. We're going to add some notes to describe that, but also what we have is each year we do a regression on our unit assessment weighted average along with the actual scale scores, and we develop guidance to schools to show them, based on the regression, here is the minimum score that on average equated to a level 3, and then we provide it broken out by actual achievement level, what the average scores were. And so 55% is generally what we find when students score on that and above. Typically that percentage holds true as far as a percentage of level 3 and above. Of course, that is specific to ELA. Science is a little bit higher, math is a little different. So we'll also provide kind of that documentation to you so you can see, okay, this is the average score, this is a percent that are 55 and above, this is what we expect to see on FSA results. And I'm just pausing just so you can digest it if you have any more questions. Dr. Warrior. And Ms. Wall? Anyone
Yeah,
else?
I would like you to send me a copy of this so I can look at it. I really, I'm looking at it now, but I really need to to be able to see it, to click through it. Dr. McMahon, to give you,
Sure. Absolutely. I value your feedback, so I would have no problem sending this to you and getting that feedback because we want to make it.
It sounds like, if I'm understanding this until I see the tabs and how they're broken out, that we're going in this direction that we talked about in terms of being able to drill into data and look at it. So on the basis of what I can tell now, it sure looks like we're going in that direction.
Yeah, and that honestly, that's the intent. The intent is to provide like a standardized report that you can expect every month / quarter / semester / whenever, that each time it is the same data, it's the same presentation. So we try to take that input that you guys have given and created this. So by all means, when you look at it, if you see something that I didn't see or if I missed something, please let us know so that we can get this added to it. But yeah, that's the intent. The intent is to show these progress measures by school, by ethnicity, by grade, by ethnicity. We can't slice and dice it in every way. We is kind of that district and school-based leadership. We generally don't use these spreadsheets to problem solve. We're going to use either Power BI dashboards. We're going to use Unify and their baseball card report. But I think what this does is it does provide kind of a static look at where we are during the course of the year. So even with this unit assessments, you can see up top, Unit 1, Unit 2, we're going to have, depending on the subject, between 6 and 10 unit assessments. So all of those will be added to it along with the overall weighted average. So to your point, I'll email it to you, and if you want to take a look at it at your somewhat quick leisure, I'll be glad to edit as you see that we need to.
Dr. McMahon, can I please also be included in that email for
Yes,
review?
Of course.
Okay, great, thank you.
And I think one thing that we know, that a database only becomes better, and I'm going to call this a type, a mini database, as it's used, and as we try to ask questions of it, and those of us who are not part of district staff will have to find a name for ourselves.
Absolutely, and honestly, I'm really excited for our first meeting, and by our I mean the one that we've scheduled for you and Ms. Wall and whoever else to come, because I'm excited to show you some of the online platforms that we have and the ability to do some of the things with it. It just can't be captured on a print of a button and here's a static report. I remember when, it was about 2006, 7. It was one particular school year early in my teaching career, and we were given a binder of student data. And I looked at it, I'm like, wow, this makes sense for one particular day out of my entire school year, because the next day was already outdated because I had, it was before school even started, so you had enrollments changing and so forth. And I think we've kind of moved on with that. But I'm amazed at what we can do through that Power BI dashboard, what we can do through Unify. All of that kind of feeds into the problem solving. But I think what we want to really do is at least capture a static, here's a moment in time, so that we can be transparent with our data. We can say, hey, here are the assessments we're administering. This is where we are, either good or bad. This is the data. And as Dr. Moore has said, data becomes our superpower, because if we do see that we are not closing that achievement gap or not adhering to whatever the action step is and the data is not showing it, we need to relook at that, either with the fidelity of the implementation of the action step, or maybe we identified the wrong barrier to it. So that's kind of the hope, is to provide the community with some in-depth. It's not the end-all be-all, because we can't publish, no matter how many different iterations of slicing and dicing this data, someone can come up with another one. But at least this kind of gives us that start. And then what I would say is just, as we progress through it, if we're finding there is a better way of displaying it, we'll continue doing this, but then we can also add or monitor or alter or edit future of them.
Absolutely. I mean, it has to be an iterative process, and as we use it, we'll find out how comfortable, how usable, user-friendly it is. And nor do I expect that I would ever, well, I won't say that because who knows what I become interested in. But I say as a rule, I'd never be interested in maybe day-by-day monitoring, a flatter perspective, like you said, it's by quarters or months or by a year, depending on what the data is, because I don't think I need real-time data to do what you need real-time data.
Is there a way on these tabs to identify the static moment in time somewhere at the top?
Yes. So some of these, so what we have done in the past, and not to kind of bring up that dead horse that we were kicking around earlier, the June update and I think it was start with a May update, was it? The May update, June update, and the end of the year, we started to add in that as of. And we also labeled them. So we're going to continue to do this. So where ELA unit assessments administered 8 times a year, Unit 1 as of this particular date, Unit 2 as of this particular date. So we'll continue that practice that we started in the middle of the progress reports for the spring of 1920. We'll continue that practice here where everything will be cited. I got to be honest with you, and I think what we might, and again, I don't want to add so much to this one document that it just becomes overwhelming, but one of the things we do need to disclose is a definition of all the headers. Count 55 plus. Well, it says CT 55% plus. So what we want to do is say, this is what it is, and this is the full verbiage that goes with it. And so kind of wanted to ask you guys and people, anyone listening, would it be better to have that as a tab at the end of this spreadsheet, or as a separate Excel spreadsheet, or a separate Word document, that kind of thing? What would be easier for you guys? We can also add it to the bottom as well.
You're talking, okay,
so some of I apologize, I was all over the place there. So let me redo my question. Some of the data definitions, it kind of speaks to Ms. Wall's point of dates and sources. We want to be able to articulate, this is the source of the data, this is as of the date, these headers, this is what this header means, this is what that header means. What I'm asking, is it better to have that clarification in this spreadsheet, or is it better to have a kind of a separate spreadsheet that specifically addresses ELA, all that stuff?
I've seen it done both ways. If I think about the state or DJJ, it could be a data dictionary in the separate document, even, as long as we know how to link and refer to it. And often there's a tab that gives you a link that you can click on that can, take you right over to the other documents. So I think I'd be fine with it without actually having used it at this point, to say it could be a separate document, but we definitely need it. I don't know, Chloe, do you have any feedback on that, Ms. Wall?
Yeah, I agree with the separate document or a link within the document that you can just click and it takes you there for reference, like some sort of a legend of terms.
Okay, we'll start with that. I could see maybe considering all the different measures, it might be that collective just becomes such a cumbersome thing to use that it's unwieldy. But we'll certainly start with that. If we find that that's becoming an issue, what we might just try to do is integrate ELA-specific definitions here. And it might be we have kind of an overall, like I could see EdStats. That's going to be a common theme. So maybe some of these bigger, larger issues we can kind of put on that collective, anything specific to each subject, we can add to that. So thank you for that input. We'll take that under consideration and move forward. Any other issues, concerns, questions about this document?
No.
No.
All right. So then let's go to the Word document, actually. All right, so these are, and we briefly shared with them at the Equity Summit, but we've created one of these for each of the 4 goal areas. And so this is, will be updated September. We'll be putting this out there. Yeah, this is not September's data, by the way. We're not fortune tellers and predicted already what we're going to do in September. But we'll have this kind of one-pager. It is not that much more. And I can say, just looking at this, it might even be a little too much. But I kind of, before I made wholesale changes, just want to get a feeling. But the idea was that this is not necessarily meant to be a source of in-depth problem solving. Rather, this was meant to be a source of, can we characterize the pulse of our district really quickly? On one page, can we just give an overall measure of where we stand? And so you can see, like at the top there, unit assessments, ELA. We have it broken out by the race, ethnicity. So it's just giving us an indication as to where our performance is overall. So maybe a better example of this, think about in terms of like discipline. Well, we'll have a metric that says black students right now are 3 times as likely to be suspended. 2.5, 2.2, whatever it is. And so we can then track across September, October, so that we have that, to use the language of the last summit, that level 1, that top high-end level, that if I am a member of the community and I just want to know, real quick, I don't want to tear apart 83 different spreadsheets. I just want to know, where do we stand? Or is a performance closing? Is the gap getting larger? So that's what the intent of this particular document would be, but also to provide just a little bit more information so that, it's not necessarily just kind of data that exists in of itself, that we provide some context to it. So I'll be quiet now.
Again, like I said, my feedback to you is until I, able to see it a little closer and be able to read all those tabs at the bottom. I think we're certainly going the right direction and nothing jumps out. But, again, realizing that once we look at this unpopulated table, as we start to think about the kinds of queries we make against it, what kind of questions that we want answered when we're working on a white paper or something of that nature, that we'll be able to give you better feedback about how we can use it. I would be interested, as you said, to see, as you said, roll-up, because I think that I'd rather pick out a few things and show them at least by subgroup, show them well, than to do something, to do a lot of them and it'd be overwhelming. For example, if we're going to show a rank for the district and it's 31, we know that for those subgroups that those vary. That it might be in ELA, we might rank 31 or 38 as a district. But the subgroups, we need to look at it because that's valuable information. I think that should be in a publication. Now, whether it needs to get any more specific than that, I don't know until I see the draft.
Yeah, and what you're speaking is exactly the intent behind these 2 documents. It was not everyone needs that 5-year baseline. Not everyone is exploring, by school. They just want to know, hey, can I get a finger on the pulse of what's happening here? And so that was the intent of this. And to your point, I would hope that you guys would provide us feedback as both in your official roles, but then also just as your unofficial role. You guys are great at tearing apart data, so we want to make sure that what we are giving is truly just that. This is the pulse of where we are. And if what we're providing here doesn't give you that, by all means, we want to know that so that we can.
Well, I think I think you've come to trust that at least the two of us will do exactly that.
I can trust you guys to critique what I do. Yes.
Right.
And I appreciate that. There's no ill feelings when it comes to that stuff. It gets it better, and at the end of the day, students achieve. Former math teacher, students achieve betterer.
Right, and as we can push it out to the community in a way that's understandable, we can start, hopefully create the community's investment and involvement in looking at what we're doing.
Yeah. And hopefully, the hope is that you start here, and it almost kind of triggers this. I want to know more, and so you end up learning more, and you understand kind of all the ins and outs of this, because teaching kids is complex. There's a lot of different ways of articulating achievement, and we want to do what characterizes truly where students are. We don't want to fudge numbers. We don't want to pick the statistic that best characterizes where we are. We want to be transparent with it, but we also need to be clear. Not everyone understands what a standard deviation is, or a t-test, or any of those things. So this document is kind of just this is the pulse, and hopefully it triggers.
And I agree. We should never put anything out to our public that requires, that level of knowledge. But it can be, which should be available for those who are interested, for researchers or whatever.
Can you scroll this update up just a little bit so that I can see the civics history portion of the chart, please? We're missing
I see that.
We're missing a bar.
The legend. Yeah, we're missing the legend to it, so certainly we can.
No, we're missing. Oh, okay. For American Indian, we're missing the. I still can't see.
So it's not that we're missing it; it's the cell size is less than 10. Remember, with U.S. civics civics and U.S. history, those are largely grade specific. So civics is only taught 7th grade. U.S. history is, granted, honors is usually taught 10th grade, regular is taught 11th grade, but it's not like ELA where every grade level will have this assessment. So when you're talking about these one-off grades, particularly with some of our smaller subgroups, you're not going to have the number of students to be able to report. And so that's why it appears as if American Indian is missing there. It's just that there was less than 10. And we can certainly add a kind of a note to that effect underneath of it. Like we said, this is not actually September's data. This is kind of I got to be honest, I don't even know where I pulled it. I'm sure I pulled it at that point in time when I did this as a draft, but it was not meant to say this is September's data. It's just meant to give you some understanding of what the bar graph would look like.
Okay, Dr. McNay, would it make sense then for instances like that? Because as we look at the data, at first we thought, boy, there's nothing here but asterisk, and we knew that meant less than 10, but we've come to realize that if that's the best we can do because of FERPA rules, then what it does tell us, though, is that there are so few, people or students in those classes that's problematic to report. So it does give us some information. Yes. But what I was going to say is, would it make sense to include, and I know, Claudia, you probably hit the example, a table with these charts that show actually what you graphed. For example, if you're showing African American, if you're showing it by race, that actually within the graph is a small table that represents what it is, so that you understand why it may not be a bar missing. It's just that there is no data to plug in that.
Yeah, and honestly, I went back and forth. That actually was the first iteration, is I had a table underneath. And to be honest with you, what ended up happening is it was just so confusing. It was just too much. And so if I might suggest what we could do instead, because most people are I shouldn't say most, don't say this to the psychologists in the room, a lot of people are visual learners. And so when they see this, not only is a number present, but they can see the relative heights of the bars. So when you're thinking about giving a pulse of where we are, like take that top one there, black 50, white 59. I can not only see the numbers, but I can see the relative size of the bars are different. When I added the actual numbers underneath, it just kind of, I don't know, to me personally, it was just too much, and that's why I took it out and added the numbers at the top of the bars. Now, to your point, what I'd like to possibly do is anytime there is that less than 10, give you an indication that it's not like we just, cropped off something. There is no data there, and so we'll give an indication either, with that number where, and I can't quite see it, but in that civics and U.S. history, the first one appears to be about 65. So then what we would just do is less than 10 next to it, and then underneath of it, just kind of do an asterisk and just say, whenever there's less than 10 students, we protect their identity by not displaying their data or something to that effect.
That's fine.
And then also keep in mind too, it's not like this is the only place that this data is found. The Excel spreadsheet that we went over prior to this gives you it gives you the number enrolled, it gives you the counts, like it gives all that other kind of data. This is just meant that pulse of where we are and where we stand. September we're at 50 and 59. Well, October we're at 52 and 59. So yes, we're closing that gap. Or, oh my gosh, September we're at 50 for Black students and now we're at 45. We're going the wrong direction.
Is this, I know you're trying to make this a one-sheeter, but that looks like an awful lot of information compressed onto a page. How many of these pages are there in this?
There's four goals.
I'm sorry?
There's one for each goal area.
One for each goal. Okay.
So this is specific to our academic achievement.
Okay. But it's still, I think that to me, it feels that there's too much on the page, that with some white space, people seem to understand and focus better, but I hear what you're trying to do to keep it to one page, but maybe consider 2 pages on 4 goals.
Dr. Warrior, I mean this with all due respect, this page wasn't meant for you.
Oh, okay.
The spreadsheet, that is what was meant for you, as well as the meetings that you and I have set up with Ms. Wall to kind of really tear apart that data. This is kind of in light of some of the community members are saying, hey, I don't want all these numbers. I just want an overall, where are we? I want it real easy. I want a one-pager. I want boom, boom, boom. And so that was kind of the intent of this. But with that said, I don't want to make it confusing to anyone. I don't want someone to look at this and think it's not in line with what we are putting out there as far as the spreadsheet. So I value your input on this just like I do with the Excel spreadsheet.
Yeah, I didn't think it was meant for me, although I'm sure I'll look at it because I look at every, no, I didn't. But I still think that the impact, and I don't know, maybe you can do a little a sample testing of this, but it still seems like for just the public to see in a glance where we are. I don't know, Claudia, what do you think about?
Can you scroll up again because it's not on the page for me as far as the header? Okay.
When you say scroll up, sorry.
I would say I like the fact that you're including the 4 charts. No problem with that. I think perhaps the 3 text areas could be rearranged in maybe version 2 and version 3, and then have a collection of people who don't typically look at data give you some feedback. Like have 3 layouts, because what you're doing here, the charts, I have no issue with the charts at all, and I like how you're doing the less than 10 designation in a chart, but the layout of the text could be arranged maybe differently in the flow. So if you have a version 2 with a different layout of the text and version 3, and then maybe ask some.
Absolutely. That was my attempt at it being, I don't know what the right word is, pretty with it?
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Kind of
But the-
making it
but
a
the-
newsletter
but the-
feel
the
to it. But yeah,
charts
certainly. I
are,
think that your point is
charts
great, and we can do a couple different iterations, get some input, and kind of move from there. Because you're absolutely right. I don't want to put something out there that the people using it can't use it, or it's not good for them.
Correct. Although I like the charts. I mean, I think they're as simple as you can make it. The color of the charts and you know how that lays out, I think is fine.
Yes.
And the way you've recorded the data on top of the bars versus any other way. So, yeah.
Yeah. I think that's it for us. Any other questions, concerns on the data portion?
No, not at this point.
Good afternoon. Thank you again for your feedback. What we're going to do is Mrs. Libby is going to send this out to everybody to clean up all those areas for evidence so they can clean that up. And then we'll have a sample copy to you tomorrow because the board meeting, I mean, we have to submit to the board tomorrow. In order to be on the 21st board agenda, the turnaround time. Is there anything else that you'd like for us to cover?
No, at some point, I don't know whether it's, and I'm sure you will do it internally, and I will be asking Mrs. Paul to do it with me, is to try to figure out how we can make these kinds of, I mean, going forward, I imagine we'll need to do these similar reviews and how we can not have such long days, and yet not go, but sort of a postmortem of how we can make subsequent meetings like this a little more productive and limit, to have one.
Okay. Anything else?
No.
Ma'am.
All right. Thank you for your time. And again, we'll get that to you tomorrow. Thank you.
All right.
Have a blessed day.
Thank you.
Thank you.